and good morning. Myself Arjun Shankar, a cybersecurity consultant and a core member of yet another security. It is obviously your support and encouragement that motivated us to be back with the second edition of our virtual cybersecurity conference, YASCON'2021. I wholeheartedly welcome each and every one of you to YASCON 2021. As a global community, we are progressing very fast, thriving against the global pandemic. And day by day, the cyber landscape is also expanding to provide its services, alongside the cyber risk, threats, and vulnerabilities. Being aware, being proactive, being resilient are some of the ways we can practice to reduce the risk that surrounds us in this cyberspace. And YAS is a strong advocate for awareness. We say that our youth are the hope for the future. And when we look at their contribution to the information security community, it looks absolutely promising. They are being a spokesperson for change, spokesperson for technological advancement. To nurture their ideas, to foster their growth is what YAS stands for. And it's also positive to see the changing trend towards acceptance, towards inclusivity, and towards celebration of diversity. To create equal opportunities for all, irrespective of the differences that we face in society and what stereotypes we are labeled to be. YAS believes in creating equal space and equal opportunities for everyone, without causing harm to one another. So, if you have a passion to know about cybersecurity, to pursue a career in cybersecurity, to see and feel what cybersecurity is, YAS's doors are always open. Feel free to join our community and be with us all through the journey. And with that, I would like to welcome each and every one of you to the inauguration of YASCON 2021. For today's inaugural ceremony, we have a very special person. Our guest of honor today is an Indian entrepreneur, founder and chairman of Appsec, and in 2015 was named as a top influential person in cybersecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Rahul Shashi, our guest of honor for YASCON 2021 inaugural ceremony. I welcome Rahul Shashi.
Thanks, Arjun. Really happy to be here and really happy to say that I inaugurate the event. Welcome, everyone. Thank you. Thanks again. So, before I go deep into my profile, I just want to show you a few cool things I've done in the past. So my name is Rahul Shashi. This is a hack which we did back in 2015. The whole idea of this hack was to hack into cable TV networks, demonstrate the vulnerabilities there. And what we managed to do was we managed to hijack any TV signal and replace it with our own video. So what happens is while you're watching Times Now, we would be able to inject our own video and make you watch the video of our choice. And this, we were able to do it to our entire region. I'll go into the depth of how we did it, but let me show you the demonstration first.
Take YouTube by storm.
Okay.
With an exclusive channel dedicated to the best of frankly speaking with Arnav Swami, where you can watch excerpts from the most controversial interviews with all the biggest newsmakers. We've taken straight questions from India's most direct and
Hello and all greetings from Garage for Hackers. This broadcasting is taken over by us. Knowledge is free and Garage Forum is to Libre knowledge. You may acquire, interpret and apply freely the knowledge you gain from Garage. The knowledge can be reformulated according to one's needs and shared with others for community benefit. Visit us at Garage for Hacker.
So, so the working of a cable TV network is very simple. The satellites broadcast the signals. The signals are actually collected by antenna farms. It goes through a decoder unit because every channel is in a particular frequency. So they are decoded, modulated, amplified, and sent to the local cable TV network. So this is where exactly a hacker can sit, right? A hacker can sit in your local network, anywhere on the local network. So it could be a city, village, a town, it could be anything, and then do man-in-the-middle attack. So like I said, for instance, this is national television, right? And this is the IR decoder of national television. So whatever signal frequency national television comes, let's say the frequency is A, then there is a decoder to decode those frequency, right? So every channel has a decoder. So what you see over here is an IR decoder farm. So all the different, let's say you watched 85 different channels, each of them are decoded by these IR decoders. And below the IR decoders, what you see is a modulator. The modulator actually modulates the signals coming from each of those, amplify them, and send it back on the network, right? Which is exactly what we want to do the MITM. So what we did is in order to make someone watch the video of your choice, like replace or hijack a TV broadcasting, let's say Times Now is coming in the frequency A, you replace the frequency A with your video, the same video of any video of your choice. Now, if you inject so now the problem is that Times Now as well as your video is now in the same frequency, that will create a collision. In order to avoid a collision, you need to have a system which will tap into the network, cut an existing frequency, then inject your frequency in the same into the layer. So that way, the existing Times Now signals are killed, and you replace with your own video, right? That's a simple MITM device. So we created the device, the whole system in less than $100. And this is a setup how it looks like, which is able to, and we spent a lot of time, right? To work with all these cable TV operators, and they definitely knew a lot about this. They were just walking around in their lungis, and they were able to teach us a lot of things and spend like many months trying to do things, which is very fun. Which is how you finally get the output. The whole idea at that point of time was, just propose my girlfriend while she's watching a TV channel by hijacking the network. So, and this is for digital video, analog, by the way. If you look at the new technology, which is there in your home, they are in the digital standard. What happens is the difference between analog and digital is now the decoders are basically the setup boxes. The signals which are coming from the cable TV operators, your house, are in the form of a digital, and the decoding of each of those channels happens on the setup boxes. So we started, and they are encrypted, by the way. The line is encrypted, so that means you can't just simply inject on video like we did before. But that's when we found out a couple of other interesting mechanisms. We found that the setup boxes, and we actually found this by reading the manuals and the RFC of DVB standards. We found that the setup boxes looks for a transport header which says that a particular byte which says that the content is encrypted or not encrypted. which means if you change the content to 0, it tells the setup box that the incoming content is not encrypted. So this way you can actually introduce unencrypted signals into your DVBC stream and make the setup box parse them. So now what we did again was did a lot of fussing on the setup boxes and found different uh, memory corruption issues. So with this memory corruption issue, what we were able to do is we were able to inject any network with our own malformed video streams. Now, when the setup box passes them, they crash. So what you can do with this is, let's say your entire town is watching a cricket match. You can literally crash their entire TVs with this bug. So this is like a quick demonstration of that. Anyone who's watching? Oops. This is yeah. So what happens is, you can just keep doing that, and then disrupt the entire town, by the way, with this attack. So yeah, those are some of the things we did. I'll show you more, but for me, growing up, I always felt like an outsider, not sure where I fit. Everything changed for me when I watched the movie Matrix. In the movie, it portrayed a hacker called Neo, who was up against a highly intelligent computer system, and that was the first time I'm hearing the word hacker. Right? This got me, and this was in my ninth year of school. I spent more time researching, trying to understand, and there was not much internet. And because of this, I joined engineering. And this was back in 2006. While in engineering, I started researching, contributing to the cybersecurity community. That's when I met an online community called Garage for Hackers. The interesting thing about this community was it's a pure online community where like-minded people come together, share what they knew, and learn from each other. For me, this is not a typical learning experience. There were no professors, no assignments, no bullying. People are very humble. They came together, shared what they knew, learned from each other. It was about constant learning, and I knew that this is where I belonged. And I started working with the community. Nothing major happened up until my 7th semester. In college, while I was in 7th sem, a company called iSight reached out to me and offered me an internship because of all the contributions I was doing. Unfortunate, and this was a 6-month internship on their campus. Unfortunately, my college wanted me to stay in campus and finish my engineering. So I managed to get a meeting with my HOD, trying to convince him why they should let me go do this internship. So I'm sitting in front of my HOD, in my HOD's cabin, sitting opposite to him, and he's asking me, the first question he asked me is, Rahul, how many arrears or backlogs do you have? So there was a subject in 6th semester called digital signal processing. I kind of flunked because I could not really understand that subject well enough. I could not understand because I didn't knew what was the real world applications of that subject, because of which I flunked. So he was like, well, yeah, you need to clear your arrears first, finish your engineering, and then only think about all these things. So this was super disappointing. I mean, this is super disappointing because this is all I wanted to do with my life, and there is someone who's telling me that I should not because of some backlogs. This is like a bigger than a breakup for me, and I started thinking, right? Why do I need to learn something for the sake of learning? I mean, for a certificate. Why can't I just learn because it's fun learning? And just to build things and to be creative, right? So I quit college that semester, and I decided I'll learn everything on my own because it's on the internet. And once I learn something, I'll publish those learning as a white paper. So this way, I'll create enough white papers which will act as a certificate, because I would not have an engineering degree now. This will act as my certificate, and that will be my validation. So my first talk, this was back in 2012, was Black Hat Amsterdam. It was actually on digital signal processing. So the first topic I picked up was also digital signal processing. I traveled all around the country trying to meet all the professors who could actually teach me the real world applications. And when I started getting into the depth, I understood that everything which we do, including your phone banking systems or anything which has to do with voice or a signal to digital conversion, DSP is being used. For example, a DTMF. A DTMF is where the tone which is used to interact with a device, the conversion of that DTMF tone is actually using a Grossel algorithm, which is actually uh, which is one of the things under DSP. And I was actually the youngest speaker to be at Black Hat at that point of time. So what we did is we found that, well, see, input is evil, right? In cybersecurity world, we found that if you could actually modulate the input, which is audio here, and we do variations out of it, we can actually use it as a fuzzer to target these algorithms which decodes these input, right? And in this one particular case, we were attacking interactive voice response systems where you can attack them using a modulated frequency. You can modulate, you can build, I mean, different fuzzers out of it, but let me show you quickly how it works.
Please enter your PIN. PIN 11111111111111111. Please wait while we process your information. Sorry, that content has an internal error. A web server error occurred. Error starting voice XML application. Failed fetch with code. 500. Server error. URL. HTTP.
So what is happening here is the iOS system is actually reading out all the error messages back to you. Because of one or the other flow, which you are able to trigger either via voice or via mostly via audio, which is by voice or audio, right? So this is what I've been doing. I'm Rahul Shashi. I've been an invited speaker to almost 22 plus countries. I'm the founder and chairman of CloudSec. I founded CloudSec back in 2015. When I quit my last job to found CloudSec, a bunch of people told me that Rahul, you are an individual contributor and you would never be able to be a good manager. So today we are a team of 100 plus, and I think I'm kind of doing okay. So the whole idea of was to trying to tell that what we do is very similar to what the magicians do, right? They create value out of nothing, and they create masterpieces by using a smoke or a playing card. This is very similar to what we do, right? We coin different small tricks, small vulnerabilities together to create a high impact vulnerability. They always take a base trick and improve that and amaze people. Sometimes they make a mistake, they embarrass themselves, but it's very similar to what we do in the cybersecurity space. This is even more similar to the skateboarding community. They again take a base trick, create a variation out of it, perfect it, and release it back to the community. So on the left, what you see is Rodney Muller. He's trying to do a flip kick. A flip kick is you just ride your board, raise it, flip it, land safely, right? But he's doing a variation of it. So he's raising it up, flipping it to one side, and midair, he's flipping it back again. Well, it might look easy, very difficult to pull off. But again, that's what he does, right? Took it, made it more beautiful and more better, and now the community follows. And the interesting thing about this is every time they try to do a new trick, they fall. And it hurts so much. But that is the interesting part. They keep trying till they get it right. And the thing about trying to be creative, which is what we do, is trying to be creative and standing out, you'll always fall. But do not be afraid of that fall, because every time you fall, you are going to learn something and evolve. And this is a trick which I tried out in 2018. The whole idea was, well, see, there are these have I been pawned or huge dark web data which is available, right? What I thought was, what if we tie a drone and a face recognition system to the dark web leaks? So what the idea is that these drones will fly around like a herd, like the mother drone and then a couple of small drones. All of them have cameras attached. They'll fly around in a conference, and the cameras will have face detection systems attached to it. So it'll start reading people's faces in the crowd. Once it reads a face, it'll use that to recognize that person, find his email ID or name, then search that data on a cached dark web document. And if the data is available, it'll display it on the screen. So this, I thought, would have been a cool way of demonstrating the impact of credential leak. So I mean, so what are you supposed to do, like we just saw before, is, again, so we decided to do this trick in KubeCon conference in 2019. We practiced, in fact, my team practiced doing this multiple times so that we will get it right. We even went to the conference a day before, went to the venue, made sure everything was perfect. We even hired a drone operator so that we don't mess anything while doing the stunt. Everything was perfect. There was no room for errors, and we made sure that everything was eliminated. On the day of the event, I am on the stage, and I got a prime. It's right after the inauguration was my talk. I'm on the stage. My team is on on the floor. I gave my introduction. I gave what I'm going to do, and the demo is live. So drones should fly up any minute, and all the video footage from the crowd is going to be streamed to a computer screen behind me, and it'll start showing people's password if it was exposed or anything which is exposed. Again, publicly on the internet. So the drone flew up, and then on the back, the screen which is on the behind me has no visuals at all. No videos were coming to the screen, and that's when I saw the faces of people of my team on the ground, and they were literally panicking. They were panicking because they didn't knew what was happening. Neither did I know what was happening. So I stood there for almost 5 minutes like a jackass, embarrassed in front of an audience of 2,000 people. And then eventually we had to cancel that show. So when I came down, that's when I understood the problem. The problem is the room filled with 2,000 people, all of them have their mobile phones with them. And many of these people have their base stations, in the sense their hotspots, Wi-Fi hotspots on. And these Wi-Fi hotspots were jamming the Wi-Fi frequency of my cameras. And my cameras were actually streaming, the cameras which are on the drones were streaming the video via a Wi-Fi protocol, and that was creating collision. Remember, it was very similar to the TV hack thing. Collision was the problem. And then we decided to do not the same thing during the lunch break outside the venue. So here you could see the same thing again. What you see over here is the people standing, the drones are flying around, trying to see people's faces. A few of the faces which we were able to identify, the drones were able to list them on the screen. So we have to take the footage, put it back, then run the program, and we were able to get a bunch of faces, and then we were able to show them credentials if it was leaked. So the point here is that, well, see, every time you try something of this sort, it'll always fail, right? But that should not stop you from trying new things. So thanks a lot for having me. It is such an honor to be here, because there is this beauty in speaking to a community of your own making and seeing it spread, seeing more younger and talented people doing better things than you makes me happy. And this is why I'm here. And thanks again for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rahul. It was indeed a pleasure and honor to have you as our guest of honor for today. It was really informative, interesting to know your story from where you started, what inspired you, and all the success stories you have, your learning paths, and also, most importantly, to reiterate the fact that if you fall down, be back on four legs and keep your face high and forge ahead. Thank you so much for all those informative talk that you have given us today. And we are really, really honored to have you with us today. Thank you so much, Rahul.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Bye.
And now, let's welcome another special person joining us today. I would like to welcome Sri Ashok Yadav, IPS, Inspector General, Kerala Police, to address YASCON.
I am Ashok Yadav, IGP North Zone, Kerala, and the Nodal Officer for Cyberdome Kozhikode. I am happy that YAS is organizing a virtual conference on cyber security, which will bring experts from throughout the world on cyber security and cyber awareness, and it will be helpful in creating more awareness about various issues relating to cyber security. YAS is organizing their second edition of virtual Cybersecurity Conference YASCON'2021. YAS is a non-profit information security community formed by a guild of information security professionals from Kerala. They are focused on creating a skill hub around information security, promote women in information security, and bridging the knowledge gap between students and working professionals in Infosec field. Transforming Kerala to a cybersecurity hub is their ultimate motto. The live pre-conference workshops and Capture the Flag competition will be held on November 27th and the conference event on 28th November. Both events will be streamed live worldwide across social media platforms. The event focuses on spreading awareness on cybersecurity, nurture the upcoming generations in the field of information security, help professionals to enhance their knowledge, and build a cyber-safe and cyber-aware community. I encourage all of you to reserve your seats for the event and let us meet virtually at YASCON 2021.
Thank you so much, sir, for addressing us. And everyone, I'm really proud to announce that we are giving you something extra. Really proud to announce our latest contribution to our community, our open and free job portal, Yas Jobs. More and more exciting jobs are going to be posted in our portal just for you. Go search, find your dream one, and apply, and land in your dreamland. This is Yas Jobs, job portal from Yas. Our event wouldn't have been possible without the support from our sponsors. So allow me to introduce our gold sponsors for YASCON 2021, TCM Security, Buckrout, and Prime Guardian Cybersecurity Services. And especially our CTF and event sponsor, Buckrout. Our workshop sponsor, Active Bytes. Our bronze sponsor, obviously Active Bytes, and our community partners, eHackify, WASP C-Sites, Detectify, ASRG Kerala, DEFCON Kuwait, Cisco Gateway, and Kerala Police Cyberdome Kozhikode. Thank you so much, especially to our sponsors and our community partners for supporting us along the way. And now we are moving on to our official lineup of speakers for YASCON Talks. Our first talk for the day is from Martin Lee, Emerging Trends from a Year of Cybersecurity Threats. Let's dwell in and see what Martin has to share with us.
Time of year is a very, very good opportunity to think back about some of the attacks and issues that we've seen during the year and reflect on how the threat landscape is changing, and also maybe project that forwards a little bit to think about what we might be encountering over the coming year. There are three issues that really have caught my eye that I think are things that we need to highlight. The first is the continuing issue of supply chain attacks. In this kind of attack, the threat actor seeks to integrate malicious functionality inside their target by a very sort of indirect method. Instead of directly attacking that organization and trying to compromise systems and get inside the organization, instead they go for a third-party software vendor, either infiltrate malicious functionality into the source code of that software, or take over the update mechanism of that software and then piggyback on the back of otherwise highly reputable and widely used software and use that update system to get their malicious functionality inside of the target organization. Prior to this year, this was a type of attack that we've only seen the most sophisticated of APT, so advanced persistent threat actors use. So these attacks, shall we say, there was a strong suspicion of nation state involvement in it. However, the most sophisticated APT threat actors act as the thought leaders for the rest of the world of bad guys. And in this year, in July, we saw the first use of a supply chain attack by what's assumed to be a criminal threat actor. The Cassia VSA software system was compromised and used to distribute the Revil ransomware. So this is a change that really we don't want to see. If we've got criminal threat actors who have the sophistication in order to be able to compromise software vendors and use their update systems to distribute criminal malware, then this really isn't a good thing. This attack was actually quite disruptive because the software itself was used in many managed service providers to look after and manage remote systems on behalf of their clients. I think maybe it was doubly disruptive in that the managed service providers got hit with the ransomware, which then affected many customers downstream. Certainly the supply chain attack is going to continue to be quite a difficult type of attack to defend against. Again, we need to think about the weak points of the bad guys. Notably, they're still using it to distribute malicious functionality and malicious code, which we can detect. Also, they still need to have some form of command and control information and infrastructure so that the bad guys can issue instructions to their malicious code and also receive information from that code, at the very least saying, hi, I'm installed in this organization, I've encrypted these systems with this key, which is information that the bad guy needs to know. That is very much something that we can detect. Criminals always leave big sticky fingerprints at the scene of the crime, and what we need to do as defenders is be able to identify those fingerprints, think about what they might look like, and be able to detect them to indicate when a crime is in progress and then act there to stop it. The second issue that I've seen, it's actually in my mind, it's the mirror image of ransomware. So ransomware is a very abrupt attack. The criminals are hitting the systems with ransomware. They're encrypting the files. They're bringing those systems to a halt. Really, you can't ignore a ransomware attack. That's the whole idea. The idea is that the bad guy contacts you and you pay that ransom in order to get your files back. Crypto mining is a very different approach. Instead of hitting systems with something very destructive and abrupt, in crypto mining malware, the bad guy seeks to persist for a long period of time on these systems and simply steal resources. So installing malicious software that steals the processor cycles from these systems and uses it to solve the cryptographic challenge in order to mine cryptocurrency. So in these attacks, our bad guys are trying to fly under the radar, are trying to persist on the systems that they've compromised for long periods of time so that they can steal those resources over a long period of time and make money for the bad guys behind the attack. For me, what's particularly interesting about these attacks is considering this with IoT, so Internet of Things. If we think these Internet of Things, these small computing devices, which there are more and more in our lives, they're still computing systems, they still have an operating system, they still have vulnerabilities. Therefore, they can be compromised by the bad guys, but the bad guys have to think, how can they make money from these systems? If your thermostat for your heating, for example, gets compromised by a bad guy because it's an intelligent smart thermostat IoT device, if it gets hit with ransomware and stops working, well, you might actually just be tempted just to throw it away and get a new one, or send it back to the manufacturer and get it refurbished. From the bad guy's point of view, that's a very ineffective and unsuccessful attack. But if you've got crypto mining on your smart thermostat, you might not actually be aware of it. And the bad guy could persist there for many, many months, stealing resources, stealing your power, infecting other smart systems that you might have. And crypto mining gives them a way of monetizing those kind of attacks. So I think it's very interesting, and I think we're probably going to see more of it. Although one of the things that we did see throughout the year is the amount of crypto mining malware maps very, very closely with the price of cryptocurrencies. When the price of cryptocurrencies goes up, we see more crypto mining malware being distributed, and as the price of crypto mining currencies decreases, similarly we see less crypto mining being distributed. So very clearly this is a criminal attack and the bad guys are looking to make money. The final change that really has interested me is the one that we can't escape: how the pandemic has changed our lives, and specifically the issue of working from home. Many of us have been fortunate enough to have been able to work from home and remotely over the past 18 months or so. And I think as we slowly get back to normal, we have to reflect that the world has changed. And we're not going to go back to the old ways of doing things. Many people, myself included, actually really appreciate working from home, the freedom that gives to have a better work-life balance, and also an opportunity to reduce our carbon footprint through no longer commuting to a place of work. From a security point of view, there are many issues. When we have workers inside an office environment, they're on a closed network, they've had to go into a building where they can be recognized. We're going to be surrounded by our co-workers who know us and recognize us. Much more difficult for a bad guy to infiltrate inside that environment. That's not necessarily the case where everyone's working from home. The issue of identifying really who is the user that is sat in front of a computer, of a laptop, becomes much more of an issue. Usernames and passwords have served us well for many years. They've never been perfect. There always has been ways of getting around them. Certainly the sheer volume of phishing attacks that we see is testament to this. The bad guys are continuously looking for ways to trick users into divulging their username and password. And I think we're going to move increasingly into a password-less environment that relies more on our biometrics to be able to identify us. Certainly one of the ways that that's happening is through fingerprints. I unlock my phone with my fingerprint. I now unlock my laptop with my fingerprint. But biometrics are by no way perfect. Certainly there is a whole chain of custody from the fingerprint reader, of actually taking that fingerprint, encoding it into something which is machine readable, comparing that with the recorded electronic imprint of my fingerprint to see whether they're the same or roughly the same, which is good enough to grant me access to a system. Although fingerprints may not change enormously during our lives, they're not the same from day to day. If you've ever been gardening or you scratched your finger, it's not quite the same as it was before. If you put your finger on the fingerprint reader in a slightly different position, again, that fingerprint changes. So there's always a degree of lassitude in comparing fingerprints. What we have been able to identify within Talos is that actually if you have an imprint of someone's finger, you can then use high-end 3D fingerprinting technology. So, the type of technology which is available to a consumer. It's quite expensive at the moment, but it's not outside the realms of possibility for a criminal threat actor to get their hands on it. You can print a 3D imprint of somebody's fingerprint and then use that to masquerade as them and get successfully recognized by a fingerprint reader to gain access to their systems. So this whole issue of identity and verification of individuals still isn't a solved problem. Certainly biometrics, I think, are part of the issue or part of the solution, but also we don't want to move too far away from that zero trust model of having some doubts about whether someone really is who they say they are and giving them just access to the systems that they need, and if they need more access, then having additional checks, and also keeping with the multi-factor authentication, that we verify someone and then we send a ping to a separate device for the user to respond to. So that gives us another level of authentication of the user. Certainly, we as people increasingly, and I think it is going to be increasingly work remotely, not only from home, this issue of verifying identities is going to become more and more important, and we need to think about this, and we need to think about how we're going to adapt to this new environment. Because there's one thing that the past few years have taught me, it's that cybersecurity is constantly changing. The threat landscape is constantly changing. The bad guys are constantly innovating and looking at new ways that they can compromise money and achieve their objectives, notably to make money from that. And so those of us in cybersecurity, similarly, we have to keep changing. We have to keep thinking about the new challenges that we face and come up with new ways of considering that, new ways of detecting attacks, and new ways of responding to that. But it's not an insurmountable challenge. This is something that we can do. And with that, I will thank you very, very much indeed for listening to me, and I hope that you found that useful and informative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Martin. It was really informative to share with us the emerging threats, the recent attacks, and how we should be proactive when we are slowly changing to move to office, and also to be adaptable to the recent changes and how we have to be secure on the other hand. It was really informative, and thank you so much for being with us for today's YASCON Talks. And that's our team. And next, we are moving on to Zoltan. And Zoltan is here with us live today to share his talk on Canary, how to find and bypass Canary tokens. Over to Zoltan.
Hi, can everybody hear me? All right. And I also hope that everyone can see my screen. This is not a recorded talk. So, that involves all the interesting things that might go wrong. So yeah, I hope everything's all right. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me at YASCON. This is awesome, what you all are doing here. And yeah, I'm so happy to be able to present here. And I am this. So I'm Zoltan. I'm a security consultant with Altem, an Australian-based security consulting company. Relentlessly moving in the world. I'm originally from Hungary, but I lived in Norway for the past 5 years before moving to Australia in the middle of COVID last year. So yeah, I've seen and been around a couple of places, and I don't know, I guess I like computers. So what are we going to talk about? We are going to talk about Canary tokens, but maybe they are not as widespread or well known as I would hope they are or would like to think they are. So just a quick summary on what they are. This is the website where you can just go here and generate your Canary tokens. They are free. They are made by a company called Thingst. You might have heard of them. They are, their founder is a frequent guest on the Risky Business podcast, if you're listening to that. And their main product is the Big Boy Canary. That's not its real name, but basically it's a honeypot. And Canary tokens are, it's like little brother, basically. So as I mentioned, Canary tokens are free, but also open source. So, you can just go and look at the source code, play with them. You can deploy them in your own environment using your own servers and everything. You can even modify them to your own needs. And yeah, one thing to know about the tokens themselves is that this is not the main product, as I mentioned. That's the actual honeypots that they are selling. So Canary tokens see less frequent updates than the actual big product Things is selling and working on. And also, Canary tokens are amazing for the value that they provide, but they are not foolproof from not by a long shot, as you will see also later in this talk. And yet they are still awesome, both Canary tokens and Things. So yeah, I don't know. I know I told you I'm going to explain what Canary tokens, but haven't really so far. So let's see a little bit of comparison between honeypots, which I think we are more familiar with, and Canary tokens. So starting with honeypots, honeypots usually use their own dedicated network devices, so they act like a network server, like a Windows server, or even a switch, or whatever have you in a corporate environment. They tend to be kind of expensive, again, depending on the budget, depending on the size of the organization and how many honeypots you want to deploy. But more importantly, they need careful management and monitoring. So you don't just want to drop a honeypot somewhere and just forget it's there and not even monitor its logs. It needs staffing, it needs resources, it needs planning where to put them. Because again, if you put a honeypot in a too exposed network segment, then it will trigger all the time by people just poking around, even if they are not malicious. But yeah, so it needs a bit of careful management and monitoring, and they've been around for a while. So attackers or red teamers, if you're one of the good guys, of course, tend to know they exist and tend to be careful in an unknown environment. Attackers might try to fingerprint devices before they actually attack them. using many different ways. So there is quite a bit of research and publications around how to see and avoid honeypots. While on the other hand, Canary tokens work in a bit different way. They can use existing infrastructure. Canary tokens are basically just files or keys or whatever. So let's say you have like a file share somewhere, a network drive, and you want to put a Canary token there. You can use your existing infrastructure. You can even put Canary tokens on your client devices, on your own laptop. You can use them on your personal laptop even. And they are also free and open source, as I mentioned before. And their management requires really minimal attention. Basically, you just drop them in locations in which you are kind of certain that they will not be triggered all the time. They get triggered by just someone opening the files or visiting a website or things like that. So they should not be in like very frequented places. But once they are there, you can just forget about them. You will get an email alert whenever someone opens them, and it triggers an alert. And similarly, I have not seen a lot of research going into Canary tokens. I think they are also pretty novel because honeypots are sold, and there's a lot of different honeypot products from many different vendors, things being one of them. But Canary tokens are not that common. So that's a reason I wanted to have a little poke and see how they work. And speaking of how they work, basically you can tokenize a lot of different file formats. In this talk, I'm going to focus on PDFs, Windows binaries, so like PE binaries, so EXEs and DLLs, Microsoft Office documents like Word and Excel, even Windows folders. And besides this, a million other things. Like you can have a Canary token that is just a URL, put it wherever you want, however you want. It can be just a DNS record. Then, when it's visited, it will trigger an alert. It can be an email address. It can be an image on a website. Even a certain type of VPN configuration. If it's loaded and executed, then you will get an alert. You can embed Canary tokens in SQL servers. You can put a Canary token in a MySQL dump. You can turn a Canary token into a QR code and just maybe post them in your server room. So, your sysadmins know not to scan it, but whoever might be there unauthorized might be interested. What's that QR code about? And when they do scan it, you will get an alert. It can be, AWS keys. Whenever they are used, you get an alert. Kubernetes configs or whatever else. It's a growing list. So this is like I hope that it's giving you an idea of how Canary tokens work, but going into a bit more detail, still staying on a bit of a high level, what you do is either you deploy the server on your own environment or use the link I provided in the first slide and just generate a token with a unique URL. And in the background, the Canary token server will map that unique URL to the token itself with a short note that you can type in. So let's say you want to add a note that this is a file that I will put on the CEO's, Dropbox or something like that, and locally synchronize it. And an email address where the alert will be sent to. So when the file is opened, the URL is visited using different means depending on the format of the Canary token, and you will just simply get an email, something like this, that the Canary token has been triggered, and that you kind of have to be worried now because something happened. All right, so why did I want to look into something like this? Well, first of all, I needed a topic for this conference, something to talk about. And my colleague Matt Jones suggested I look into Canary tokens, which I thought was a pretty good idea because I do like them as a product and as a concept, but I didn't really know how they work. And also, like, why not? That's what hacking is about, right? Because we do anything that we can. And yeah, I guess this is just how I work. When I see something cool, I want to learn how it works. And yeah, I don't know, potentially bypass it to tie it to security. But, you know, mainly to make it better. I will also work with, like, I already gave a heads up to things about this talk. And hopefully we will come up with some improved token generation ways to make them more resilient. And yeah, I don't know, I guess it could be useful for red teamers. And yeah, I think it's just cool. So why not? All right. So actually moving on to the different file Canary token formats that I wrote detection for. So my tool is just a single Python script, which is open source. It's on GitHub already. You will see the link at the end of the slides. So I am detecting PDFs because the Canary tokens in a PDF work by not exploiting, but relying on a quirk in Adobe Reader and similarly compliant PDF readers. That means that if there's a URL in the PDF stream object, PDF being, you know, kind of special format where you can have different objects that make up the PDF. So if there's a URL in a stream object, then it will be automatically visited. So for example, Foxit Reader doesn't really follow this practice. So I guess one way to bypass a PDF Canary token is just to open it in Foxit Reader. But with Adobe Reader and some of the browsers, it will work. And yeah, when the PDF is open, the URL is automatically visited. And as I mentioned before, this is a unique URL generated just for this Canary token, and the alert is triggered. But the funny thing is, Canary tokens implementation of this token generation is relying on a fixed offset in the PDF file. So that is a pretty good way to detect it, because we can just look at the fixed offset and see if there's a URL in there, and if there is, then it's a Canary token. So the idea is that before opening any files that you think are Canary tokens, you can just run this Canary tool, and it will tell you whether the file is safe to open or not without triggering the token. So this is the bit of code that actually does the detection. So as you can see there's a constant, which I just literally took from the code. As I mentioned, it's open source. The Canary tokens generation code, which is there. That's relative to the file, like the PDF body's beginning. And I'm just doing a really rudimentary search. So I'm just looking for the word Canary. And if there is one, then the file is a PDF token. So I actually prepared the demo as well. Let's see if this works. It's recorded, so to make it easier. So I'm opening the PDF, and I tied it to a public mailinator inbox, and you can see that an alert was triggered. So now if we just run my tool, pointing it to the token, then we see that the PDF is a Canary. Now we close it, and just for reference, I also have a clean token. Well, as clean as it gets, I guess. And running the same tool will let us know that the token is clean. Great. So that was a quick demo. Then moving on to the next supported format, which is Windows folders. There's a really cool trick that they do for this as well. What things is doing is that there's a desktop.ini file, which is a standard file on Windows environments. It basically tells whether the folder that you are in has a specific icon layout, or if it's changed from default settings. So your desktop, for example, if you move the icons around, will have a desktop.ini, but also the desktop.ini file also has a feature where you can point the different items to have different icons. So this is how it looks like in the file itself. And the icon resource can be a remote address. And as you can see highlighted, the token URL is the icon resource. So whenever the folder is opened, Windows will look at the desktop.ini to know if there's anything special that needs to be done to the like how the folder contents are displayed. And yeah, this URL will be visited in the background, and a trigger will, like an alert will be triggered. So how I'm detecting this is again, rudimentary detection here, looking for the word Canary. I'm actually iterating through, first of all, I'm listing the contents of the directory. If there's desktop.ini, then I open that file and go line by line, look for the string Canary, or in any of the lines. And I also have a demo for this. Here we go. So I'm opening the tokenized folder. It's actually messing up File Explorer a little bit, because there's this background process where it will go to the URL, and it might freeze up your Explorer process. But using my tool with the folder option, you can just point it to the folder that you're interested in, and it will tell you whether it's clean or if it's a Canary token. As easy as that. Next up, we have Microsoft Office documents supported in my tool as well. Focusing on Word and Excel documents, but they basically work the same way. And as you might know, modern Excel documents, so all the modern Office documents that end with the X extensions, so XLSX and DocX, are basically just XML files in a zip archive, and all the contents are in these. And Canary tokens, how a Microsoft Office document is tokenized is by adding one of these unique URLs in a specific static entry in the archive. So it being static, it's pretty easy to find it as well. If you look at the code, basically, I'm just iterating. I'm opening this XLSX or docx file, as a zip archive, and I'm iterating through all the contents. If we see a directory, which is marked by this constant here, we're just going to skip it, focusing on files. And if we find a file inside the archive, then we will list its contents, go through it line by line, basically, and look for the string. Again, pretty rudimentary, but if it starts with Canary tokens, then if the string has a URL which has Canary tokens in it, it will be a Canary token. So another demo. In this specific example, I'm using the Word document. So opening the file and just refreshing there we go. We can see that an alert was triggered. Similarly as before, pointing the detector script to the doc, we can see it's a Canary. And just again, like opening a simple, I put lorem ipsum in a Word document, opening it again, we can see it is clean. All right. And yeah, just for the sake of completeness, I also have a demo for Excel. Works similarly. Opening the Excel file, which is a Canary token, we can see it was triggered. And by the way, the IP address that you see there, I'm not leaking my home IP. I was using VPN when I was recording these demos. So there we go. Closing the token one and opening a clean Excel file. You know it's clean because it says I am clean. Why wouldn't it be? But yeah, running my tool against it, we can see that the file is clean. Nice. Yeah. And then moving on to the last supported file format that I wrote the detection for is for Windows PE binaries. And this is super sneaky how they put token URLs in these files, and I just love it. Basically, what they do is they put the Canary token URL in the OCSP and CRL and the OCSP's corresponding AIA record in the certificate, the code signing certificate itself. And as you might know, whenever a certificate is used, it needs to be checked whether if it's valid or not. And CRL and the OCSP are two protocols used to verify whether a certificate is valid. So basically, the certificate checking subsystem will basically reach out to the URLs, which are found in these fields in the certificate itself. And since these are the Canary tokens, we know that whenever the binary was run, in case of the exe when it was run, in case of a DLI when it was loaded, we will get an alert. And just to give you an example, this is when you look at the properties of the different files. On the left-hand side, you can see that the CRL's record is the Canary tokens URL, and similarly on the right-hand side for OCSP and AIA. So for detection, I'm using a third-party library. So my Canary token detector, Canary, actually uses mostly standard libraries except for this one. And using Leaf, I can list all the signatures, and if the signature is by Thingst Applied Research, then we know it was not signed by the original developers, but by Thingst. And I have a demo as well. So the fun thing about this one is that on my personal computer where I recorded these, I have Microsoft Smart Screen turned on, which means that in case a signature verification fails, the binary won't run. So you will see that in the video, but it shouldn't really matter because the Canary tokens themselves don't really have to be real files, right? They just need to be opened by someone who doesn't know that they are not real files. So here's the Smart Screen alert, but we did get an alert. It was calculator was opened, that was tokenized. And once I know how to type Python, we will run coterie, pointing it to the tokenized calculator, which is a Canary token, and just, we open also the original calculator file. And we can see it is clean, specifically because the binary is not signed, which is kind of funny that Microsoft doesn't sign their own binaries, such as like calculator and notepad. So yeah, that was my last demo. And I have a couple of to-dos, and help is also welcome. So if you want to contribute, you will see the GitHub page. I want to add support for more Canary tokens. The detections can be pretty well improved with regular expressions. So if someone decides to, run their own Canary token server, they can just easily replace the URL, and then these checks will all fail. that shouldn't be there. Sorry about that. Anyway, we are also aiming to contribute to the Canary Tokens project because, this is a great tool, and making them harder to detect is just going to help everyone. And I also want to add recursive file and folder checks. So basically, you could point it to like C root and see if any of the files in the main file system on a Windows computer is containing Canary tokens or not. So yeah, in short summary, I think Canary tokens are amazing value considering their cost benefit, cost being 0 and benefit being drop and forget. And it will catch the opportunistic attacker and the attacker who is not that cautious. And again, they are never meant to be foolproof. So all of these bypasses are known, I guess. It's just that there wasn't a script to detect them automatically before. So yeah, but they can definitely be improved. There's a lot of different ways how they can be improved. And yeah, contributions and feature requests welcome. And this is the URL for the GitHub page where the script can be found. And yeah, that was me. I guess I'm happy to answer any questions on Discord. And thank you so much for the opportunity, and have fun at YASCON.
Thank you, Zoltan. It was indeed special thanks to your friend Matt for suggesting Canary tokens for today's YASCON. It was really informative, and thank you for showing the demo and also to showing us that Canary tokens are not foolproof. And so I request everyone to go to Zoltan's GitHub repo and get an idea about how you can play around Canary tokens. Thank you so much, Zoltan. Thank you for joining us. It was a real pleasure to host you.
Thank you so much.
And now it's time to give a shout out to our gold sponsors, TCM Security, Buckroud, and Prime Guardians. And now let's move on to our next talk. Road to Governance Risk and Compliance GRC Program with ISO 27001 by Sai Sudha Arun. Sai Sudha is a GRC expert, and let's hear from her.
Hi everyone, hope you're doing well and welcome to this presentation. My name is Sai Sudha and I have been an information security GRC professional for nearly 10 years now, and I've had the opportunity to work for various prestigious clients and organizations across different geographies in the APAC and Middle East regions. In this session, I'm going to be talking about how organizations can leverage the ISO 27001 standard while getting started on the road to implement a GRC program. I hope you will find some of the ideas and information that I share as useful. So let's begin. Here is a quick look at the agenda wherein I'll be taking you through the background and overview of GRC, followed by a synopsis of ISO 27001 and how the standard requirements meet the GRC objectives. I will also discuss on the high-level roadmap to maturing the GRC program and finally summarize today's session in the end. We will begin with the first segment of the presentation. This section will give you a background on various factors which affect the business climate and management of cyber risks. Businesses and organizations have historically faced challenges that affect the overall performance and success of the organization in meeting various strategic, regulatory, and legal objectives. This challenge is endless and continues even today with constantly changing regulations, laws, and compliance requirements. Adding to it is the expectation of the stakeholders, which necessitate not just success but also high performance with complete visibility into how the operations are performed. What makes the scenario even more complex is that businesses increasingly realize that to scale up faster and speed up the rate at which they achieve success, they need to rely on a lot of services from third parties and vendors. They need to also scale up performance using complex landscape of technology infrastructure, which includes a wide variety of applications, systems, and emerging technologies like cloud computing. And the way businesses are expanding globally, this means that large organizations also have the onus to solve these challenges that diversify across various geographical locations with substantial increase in the complexity even more. And moreover, if businesses go to reinvent the wheel or create their own arbitrary approach in solving these problems instead of relying on time-proven methodologies and frameworks, this can result in overall failure or suboptimal performance or even possible violations on the compliance and regulatory front. In short, the problem statement, therefore, lies in how organizations can sustain and effectively manage the organizational performance and meet the strategic goals while addressing risks in the most appropriate way. So, now that we know the problem statement, let's understand a bit about GRC and how it can help. GRC is basically an acronym that refers to governance, risk, and compliance. But what's important to note is that these are not just plain words or definitions, but refer to highly complex ways of work associated with managing the principles and capabilities that together help solve the problem statement which we just defined. While GRC is something that businesses have always been doing, it is not something new, but what's new is the way in which things are being done in the present day. Foundationally, in the context of cybersecurity, GRC refers to an integrated and well-coordinated approach using which organizations can strategically align the operations, performance, management of cyber risk to the organization's mission, vision, and objectives. We will see more of how this happens in the next slide. In short, when you look at the definitions, here is what the GRC typically means. Governance involves establishing and supporting security program by the leadership by setting up a governing body for the program. It involves providing oversight, direction to the management, operational, and technical controls to satisfy security requirements by involving senior management from an accountability perspective. It also involves directing and coordinating implementation of information security program with relevant personnel. Risk management involves processes and procedures to identify, control, and minimize impact of uncertain events or cyber risk such as data breaches or web server compromise or malware outbreak. The objective of risk management is to reduce risk to an acceptable level by treating it in appropriate way. Support of this process by senior management is a demonstration of their due diligence, and that's how governance is tied back to risk management. Compliance refers to the processes that involve meeting the specific requirement of a standard, regulation, or a legal act. Such requirement outlines the manner in which operations need to be ensured in order to meet the compliance, for example, SOX or PCI DSS. This often requires extensive coordination with the people who are tasked with the duties to independently assess and report on the compliance. These may include risk owners, control performers, compliance validation personnel, or auditors. Let's have a look at the benefits of GRC. Having a GRC program with clearly established framework can have numerous advantages. Having a single pane of view where the governance, risk and compliance related to information is available for the management can help the management in staying informed about the risk that affects the business and the cost-optimal way to remediate or mitigate those risks. Thus, management can make decisions towards the best interest of the organization by understanding and addressing risks as part of standard processes, instead of addressing them right at the end of a project or near the production go live of a website, for instance. It creates meaningful way to govern defensive security because while you would have heard about the offensive way of securing the technology assets and systems, defensive security is a different ballgame. It requires very heavy and complex synchronization of various departments across the organization and driving a program that generates active efforts from all dependent owners and affected stakeholders towards achieving common and well-coordinated goals to secure the organization infrastructure. So let's have a look at the GRC key elements now. The schematic diagram on this slide talks about how the GRC function is organized in terms of key activities and elements to be addressed through the program. You can see here that the main areas or elements of the program include the strategy and governance component, which defines the expectations and directs the overall efforts and is in charge of measuring and managing the progress and addressing any deviations. The next level to it is the policy and standards, which basically outlines the source and authoritative documents based on which an organization will define the directives against which controls can be implemented and expected behaviors can be set. Then comes the risk management vertical, which is about the various processes followed in order to identify, assess, and manage the risk as per the organization's risk appetite. This often includes various internal and external assessments such as vendor risk assessments. Then comes the control and compliance component that looks into defining the explicit control objectives that need to be met in order to achieve compliance with the organization defined standards or external regulatory requirements and compliance expectations such as SOX and PCI DSS. The efforts under this component also focus towards validating the effectiveness of the control and performing self-attestations and supporting the audit that requires to be performed in order to ascertain the compliance from an independent source. Next in line is the technology and support component, which consists of sub-components such as the GRC platform and the remediation support personnel who are necessary to sustain and facilitate the overall operations involved throughout the GRC program. Now let's have a look at the organizational setup. To give you a practical example of how organizations actually try and solve the GRC problem, here is a quick look at the sample team setup for a typically large organization. This sample is for illustration purpose and shows where the GRC sits independently under the CISO function. It is not uncommon to come across a hybrid team which is tasked with the performance of cross-functional roles across GRC, which however can be challenging and in some cases better optimized if there are dedicated resources assigned for each of individual functions under GRC. So we have seen the principles of GRC, benefits of having a GRC program, and the key elements which are involved in operating the GRC processes. However, the natural question is, how can we achieve this for an organization that wants to build an information security GRC? Well, the answer to this is plan, do, check, and act. Sounds familiar, right? So any ISO 27001 lead auditor implementer here? Let's look into the synopsis of ISO 27001 standard. ISO 27001 is an international standard which outlines security techniques and best practices. It specifies a wide set of policies, processes, and controls that can be implemented by an organization. Together, the people, process, technology, and associated information about the stakeholders, assets, risks, objectives that is involved in management of the security requirements for an organization is collectively referred to as the ISMS. The management system is meant to govern, streamline, and monitor the ISMS. Thus, it has fundamentally a strong resonance with the principles of GRC. Technically, the standard touches upon various sets of requirements, some of which are mandatory and the remaining are to be selected from a list of controls given in the annexure. The process involved in implementation of the ISO 27001 requirements is very closely aligned to the approach adopted based on GRC principles. It follows the PDCA cycle and lays a heavy emphasis on risk management techniques and continuous monitoring. While compliance is the direct and intended outcome of the ISMS implementation, the core for both ISMS and GRC program is set in defining the management support and direction as a bedrock for achieving overall success. Thus, adopting and implementing an ISMS as per 27001 can be a great starting point for the organization to begin the GRC journey, while building a solid foundation based on internationally recognized best practices. What it means to get certified. An organization that conforms to the compliance requirements as per 27001 essentially has an established management system including policies and procedures in place to manage information security. It has the necessary commitment made in terms of management direction and support. Security risks of the organizations are identified and managed. Further, if the organization is also certified based on the ISO 27001 standard, it indicates an independent and reasonable validation and assurance of the implemented practices and is an attestation of the organization's commitment in meeting the security requirements specified by the standard. Organizations that have an effective ISMS have higher likelihood of harmonizing various security controls as per the ISMS plan. Thus, if you noticed, the outcome of the ISMS implementation is very much in sync with the salient principles of the GRC. And this is how the ISO 27001 can be a great starting point. Now that we have seen the essential GRC principles, key elements of the GRC program, and have an overview of the ISO 27001, it is worth knowing how the ISO 27001 standard has provisions that align with the GRC principle, making it an excellent starting point for a GRC program. This slide presents an objective mapping between the GRC principle and the provisions in the ISO 27001 standard. The mandatory clauses from 27001 standard spell out the requirements clearly, which help align the ISMS as per the GRC principles. As listed here, you can see that the governance principles or objectives are met by the mandatory clauses listed in the adjacent column. Governance. This is met by the mandatory clauses including Clause 4, Context of the organization, Clause 5, Leadership, Clause 6, Planning, Clause 7, Support, which outlines the requirements for management support and direction. Risk management. This is met by the mandatory clause including Clause 8, Operation, which outlines the requirement for risk assessment, treatment, and preparation of statement of applicability. Compliance. This is met by the mandatory clauses including Clause 9, Performance Evaluation, and Clause 10, Improvement, along with the requirements to comply with control objectives specified from the Annexure A. Let's understand how to get started with the implementation of a GRC program. With ISO 27001 as the roadmap to GRC, it is important to note that the road does not lead to a final destination, rather is a start of an ongoing journey. With the most ongoing sustenance programs, it is therefore important that organizations should continuously evaluate the overall security posture and maturity of the ISMS. Examine the incorporation of additional control objectives based on business and regulatory requirements. Proactively plan to improve the ISMS not just in terms of matrix, but also in terms of resources to further reinforce the necessary support to improve the overall maturity. Here is where measuring the maturity as per an independent benchmark is extremely useful. This can be done based on ISACA CMMI's maturity model or as per the GRC maturity model by OCEG. OCEG focuses more on GRC management principles, whereas ISACA covers it from an overall technical information security perspective. As you can see from this representation, there are different levels of maturity that an organization can achieve for its ISMS and overall GRC program. I have built here a custom model based on reference with the GRC maturity model and the security maturity models to keep the context limited to information security GRC. This custom model is meant to give a sense of what a road to maturity looks like. To give a few examples, this is what some of the levels would typically mean. You will notice the interpretation can also synonymously extend to that of an ISMS. Level 1 represents no defined risk and compliance ownership, ad hoc and reactive assessments, document-centric approaches, minimal technology in place, no visibility on trends and analytics. At level 2, the GRC responsibilities are scattered and decentralized. These are inconsistency within departments. The GRC activities are manual and rely on documents, spreadsheets, and emails. Example, tactical siloed approach to risk and compliance. No integration or sharing of risk and compliance information. reliance on fragmented technology and lots of documents. Measurement and trending is difficult. Level 3. The GRC is department specific within limited coordination between departments. Within the department, GRC activities tend to be well structured, organized, and use technology to make GRC activities more efficient, effective, and agile. Examples include strategic approach within a department, mature processes at a department level, integrated information architecture, good reporting and trending at department level. Level 4. The organization has an enterprise GRC strategy that is trying to coordinate efforts, processes, and services across departments. Focus on enterprise reporting and working towards a common GRC platform with centralized GRC coordination. Examples include strategic approach to GRC across departments. Silos are eliminated. There is a common process, technology, and information architecture across departments. Trending and reporting are performed across departments. Level 5 indicates that the GRC program has achieved the state of stability and is functioning at an optimized level. As mentioned, this is just a reference model for illustration. Organizations can define or adopt different maturity models as well. Thus, by using this approach, organizations can monitor the progress of the GRC program and plan to enhance its effectiveness and maturity over time. So we have covered the last segment in this session. At this point, before I conclude the session, I would like to quickly summarize what was presented. This session touched upon the key principles of GRC, elements of the GRC program in context of security, and how the ISO 27001 standard offers an excellent starting point on the road to achieving maturity for the GRC program of an organization. Interested folks might want to take a look at some of the references which I have in the next slide for further reading. With that, I draw the session to a close. I would like to welcome your thoughts, inputs, and questions, so feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn and drop me a message. I look forward to staying connected. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sai Sudha, for your very informative talk on the overview on GRC's key principles and how it can relate to ISMS. So remember everyone, plan, do, check, and act. Thank you so much, Sai Sudha, and do connect with her for more updates on GRC on her social media platforms. And now let's welcome Ibrahim Hussain on for his talk on PCI DSS workshop. Welcome, Ibrahim.
Good morning and good afternoon and good evening for everyone based in your time zone. Thank you for participating today in our event. Today I'll speak about one of the most important compliance security program worldwide and well known as well, PCI DSS. My name is Ibrahim Hussain. I'm working as a senior GRC consultant. I have been working in the information security for more than 15 years. Including 12 years in the financial sector. After finishing our workshop today, I promise you, you and your team will receive an excellent level of knowledge for implementing the PCI control and understanding the scoping part. So, let's understand, it's not a law, it's a security compliance program. So stay focused and let's start our workshop today. So based on today's agenda, we will discuss the PCI DSS in a nutshell. Then we will go about what has to be protected in your environment. And we will go to the interesting part of the PCI DSS, the scoping part. Later, we will discuss the PCI 12 controls and understanding the critical subcontrols of these controls. Later on, we will discuss and understand what we should do and what we shouldn't do in our environment. The PCI in a nutshell. The PCI DSS defined by the Payment Card Industry Security Standard Council. This standard was created to increase control around the cardholder data and decrease credit card fraud via its exposure. This set of worldwide controls designed to protect your cardholder data along with the entire industry. It is also applied for all entities involved in the card payment processing, including merchants, processors, acquirers, issuers, and service provider, as well as any entities that store, process, transmit card information. Do not forget these three main factors: process, transmit, store cardholder information. It is also applied for debit and credit card. What has to be protected by the PCI DSS in our environment? First, let's understand the account data. The account data is required for a full transaction in our environment. The account data consists of the cardholder data and the SAD information or sensitive authentication data. The account data consists of 4 elements. The importance of these 4 elements is the PAN number, the primary account number, the 16 digit in your card. Also, the expiration date and the customer name. The SAD information is the important information. Let's say it is critical information because it contains the track number which is located in your magnetic strip, the CVV code which is required for the authorization your e-commerce transaction, and the PIN and PAN block. They are required for your ATM transaction and POS transaction as well. So the cardholder data, it can be stored in your system under some requirements of the PCI DSS. However, the SAD information, it is prohibited to be stored in your system. The most important to ensure that your cardholder data and SAD information cannot be stored in your application logs. Let's go to the interesting part of the PCI. I'm receiving this question every time from my client, how to define the scope. I know it is a little bit difficult process to define the scope for the PCI, but let's understand 3 main definitions. CDE, cardholder data environment. Non-CDE, it's a definition for supported system or systems that affect the security of our CDE network segments or VLANs. And out of scope, so Out of the scope of the PCI, it is out of scope of PCI. That means these application or segments or assets are not processing or transmitting or storing card information. So it's not in our inventory. So what is in our inventory of the PCI? It's two things. The first one is the CDE, the critical assets. These assets, it should store, transmit, or processing card information. Let's understand, it's not only the assets. It's even the VLAN or the network segments that located in these assets. We have also another definition in our inventory of the scoping of the PCI. It is something also called non-CDE, supported system. These supported systems, they are not limited to one or two application or one or two servers. It's not limited. So it can be your antivirus system, it can be your authentication system, Active Directory, mail system, or maybe network and security assets, including your firewalls, switches, network routers, and also NTP servers or NTP routers, or any assets will affect the CDE VLANs. So let's understand what we are looking into the scoping board. So when we discuss again the CDE environment, so I have one or two application that this application I can confirm that this application process or storing or transmit card information. So I'll count in my consideration that these application along with their VLANs or network segments are our PCI scope. Then I'll understand what is affecting the security between these CDE network segments and the other assets implemented in my entire facility. Again, remember, out of scope is out of scope. So do not count for the out of scope system. Make sure that there is network segmentation between your out of scope segments and your PCI scope. So the PCI DSS 12 requirements. I believe everyone working in the GRC sector and he already worked with the PCI, he knows that it is 12 requirement. But do you know that it was already 6 goals before they've been translated to the 12 requirements? Okay, you know. So these 250 controls translated from the mean 12 requirements, and you need to apply it all in your environment. Yes, you have to. You have to comply. It's a compliance program, right? So let's understand this is a chain of controls. They are affecting each others by controls. So let's be focused. Get ready. Are you ready? Let's move to the next part. Let's go and start with requirement number 1. Again, I picked the critical controls for each requirement. So the first control here is to have a network diagram. It's not an easy to have a network diagram which comply with the PCI control. However, you have to understand that it's not a normal network diagram. The required network diagram should include the cardholder data flows. So we need to understand the flows of the PCI. Also, this network diagram must include clear boundary between the PCI DSS scope. So we need to understand the full process of your card data represented and demonstrated in your network diagram. One of the other control for requirement number 1 is to do or conduct assessment in regular base every 6 months to check and review the rule set for your routers and firewalls. Remember, it's the first activity here. Every 6 months, you have to perform firewall and router rule set review. One of the most important control here as well is to implement perimeter firewall between your wireless access point, if applicable, and your CD environment. Remember, CD extends for cardholder data environment. Requirement number 2, the configuration port. I'm assuming that everyone working in the GRC sector are already implementing the baseline controls, and maybe we are conducting a security configuration assessment on a regular basis. However, it is already a requirement in the PCI. You have to have your own baseline documents. You have to ensure that these baseline documents against all the technology in your environment of the PCI or your scope of the PCI, and you have to do regular configuration assessment to ensure that this baseline is already applied in your environment. However, you need also to enable the necessary service and protocol in your assets. So it is easy. If you do not use this service, disable it. So one of the other control is to encrypt all the non-console administrative access using strong cryptography. So it is easy. Use a strong cryptography for all non-console access. Example, SSH version 2 instead of using SSH version 1. RDB, secure RDB over TLS instead of normal RDB, and so on. So without an inventory, it will be difficult to control your assets. So you need to have an updated inventory, and this inventory should store all the information of your hardware, software versions to track every asset in your environment. Also, it should include the function of the system as well. Requirement number 3. I'm naming it the core of the PCI DSS requirements because the controls in requirement 3 define the data at rest. So keep your cardholder data storage to a minimum level, and the secure deletion must be important. So let's define this process. How to locate your card data in your system. So on quarterly basis, you have to perform a card scanning process to understand where your data are located in your assets. Once these assets are defined, so you have to ensure that if this data is no need to store it in this place or in that asset, it need to be securely deleted. So you have to get back with your business team to understand that the retention period for this data and these assets. Once you define a matrix between the retention period and the location of this information in your assets, try to start to build a secure deletion process. Once this secure deletion process, that means when the file is no longer needed, it needs to be securely deleted. Another requirement or another control when it comes to the storing the SAD information. I told you before, it is prohibited to store the sensitive authentication data after authorization. So make sure you cannot store this information in your environment. So when it comes to the displaying the full card number on your screen, make sure that the full card number is masked. And there is only one accepted technique when it comes to the masking full card data over any display or any screen. So you can only use the first 6 digits along with the last 4 digits. So that the 6th digit in between should be truncated, so you cannot reach them after doing the masking process. Again, I'm just giving you a hint here. If your asset is receiving a masked card number, it can be out of scope, because when we discussing the PCI, when we say storing, processing, transmitting card information, we meant the PAN number. Okay, so using an encryption in the PCI, it requires a documents and implementing procedures to protect the used keys in your network. So make sure that a document is there. Also, when it comes to the using a key encryption key, you should have a process and procedures to demonstrate the full life cycle of your keys in your environment. So make sure that the document is available. Requirement number 4. The intent of this requirement is protect your card holder data during transmission. So it is required to use a strong cryptography and secure protocols to safeguard your card holder data and sensitive information during transmission over any open or public network. That means, for example, if I'm using a website that this website is processing card information, it needs to be using a strong cryptography. For example, TLS 1.2. Again, another requirement and another important requirement, never to send unprotected PAN number by end user using any messaging technique, including mail, chat, SMS, or etc. The intent of requirement number 5 is to have an antivirus system. This antivirus system should be active in your system, and also it should be run in active mode, and the user or the end user cannot stop this service unless there is a case or something for troubleshooting by approval by the senior management, and it should be returned back to an active mode once this troubleshooting is being completed. Also, it should be deploy an antivirus software to all systems that are affected by the malicious software. That means any system affected by malicious software, it should have an antivirus system. Even if you have a systems that not affected commonly by the antivirus, such as AIX or Unix systems, you need to do some kind of a regular risk assessment to ensure that these assets are not affected by the regular malicious software. Requirement number 6. The intent of this requirement is to implement secure development lifecycle to secure in scope PCI DSS applications. So the intent of this requirement again is to ensure that all system components in your scope are secured from known vulnerabilities by applying their vendor patches. Make sure that the critical security patches are applied in your environment after 1 month of being released. Also, for in-house application, please conduct secure code review for any major change for this application that's being in-house developed. Also, you need to understand there is a separation of duties between the development and production teams. And make sure that live data is not being used in the test environment. That's why the test environment are out of scope. So, as well, you cannot move the test information to the production environment. Make sure that your assets are protected from the WASP top 10 vulnerabilities. So, requirement number 7 and requirement number 8 are together, I'm calling them the logical access of the PCI DSS requirement. So let's start with requirement number 7. It's the data access control. So when it comes to implement a logical access, you need to understand to limit the access for your system components and cardholder data to only individuals that they need to have access for this information. You need to establish a control system to control and restrict the access based on the user need to know. So remember this word, it's user need to know. So if he need the access or he need to get this information, you can provide him the access. So it is better to use deny all unless there is a specified allowed access, it should be there. Once you got your access matrix for the individuals who have access for your cardholder data, then you need to implement some sort of other controls. So this requirement number 8. The intent of requirement number 8 is a personal access control. How to apply a controls against the individuals who should have access for cardholder data. So you need to assign for all users that in your PCI DSS scope a unique ID before allowing them to access your components or cardholder data. Also, you need to build a process to disable or remove inactive user after or within every 90 days. You need to apply a password policy and the account password policy, and the session timeout with ideal session timeout not more than 15 minutes. The password policy and the account policy are mentioned clearly in the PCI DSS scope. So if you need to get your password policy matches the PCI DSS scope, please visit the standards and you can collect it easy from requirement number 8. Once you apply the password and the account policy, you need to secure all individual non-console administrative by using multi-factor authentication. Remember, we requested to have a secure cryptography in requirement number 2 for all non-console admin. Now we are requesting a multi-factor authentication or 2 factors for being authenticated for these assets. Again, remember, it's for all non-console access. So start build your MFA immediately. You can also get back to the PCI Council documents and you can find 4 scenarios can be applied for implementing your MFA. Then you need to understand that all access to any database containing cardholder data should be also reviewed. So requirement number 9, physical security. So I do understand, most of us understand the meaning of the physical security when it comes to the information security. So it is easy to implement the physical security. However, it has a long sub requirements or sub controls here in the PCI DSS. I try to pick the most important controls when it comes to the implementing physical security in your network. Just make sure that you have a CCTV cameras that controlling the sensitive area when it comes to the data centers and communications room, telecommunications room, or computer rooms in your environment. And also make sure the retention period for these videos are applicable or they are retained for more than 3 months. Make sure that your system, or if you are using media in your scope, to have an inventory, and you should have a process for secure destruction for this media. And if you are transferring this media from 1 or 2 locations, so you need to make sure that these locations has an annual risk assessment. Then you need to make sure that your assets are protected from tampering. So if you have an ATM in your scope, please make sure that an anti-skimming device is connected to your ATM. So let's understand that the physical security is the last control when it comes to implementing secure controls to your assets. So in the beginning, you start your controls by implementing secure network and firewalling requirements. Then you went to the configuration part, or the configuration applied in your assets. Then you went to the core of the data at rest, securing the cardholder data at rest and in transit. Then the PCI DSS requested to have an antivirus system for any malicious software. Then you check the whole security developed life cycle for your in-house application or for your in-scope application. Then we discussed the logical access and the physical access. So as of now, we are implementing the full secure controls for your environment. So let's see what's happening next. After implementing the previous controls, please make sure that your assets are producing a sufficient level of logs to being monitored at least daily. So once your assets are produce sufficient logs, you will be able to understand what is the difference between identification and authentication logging. So you need to understand that also there is multiple actions should be logged when it comes to the producing a sufficient level of logs, such as actions being done by the administrators, like create users, delete users, or create service, stop service. All these actions must be logged, and also it should have a sufficient event when it comes to understanding the level of each event, such as from where this event has been conducted, who did this action, is this action was successful or not, and the date and time of the action. So make sure that this information, at least there is a clear instruction how to collect the logging information and the required logging information in the PCI DSS standards. Also, you need to make sure that you are using a time synchronization for your assets. It will be difficult if your assets are not being synchronized by the NTP. So the review for your logs will be a little bit difficult. And also do not forget, it's a PCI requirement to use a network synchronization protocol. Also, one of the most important part is to using FIM technology. So it is the integrity part of the PCI. So let's call this requirement the integrity part of the PCI DSS. So the security testing of the PCI, you implemented all the controls, you make sure that your assets are being monitored. Now it's time for testing your assets. So the security testing is the name of the requirement 11. So you have to maintain inventory for your wireless access point in your network. Then you have to implement a methodology for the penetration testing. Make sure to run internal and external network vulnerability scan at least in quarterly basis and after any significant change in your network. You have to perform an external vulnerability scan by approved scan vendor. So it's an entity approved by the Council of the PCI to perform an external scans. Also, you have to implement or to conduct external and internal penetration testing at least annually or any after significant change. Make sure this assessment should be conducted for the application level and the infrastructure level. Also, you need to understand that there is a network segmentation test should be conducted semi-annual. So every 6 months, you have to implement a network segmentation. So this network segmentation must be conducted to ensure there is no access from out of scope to your CDE VLANs. Also, you need to make sure that your critical files is being compared from your FIM technology at least weekly. So make sure that the files is being monitored at least weekly. And all individuals must be evaluated and investigated the change to any critical files. The last requirement of the PCI DSS is requirement number 12. So the intent of this requirement is to establish policy and procedures for the all PCI controls related. So the information security team in your facility will be responsible for establishing policy and process and procedures to match the whole PCI requirements. These policies should be distributed among all individuals in the scope. Also, the individuals must acknowledge these policies in annual basis. So make sure that you are reviewing your information security policies in annual basis and distributed among all the users. And for the remote session, and if your facility is using a remote session, please make sure that the inactive session will be disconnected after some time. Then you need to make sure that all individuals that they are using the remote session, they are prohibited to make any copying or moving or storing the card information outside of the network. So it's not only for this. So you need to make sure that an awareness program, it should be conducted in annual basis for among all the in-scope individuals. Also, please make sure that for newcomers and the staff to be well educated about your process and the policy. Please also make sure to list all your service provider in scope and make sure that the compliance date of your service provider will affect your compliance date. Last thing in our agenda today. So let's start about what we should do in our environment. Then let's see what we shouldn't do in our environment. So we should ensure that the cardholder data is always being protected. Then restrict the cardholder data by business need to know. Also, you need to ensure that the physical access is restricted for all your cardholder data. Also, do retain cardholder data only if authorized and ensure it is protected. Do use strong cryptography for your data while it's being stored in your facility. Always using the masking when screening the full PAN number. What you should don't in your environment. So do not store cardholder data unless it is absolutely necessary. So if it's not necessary, do not store the card information. Do not store the sensitive authentication data, which include the PIN block, and also the CVV code and track 1 and track 2 information. Do not permit any unauthorized people to access your card data. So this is the end of my workshop. I wish that this information reached you correctly. If you need any more help, please find my email and mobile number and talk to me at any time. I'll be there. See you, and thank you again for attending my workshop.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim, for joining us today and giving us an overview on PCI DSS requirements, the best practices, and do's and don'ts. Thank you for joining us. And now let's move on. Would like to welcome Nikhil Prapaga for his talk on how to ace security in SDLC processes. Nikhil is live now, and over to you, Nikhil.
Okay. Hey everyone, thank you so much. This is Nikhil here. Really happy to be part of YASCON 2021. I hope you all are doing great. Okay, so I think I'll get started. So this talk is mainly going to be about how do you want to secure your SDLC processes and your entire pipelining. Whenever you're trying to go for an application that needs to be go to production, how do you want to ensure that security is taken care and is taken with prime care and prime importance? So with that, I'll get started. I'll I'll quickly give a quick introduction about who am I, what I do. I currently work as an Appsec specialist at ThoughtWorks. I've been in security for quite some time, and then I've been fortunate enough to present at various different conferences across the globe, some of them being OWASP Appsec Europe, Nuit to Hack in Paris, KubeCon, Null, OWASP Seasides, and OWASP Indonesia. I've also been an old school bug bounty hunter, where I've been acknowledged in various different platforms like organizations like Adobe, Microsoft, Apple, and a bunch of others. My areas of interest have been mainly around DevSecOps and application security. So yeah, that's a quick introduction about myself, and I think you can reach out to me on all my online social media platforms. I'm all over the internet. It's at the rate Nick Chills. So that's my username everywhere. So that's my handle name everywhere. So you can certainly reach me out if needed. What's the agenda for today? Why security in SDLC? What is the main reason that we would want to do security in SDLC? And uh, just a second. Yeah, what's our end goal? What do we want to achieve with bringing in security in our SDLC? And then there are a couple of fundamental things that we need to deal with in terms of understanding our customer, ensuring that their needs are aligned with what your security implementations are going to be, and all of that. Then you do something called as a gap analysis. Then I think there's something that's kind of different to the security world, which is the whole details around value stream mapping. When you talk about DevOps, I think this is one of the key things that is also really needed for organizations to mature their SDLC and security in general in their pipelining. That's something that we are going to be touching upon. And also we are going to be looking at what are the security challenges that we get to face when we try to implement this in the pipelines and in the SDLC. Uh, we are also going to be talking about if we want to make these things possible. I think we need to work in an agile fashion, and what are the key components that we usually look at when we are trying to set up security in an agile manner. There's also going to be a small exercise or a case study that we are going to be looking at, and then eventually on the on the implementation matrix. So this is the agenda for the talk. I am really hoping that you all are gonna like this, and then hope this helps in your journey in implementing security in your organization. Okay, with that, let's get started. Why do we want to have security in SDLC in the first place? I think there are a bunch of reasons why we would want to do that, why there is a strong need in this day and age for security in SDLC. I'm sure security has obviously matured really well over the course of time. The fact that the organizations were thinking security as a last thing, just before moving to production, they wanted to check for security issues, and give the application to the security team and say, hey, this is the application, find all the security issues in that, and then just give it to us back in 1 week. So I think that was the approach, that was the mindset that we could see early on. I think probably in 2012, 2013, we still do see that level of mindset being there in certain sort of organizations. I think there is a need for paradigm shift from there. But overall, if you look at it from a product engineering or from a product security perspective, I think that mindset has certainly changed in this day and age. So one being the increased security attacks and incidents in today's world. I think if you look at it, the sophistication of these attacks, the attackers have become really, really smart. They are no more targeting organizations with simple phishing attacks. They've moved on to much more larger set of security attacks, and obviously that's been one of the key reasons why security cannot be taken as a last thing that needs to be looked at. Teams unaware of security flaws until the VAPT or security testing is done. I think the confidence in security for any application only comes when they do a VAPT or a security testing in a traditional approach. I think which is really not the right approach, because if you look at it, security being considered as a last thing is really not the right mindset for organizations to have. I think that's one of the key reasons why there is a very strong need for security to be integrated as part of your defense mechanism. Reduced time allotted for security testing. I think from my experiences, I've seen there have been teams who have been product teams which give a very small time duration. They just give like 2 weeks of time for for security teams to do their VAPT and everything else in that short duration of time. Can you even imagine, the amount of time the developers took to even develop that entire application was around, say, 6 to 7 months, and the security team being just given 2 weeks of time to find all the security flaws. It's really funny if you look at it, right? And I think that kind of leads to also increased cost in fixing these security bugs. I think when the teams are not serious about security, it obviously increases their cost to fix these issues. Eventually when they move into the areas where they would want to do bug bounty programs and integrate all of them into it, I think the amount of the commercial value of a bug found later on after in the production, or later on once it's already released, I think that's really higher compared to fixing that issue early on in the cycle. So I think that's one of the key reasons as well. There is a very strong need for integrating security in your pipelines and in the SDLC process itself. So with that, what's the end goal that we plan to achieve here? One is the reduction in the attack surface and the blast radius, to bring it down to as minimal as possible. Obviously it's highly unlikely, or it's highly impossible to bring it completely down to zero, but at least bring it to the level where it's you're taking care of security at a very larger extent, and most of the attack surfaces are covered. uh, to have a greater confidence in security in the early stages of SDLC, the earlier the organizations are able to implement security, the greater confidence that they have in the application when it comes to security, than only looking at security issues when a VAPT is done or a security testing is done. So I think there is a big difference in these two implementations, if you look at it. And I think one of the also key aspects that business teams usually look at is the faster go to production time. They do not want security to become a hindrance in them moving to production, because when they start seeing a lot of security issues being unearthed by the security teams later towards the stage of VAPT, I think we have seen at times where the development teams get into a panic mode. All of the business functions get into a panic mode. They end up sort of delaying their production, delaying their releases and all of that. So I think to reduce that, I think, is one of the key things for any business teams, and obviously security can certainly be able to help them out. Adhering to compliances and policies, we have all seen the prices, the price that the organizations have to pay when they are not adhering to any compliance, be it in terms of their regional regulations that they need to follow, or their domain specific compliances that they really need to follow. And not being compliant obviously ends up and would end up the application teams paying a heavy price. I think somewhere that could be sort of mitigated by ensuring your security is taken care in a defensive manner, or thinking about it at as early as possible, and automate the majority of the security tasks. So if you take up any organization today, any product teams for that matter, uh, security teams are very small. They formulate around 5% of their entire workforce. And obviously with such a small team catering to such a large organization with, say, 100 to 200 developers minimum, it becomes a really Herculean task to look at each and every aspects of security, implementation of security, right? And obviously automating a large chunk of this would ease their job, would also help in standardizing a lot of different aspects of security. So which is really great. I think that's one of the key end goals that we need to actually look at when you're trying to implement security. And eventually have matured development teams. When I say mature development teams which are able to comprehend the possible security scenarios, right? They are even uh, able to make conscious decisions looking at the security implications. So if the development teams are able to look at, like, for example, if a developer is trying to work on a module that requires them to fetch certain set of details from different components, where they would need to add a certain set of credentials, I think they will be able to make conscious decisions of saying that, hey, I need to store this password in a vault, and then get it from there than hard coding it in the code itself and pushing the code. I think that level of maturity needs to be there for the development teams. I think that's one of the end goal that the security teams really need to focus on, to ensure that all of the business functions are security aware. So I think this is our end goal. This is what typically we need to really want to achieve. I think one of the key things, I think that most of the folks who are on the offensive side of security know for the fact that one of the key things that we would want to do when you are given a target IP or a target machine is to gather as much as information possible about it, right? I think the same is the case with when it comes to the defensive side of approaches as well. Fundamental key thing that you really want to do is to understand your customer better. If your what product is your customer trying to build, what is their business, what are they into, what is their domain that they're focusing on, and also understanding the different varied tech stacks. So of course, this day and age, I think the amount of tech stacks the organizations really deal with is pretty huge, considering the fact that they are catering to a different wide variety of platforms. Obviously that will certainly help you to secure these at a very minute level as possible. And finally, understanding the key stakeholders that are involved, which basically means that uh, so there is something called as key stakeholder mapping. It certainly helps you to understand at any given point of time who is responsible for what. If you are able to have that level of understanding or confidence in the team structure, I think if shit hits the ceiling or if things go really wrong, you know who really need to be contacted. I think this eventually helps you in formulating your incident response plan and all around your BCPDR mechanisms, as well as in business continuity plan and disaster recovery. So which we'll talk about in the further slides. I know this might look a little overwhelming, but yeah, I think we are going to explore these aspects as well. So understanding your customer and their tech stack and everything else around it will certainly matter a lot. So okay, so I think there are certain set of security challenges that we are seeing in the modern application development. I think one of the key things is that the faster releases. We have certainly moved away from the traditional approaches where the releases were happening like once in 6 months or once in 5 months and things like that, but or once in a year for that matter. Today we see faster release cycles. I've been in projects where I've been in accounts where there are like everyday releases. The builds are being generated, are churned out on a very on a daily basis. And obviously security being a very small team in any organization, it becomes really hard for them to even cope up to that level of the builds being churned out at that such faster paces. And for the fact that there is very tech stack, I think since I already covered this, uh, the team, it becomes really confusing, or say the security team needs to look at various different aspects when they are focusing on very tech stack. I think that's one of the key challenges. And obviously scaling security to the level at which your other business functions are working. Of course, I think if you take an example of the product companies in India, the scale at which they are working, the volume at which they're working is pretty huge. You need to ensure that even security teams, though we are being really small, we need to be able to be in a position where we are able to cope up with other different set of teams. Like for example, if you take DevOps, the scale at which they are working, is going to be obviously pretty huge. And ensuring that you're able to look at security from that perspective also really matters. And finally, I think one of the key challenges that I've seen is to adherence to compliances and policies. I think compliance and policies are something is the necessary evil, at least from the business perspective, if you look at it. And I think adherence to that becomes really challenging when you have like very tech stack. You have like various different components that you need to look at. Like if you take up cloud alone, I think the amount of implementation when it comes to compliance is pretty huge. Every single component that you're working with needs to be you need to ensure that the configurations are done right, or your application is not storing a certain set of user data in certain different set of places and all of that. I think that becomes a little messy if it is not done right. So that is in fact a challenge for a lot of security teams. In fact, I think overall, I think these are the major challenges that I've been able to see in my past account or past projects that I've been part of. I think if we are able to look at these and then work towards them from early on, I think that will really add a lot of value in terms of security. Okay, so I think uh, so if you look at key components of agile security, so I think, as I mentioned, uh, one of the ways that we are able to do this is to make your security agile. Make your security in such a way that you're able to make changes for these faster releases or the faster deployments and all of that. I think the way you can obviously do is by keeping your security agile. When I say agile, I think there are certain fundamental key components that come into play as well. So security implementation mainly focuses on three different aspects. One is your people or culture in the organization, the processes that you put in place, and then finally the technology or tooling, for that matter. So if you want to sort of look at it from the percentage wise, it is mainly 50% of it is around culture, the rest 30% is around processes, only the 20% is where your tooling would come into play. So I think that's the nomenclature, or that's the percentage division that I would really want to look at, right? And so I think we can get started off with culture. What are the aspects that we would look at? We're going to be digging into these at a very deeper level, but just from a gist, I would say these are all the different aspects that you would want to look at. Security ownership, who is going to be owning up what component of security. I think there needs to be a distinctive responsibilities that needs to be added for every business functions, be it BAs, QAs, developers, or your product managers, and everyone involved in the team or involved in the entire process needs to have certain level of ownership around security. So you cannot certainly just put security is the ownership of the security team and then just wash off your hands. That is not the right approach. From a process standpoint, adding security gates at right places in your SDLC pipeline certainly adds in a lot of value, so that you're ensuring that security is taken care at each and every single level, right? We're going to be discussing about these in a much more detailed fashion as we proceed further, but this is just a gist of it. So the next is on adding your security acceptance criteria. So we're going to be talking about, so from a BA perspective, from a business analyst perspective, when they are looking at security, they need to ensure that every single story that is written, the way they are tracking their tasks, probably be it on Trello or Jira or whatever they're using for tracking it. I think security needs to be implemented at every single story level, and then that needs to be sort of also boiled down to different tasks that these individuals would be working on, right? I think that can only be done when you're trying to set a minimum security baseline for each and every of these tasks that is being done, right? We're going to be discussing about these as we proceed further. From a technology standpoint, yeah, that comes down to your integration of different tooling, your tools like your SAST scans, your SCA, your DAST, and your container scanning, your container image scanning, and infrastructure as a security. All of that would eventually come in as part of your technology, right? And eventually that also boils down to your configuration management. How do you want to sort of set up your your Ansible, or say for that matter, how do you want to sort of configure your containerization, your implementation, and all of that. I think that eventually comes down there. And finally, testing, monitoring, and maintenance. So even after implementing all of this, though this should be able to complement your VAPT or security processes, but implementation of all of this will not take away your VAPT or your traditional security testing approaches, because though implementation of all these will certainly give a greater confidence in the teams and should be able to ward off all the usual security risks in the earlier process itself, but there are certain set of business level business logic security issues or anything around business functions. I think that will certainly be able to be looked at from a actual manual security testing itself. So I think I would say if you look at it from a security testing perspective, uh, around 60 to 70% of it should be able to be handled by implementing these security as part of your pipelines or your SDLC process, and the rest 30% should be able to be taken up by the VAPT teams or the security teams. So that's the division that I would certainly would want to look at. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Yeah, so talking about technology, so I'm going to be splitting. So if you look at it from this entire 3-component perspective, I'm going to be now splitting these 3 into different areas and see what needs to be done in those aspects, right? So if you look at technology again, the technology can be further divided. So this is a complete end-to-end flow. If you look at it from a tooling perspective, I think right from the threat modeling till going on to production, I think there are bunch of different tooling that can be added in at different aspects of the security implementation. I think this is how it can be done. Like, for example, if you look at from a developer perspective, you can certainly add tools like Talisman or Git leaks or Git secrets to ensure that pre-commit hooks are taken care of. The developers are not trying to add in any are not able to hard code any secrets or credentials right into the into the code itself. These could be integrated as part of ID plugins so that all these things are taken care right at the developer machine itself. And eventually, as you move forward, there are a bunch of other tooling that can be integrated. Like for infrastructure, you can look at DocScan, Archery, Anchor, a bunch of things, and these eventually could be even tracked or say monitored. Like your log monitoring could be done using your ELK or ELK stack for that matter, and eventually implementing your WAF systems and all of that. So I think this entirely comes in from end-to-end flow if you look at it. So if you look at from a technology or a tooling perspective, it can be fundamentally divided into 3 aspects again: your detective controls, your preventive controls, and your configurational controls, right? From your detective mechanism, you could have your source composition analysis. So what does it exactly do? It basically looks at the code and then finds out what are the possible outdated libraries or frameworks that are present in the code, and obviously accordingly add in a new PR to ensure it has been able to sort of upgrade to a new version or an alternate version where that vulnerability doesn't exist. So I think this takes care of using components with known vulnerabilities, I think, which is one of the fundamental things, or one of the top 10 items of OWASP. So I think source composition analysis, I think, is one of the key areas. I think you have bunch of different open source tools or commercial tools in this aspect. I think that focus on this, which are really helpful. And next is your SaaS tooling, which is your static application security testing. Implementation of tools like your I think, to name a few, I think your tools like Checkmarks, 45, Veracode, and bunch of these others should be able to do the job at this particular stage. The next is your dynamic application security testing. Certainly implementing your tools like OWASP Zap or your Acunetics or a bunch of different toolings around the detective controls when it comes to DAST should be able to do the job here. The configuration of these tools also really matter the most. It also depends on what is the frequency of the builds that are being generated. At what point of time that you would want to add in these toolings also really matters. So these become part of your gates, again, security gates. So only when the pipeline is able to look at these tools being implemented, and then these tools are doing their job in finding these security issues at regular intervals, it should sort of give you a greater feedback, and hence also help you find security issues at a early stage. From a preventive controls, obviously you would want to ensure your secrets are prevented. Like, I think this is one of the very common security issues that I've seen developers tend to make, is to hard code secrets in when they're trying to push it to the central repository, right? So there are 2 mechanisms to do it. One is you're trying to prevent the secrets being checked in as part of their code, and the second is detecting these secrets. So the prevention mechanism can certainly be added on the developer machines by using tools like Talisman, Git secrets, or Git leaks, and all of that. So these could be added as a pre-commit or a pre-push hook. So whenever a developer tries to make a commit or they try to make a push, these tools would get invoked, and then they scan the code that scan that particular delta and then tell the developer that, hey boss, your application is your code is currently having a secret that you need to ensure that is removed before you make the push. Or sometimes you've also seen developers tend to uh, uh, bypass this mechanism. Even if you try to implement all these on developer machines, they when they start seeing a lot of false positives, they tend to become complacent, and then they just want to bypass this and they push it. That's where your detection mechanism would come in on the pipeline. When you're able to detect this, and then when you're able to see that, okay, your developer is trying to bypass this whole mechanism of security prevention, your detection mechanism would come in, and then post that, the only option that is left for you to do is to remove those secrets from the git history, and then and not just from the code but also from the git history, and eventually rotate these secrets. I think that's really important as well. Again, couple of other preventive controls would be your security in your infrastructure as a code. This day and age, a lot of the DevOps teams are focused towards bringing instances up using Terraform or CloudFormation. So obviously setting that minimum baseline there, saying that, hey, if you're trying to implement infrastructure as a code, you need to follow these different set of benchmarks. So I think there's something called as CIS benchmarks that usually infrastructure security teams need to follow, which kind of gives them a guideline or sets a baseline, saying that what needs to be secured. If let's say if someone is trying to bring up a simple EC2 instance on an Amazon AWS, what are the fundamental security aspects that needs to be looked at? So when you're trying to implement this right from the scratch, right from the place where your DevOps teams are coding these IAC code, Terraform code, for example, you can be able to modularize these security aspects and ensure that these get integrated right from the beginning. So what happens is, whenever there's a new instance that is trying to come up, it is secure by default. Uh, it is hardened by default, I would say. I think that is a really amazing way of doing security in the infrastructure as a code. The next would be security unit tests. I don't think most of the organizations even follow this. So every developer certainly looks at performing unit tests, right? So I think having security as a feature or as a unit test also helps them to ensure that they are looking at their code from security angle. So it shouldn't so become that only the security team or the security engineer is looking at it, but also a developer is consciously putting in that effort of having these unit tests done, and then ensuring security is taken care of right at their code level. Eventually moving on to compliance as code, I think this whole idea of X as code, like your pipeline as code or infra as code, compliance as code, has certainly made some meaningful strides in implementing security in a really better manner. So for the fact that I think if the teams are able to drill down to, the different requirements that are needed from a compliance standpoint, and then sort of implement that as part of a code, or code it in a manner that all these are implemented right from the scratch, I think is a phenomenal approach to take. So I think these are your preventive controls that the teams can certainly look at. From a configurational controls, it boils down to configuring your firewalls, your WAFs, and your logging and monitoring systems, and your other systems such as your container image scanning. Like for example, if the applications are containerized and run, one of the very fundamental security issues that we have been able to see in the recent days is, if you take up any random container out from Docker Hub, for example, and then try to run a security scan over it, you will see that the average number of security findings that are found on this is around 186 to 200. So that's the average number I'm saying. So you will see a lot of these containers having hard-coded passwords or using some obsolete libraries or some of the other security issues. So I think uh, container image scanning at the implementation level itself, probably looking at it right from the time when you are creating your Docker file, or even creating an image out of it, looking at that level certainly helps as well. So this is from a technology standpoint. Implementing it is can be structured in these three different areas. uh, let's move on to the process side of things. From a process perspective, there are a bunch of things that the security team needs to look at to ensure you're able to successfully integrate security at every single level. I think right from the starting point, when the team gets onboarded, you need to ensure that you're able to make a list of items or list of resources or areas where each and every individual is able to have access to. I think this can be taken up by the product managers or the product owners to ensure there is an onboarding and offboarding checklist that is maintained, to ensure that whenever an individual gets onboarded to the team, they have a clear idea as to what are the key items that they need to be provided, and then while during the offboarding, are these revoked back? Why is the access to these components revoked back or no? I think that plays a really important role to ensure that, because we have seen in certain organizations where the developers who have left the organization still having access to their old repositories and code and all of that. I think that's like the very fundamental thing that the team can take care of, and that certainly can prevent a lot of other security issues. uh, the first thing that I can also look at here is the minimum security baseline. You are setting a certain standard for security. Like, for example, if you look at it from an infrastructure perspective, if you're trying to follow CIS benchmarks for the infrastructure, uh, these security baselines could be set. These could be something that the DevOps teams need to follow by default. So if they are able to, if you are able to set these baselines and then ask the teams to follow, and then I think initially it might be a lot of trouble for them, but then eventually over the course of time it becomes a lot more easier, because you'll be able to then templatize these and then eventually use it as part of your Terraform code or as part of your cloud formation or whatever, right? I think security hardening based on benchmarks again is also is part of the same concept, where you are modularizing these security benchmarks, and then you just sort of trying to import these modules into your Terraform code and then implement it. I think that itself takes care of a lot of things. And again, coming back to the whole business analyst roles and what security that they can certainly look at is creating these security acceptance criterias, right? I think it's also the role of a security engineer on the team to ensure that the BAs, you are working with the business analysts or whoever is looking at the acceptance criterias or the story level, and add the minimum security acceptance criterias. Like, I'm going to talk about this in the exercise that we are going to be having more about it. So if you're able to define a certain security acceptance criterias that the team needs to ensure are taken care while development, I think nothing like it. It kind of takes care of a bigger chunk of problems that arise with an insecure code. The next is incident response plans. So I think I've been part of teams where the teams did not have an incident response plan whatsoever, and then everyone in the team just went haywire, confused, and the scene was completely chaotic, only for the fact that when an incident happened, only for the fact that they did not have a well structured incident response plan. So the teams did not know what needs to be done. So I think having having an incident response plan is a very fundamental thing for any organization or for any team for that matter, to ensure that in case of an emergency, what needs to be done. I think if those procedures are lined out in a very stepwise manner, it becomes a very seamless job to ensure that your business continuity plan is put in place, and your application is back up and running to the earliest, and then each and every individual in the team really knows what needs to be done in such scenarios. Other key aspects which I've rarely seen a couple of the teams really look at is the classification of data. Say, for example, if you're working with if you're working on an account or a project which mainly deals around which is in the financial banking domain, it really is important that you're able to classify the different data points into smaller chunks. So when I say smaller chunks, it basically means that, say, there is, if you're trying to come up with a data classification for this, for the different data points, like you can separate out the cardholder data into a different classification. You can separate out PII information into different classification. You can separate out other generic kind of data into a different classification, just to ensure that it helps you in ensuring that you're able to take care of security for this data in a very in a very clear manner, or you would have a lot of clarity around these aspects. Because for the fact that the cryptographic standards that would apply to a PII data or a cardholder data is going to be completely different from a cryptographic standard that you would want to implement for a generic set of data, right? You do not, I mean, obviously you do not want to have AES and level encryption, or those level of encryptions for a simple detail like uh, how many times the user has logged into the account, right? Probably some, I mean, or probably even way more generic than that. So I think uh, so when you're able to classify these data into different classifications, that will help you make informed choices or informed decisions as to how do you even want to protect this data. So that's fundamentally one of the key processes that can be set in place. And also ensuring that security SLAs are set in place for the vulnerabilities and their respective findings. So if you look at it, uh, whenever there is a finding that is going to be coming out of these different tools that you have implemented in your pipeline, you got to look at it from a very structured manner, right? You cannot give the same amount of duration of time to fix a critical issue and also a medium risk issue, right? You can certainly add things like, if a critical issue is found in the pipeline, the development team needs to ensure it is fixed within a span of a week. And in the similar lines, if there is a medium level issue that is found, the development team needs to ensure they're able to fix it within a span of 15 days, or say 25 days or a month. So in that manner, you are able to structurize it, and then the development teams are able to comprehend as to which is the priority one, and at what is the time duration that I have, in order to fix this. I think this will make a lot of things clear for not just the dev teams, but also for BAs and other business functions who are not security aware, right? I think the whole idea here is to make the other teams aware about security, because we being security engineers, we always tend to complain that, hey, the developers do not even worry about security whatsoever. But I think if you empathize as to why they do that, you will realize that the reason why they are fundamentally doing that is because they don't have any idea about it. So I think when you're able to focus on these processes and ensure that they're able to follow at a very subconscious level or at a very subtle level, they start developing these traits over the course of time, and then it eventually becomes a muscle memory in them. uh, Other aspects like your access management, I think looking at how you are able to sort of automate the whole process of IAM, identity and access management, will certainly play a key role. Because say you're working with a larger organization where you have like around 1000 to 2000 people, obviously you would want to automate the whole process of even assigning a particular set of roles or roles on IAM, identity and access management, or ensure that they do not have access to any unwanted resources, and all of that. So I think that will certainly help in order to reduce down the risk in a very larger manner. The next is iterative threat modeling. I cannot emphasize any more on this as to how important threat modeling is for a team. Right at the beginning of the product, or the product commencement or the initiation phase, is when, if a threat modeling is done, the teams or the development teams or the BAs and QAs and all of them will be on the same page as to what are the possible potential security threats that can be there with our application. So if the teams are able to even comprehend at that level, as they say, prevention is better than cure. The teams will be able to prevent these issues from happening even before they develop, or even before they put this implementation in the code, right? Than trying to cure your application of all these vulnerabilities. I think it's always better to do a threat modeling, and then look at this at the early stages. The other aspect is doing the threat modeling in an iterative manner. So threat modeling is something that we usually recommend to be done on once a month, or based on the frequency of the builds or the changes in the product or changes in the different functionalities added. What we recommend usually is to do threat modeling in at least once a month or once in every 2 months. So what really happens is the teams are aware as to, at any given point of time, the teams are really aware as to what are the possible security threats that are going to be there, in the next set of functionalities that we are developing. So once the teams are aware of it, they will then be able to track it on their tracking systems like their Trello or Jira, to ensure that these do not happen, right? If they are able to precisely track this, then I think you have done like 80 to 90% of the job. So I think these are fundamental things that can be looked at from a process perspective, right? Let's move further, and then let's discuss on what are the other aspects that we can certainly look at. People and culture, which I always say that this forms like around 50% of the entire security implementation, from a defensive approach. uh, I think I cannot emphasize more on this as to how important this is, because I think when people start having that security first mindset, when security is not given a third class citizen place in any organization, and then is given a first class citizen responsibility and that same level of treatment, I think that's where security can certainly be able to evolve in a much matured manner. So talking about people and culture, okay, so I think fundamental things is, we need to look at is security the only responsibility of the security specialist or the security subject matter expert, right? If that's the kind of mindset that the development teams have, I think they are still a very long way to go in terms of being mature in security. So I think it's also the job of the security engineer on the team is to ensure that you're able to bring in a good amount of awareness in the teams. So I do not want to sort of say that, okay, in terms of awareness you're going to give them trainings and all of that. Trainings are fine, security trainings are good to do, but they cannot be added as a blanket for all the things that the developers are doing. You cannot just do one time training and say, hey, developers are now are now aware of security, and then we are good to go. That's not how it really works. I've seen the teams where the from on paper, the development teams are completely mature. They have done their security trainings, their regular PCI DSS security trainings that are required. All of that is completely done, but still there are tons and tons of incidents that are happening. So just doing a training is not enough. There needs to be more to it than just meets the eye. So I think there's way more things that needs to be done, right? At a very fundamental level, the security ownership has to be there. You do not want to have a development team that says, hey, security is not my responsibility, it is the entire responsibility of the security team. That is not the mindset that you would really want to have, right? Because it shouldn't be that a developer checks in the code with some a bunch of different database secrets and bunch of hard-coded credentials and all of that, and then pushes to the central repository and says, hey boss, security is not my thing, let the security team handle it. That shouldn't be the mindset, right? Obviously, the development teams needs to also look at uh, you know uh, uh, ensuring that these are not done in the first place, right? They need to be consciously putting in efforts in making informed decisions as to, if I do this, what are the consequences going to be in the eventual sort of future. So that level of ownership needs to be there in security teams. This is a long game. This certainly cannot be implemented with the team members in a very short duration of time. This will eventually take time. I think the processes that we spoke about in the previous slide, I think implementing those would eventually bring in that level of maturity in the teams, where developers are able to make such level of mature level of choices in security, right? Then talking about security awareness, again, role based training. You cannot put in a generic training and say, hey boss, I'm going to give you Udemy training and then go do this, and then you should be good enough, you should be good in terms of security. So there needs to be specific level of training that needs to be done for every single business function. Say a development team needs to be given training on secure secure coding practices, and then in the other side, the infra teams need to be given trainings on securing their infrastructure in a better manner. And similarly with the case with the BA functions or the product functions and other different aspects of the team, right? You cannot come up with a generic training and say, okay, my organization is buying this particular training and then I want everyone to just do that training. That shouldn't be the case. So I think training certainly helps in a certain manner, because if you look at it, if you also do like a one time training and then just be done with it just for the sake of it to be all good on the papers, that is certainly not going to work out. Because I've s- you know how a certain set of teams are, when it comes to training. You give them a platform and say, okay, there are video courses uploaded there, you just need to sort of ensure you're completing the training. You know how the teams usually do, they just run through the entire training module within a span of like 1 or 2 hours, putting the video speed at 2x the speed, and then they just run it and say, hey, I'm done with the training and I'm good, I can move on. That shouldn't be the case. What could be done is also in-person training. This will take a good chunk of time of the security team, but I think that's kind of necessary, at least in the initial set of phases, so that the teams are oiled well in ensuring security is part and parcel of their entire delivery, right? Awareness on minimum security baselines, I think this, again, as I emphasized in the process slide, uh, when the security teams are able to define the minimum security benchmarks or the baselines that need to be ensured in the product and emphasized again and again with the teams, is when it gets engraved in the minds of other teams or other business functions. Until then, that is going to be an uphill battle that the security teams are going to be facing. But yeah, eventually it will bring the team to a place where they are able to take some good informed decisions or follow these minimum security baselines. So as they call it, Rome was not built in a day. So is a mature secure application delivery team. So the next is a security champion program. I think I think I cannot emphasize more on this as to how important this is when it comes to having a secure team, a team that looks at security at a very uh, 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 matured manner, I would say. Because what security champion program usually does is, if you look at it, you are basically pulling out one or two developers from every single team, and then they become the bridge between the actual security team and their development team or their QA or BA team, right? What happens is, you will then be able to look at it from a very grassroots level as to what is really even happening at the team level. You will then have a very uh, concrete or concrete idea as to why is a developer doing such mistake. Why is there a pattern of say, them using obsolete libraries, right? Once you're able to have that regular cadence or a weekly cadence with these security champions, you will then able to be able to analyze as to why is there a there a pattern, a common pattern of critical issues being found with specific to these teams, right? So when you're able to understand at that very fundamental level, you will then be able to guide those teams through the security champions, saying that, okay, you can sort of do this in order to mitigate this particular issue. So I think security champions become the bridge between your security teams and their development teams or any other business functions. So if you're able to connect at that uh, micro level, that will bring in a lot of clarity to the security teams as well, and also make the other development teams way more aware and way more informed about how security needs to be done. So I think this needs to be like a constant thing that has to happen. You cannot just call some random set of people and call them as security champions and say, hey boss, from now onwards you're going to ensure that security is implemented in your teams. That's not how it's going to work. So you need to be interacting with them on a weekly basis or on a bi-weekly basis, telling them how things need to be followed, or how things need to be implemented. And then I think eventually over the course of time, it becomes a little automated process. So yeah, I think from a people and culture, this is what can be looked at. Okay, so at a very fundamental level, I know we all security folks always complain the fact that, hey, developers are doing these fundamental minute security mistakes, or the BA functions are doing are not able to look at security from a broader perspective. I think what you could actually do is you can work with your business functions or your PMs or your BAs and structurize every single story that gets generated in a very in a very structured manner, I would say, from a security standpoint. So if you look at it, if you look at a story, it is usually basically done in this manner, where you have a story or backlog grooming, then you have sprint planning that happens, then there is a kickoff, then there is the actual development checks that happen, then there is desk check, then there is QA function, right? Now, how do you define security in a story also matters a lot. So right at the level where your story or your backlog is being groomed, you're able to work with the BAs and add the security acceptance criterias along with the functional acceptance criterias. So once you're able to add this, so it becomes like a very fundamental thing that, okay, the teams are ensuring that these acceptance criterias are met, and only then that is being able to do. At the sprint planning level, again, then there needs to be a reiteration of the security ACs, and that the team needs to ensure, like for example, if a password functionality is being developed, or an authentication, or something around those aspects is being developed, the teams are ensuring that a certain level of checklist is being followed, right? I think doing it in a checklist manner and then giving it to the developers is actually easier than having a lot of expectations from development teams, right? And then at the time of kickoff, obviously they need to look at what are the abuse cases or what are the security requirements as such. Say if uh, the development team is, say, working on a functionality, let's say if it is a e-commerce platform, and then they are working on a cart function, okay, adding products into the cart. If that's the function that they're looking at, they can start looking at what are the possible set of abuse cases. Obviously you would need to help them out in even coming up with those cases. Your threat modeling can certainly be able to be of greater help here. So if you are able to come up with these different abuse cases and say, hey, okay, so these are the security requirements, in order to ensure you are able to uh, see that this vulnerability doesn't exist. That can be done at a kickoff phase. And at the development phase, again, when it comes to development, I think developers, you can again emphasize with the help of your security champions to ensure they're able to follow certain set of secure coding guidelines, which they again learned it during their ongoing security trainings, and uh, also write security unit tests to ensure that whatever they're uh, able to develop is secure in nature, right? And then obviously when you have your desk checks and your QA checks that happen, the security scenarios also need to be implemented, where they look at it from look at every functional aspects from a security standpoint, and accordingly those checks are done. So based on whatever the acceptance criteria were defined earlier, if they are being able to be met or no, can certainly be able to be checked in the desk checks or in the QA phase. So this is a very fundamental way to look at, if you look at from a life cycle of a story. uh, yes, it is going to be an uphill battle in the initial days for security teams though, but then eventually over the course of time, you are in fact making not just your development teams but also your QAs, BAs and product teams to follow a structured security process, where it becomes like automated over the course of time. So uh, that's how it usually works. So let's look at a case study, right? So let's look at a particular story, right? Let's say a BA has come up with a story. So it basically says that as a registered user, I should be able to log into my banking application and access my dashboard, right? uh, the functional side of the acceptance criteria says that on the login page, if I entered invalid account credentials, I should basically get an error message saying that invalid credentials, please enter the credentials again, and should remain on the login page. And it also says that once I log in, enter the valid credentials, I should be taken to my dashboard. So that obviously yes and no. If things if everything works, if it is a happy path, take the user to the dashboard. If it is not a happy path, then show up an error, right? Throw up an error, right? Again, now from a security standpoint, what are the acceptance criteria that could be added here, right? There are a bunch of them. There could be way more than things that can be added other than this. From if you look at acceptance criteria from a security standpoint, all you could add is on the login page, when the user enters their password, the password needs to be masked, right? I think that's very fundamental thing. And I think in case their password has expired, the application should eventually redirect them to a password change page, where again the password is checked, if the password is same for the last 5 or 6 different passwords that the user has set. So I think that also can be looked at. And if the user tries to enter the credentials wrong for 3 attempts, there needs to be a frozen duration of time. The application should send an alert email to the registered email, and then there needs to be a cooldown period of time of say around 15 minutes, or that can be again decided, that for that particular IP address, that okay, using this IP address the user cannot log in for this duration of time. So obviously these kind of security acceptance criteria can be added again. So these are going to be very much dependent on the stories that are being generated. Yes, there is some good amount of time that needs to to be added by the security team. The security teams need to ensure they're able to uh, focus on these aspects and then add in some amount of time in ensuring these are taken care. But I think one of the key things, that one of the places, or one of the uh, uh, key items that can help security teams in order to in order to achieve these is, I think, the OASP ASVS, application security verification standards. I think that as a document itself is very large, and then it's quite exhaustive. They can certainly look at it from a very fundamental story level. What are the acceptance criteria that can be added for the development teams? So I think this is in a nutshell how a how a user story can be added eventually. The implementation matrix, yeah, so we spoke about 3 different aspects: your tooling, your process, and your people and culture. So from these 3 aspects, how would you want to really implement them, right? So you can divide them into multiple different phases. So the phase 1 is going to be knowledge strengthening, your phase 2 is going to be your assessment and testing, phase 3 is execution, phase 4 is enablement. So under these different aspects, you can do your threat modeling, and in terms of your assessment and testing, there's going to be a security testing, or these could be further sort of divided into smaller chunks, and then there could be a set timeline that could be added on top of it to ensure that at any given point of time, this is what needs to be done in terms of security. A lot of this can certainly be automated, but yeah, I think if you're able to have this level of structured approach, that will certainly be of great help for not just you, for not just for the security teams, but for the entire product team as well. Okay, so let's move on to something called as value stream mapping. So now you've been able to implement all these things, you've been able to bring the maturity of your team to a greater extent, but now you are now looking at way more bigger things, or now now you're damn sure that okay, things are on an automated fashion. You are able to get some good amount of confidence. Your business teams or your product teams are able to get good confidence in security right in the early stages itself, which is good. Now you would want to optimize this in a way more faster manner, right? So the whole idea of value stream mapping actually comes from the fact that your typical industrial conveyor belt mechanisms. So if you look at it, a typical Wikipedia definition of value stream mapping says this, that value stream mapping basically helps identify waste and streamline the production process. Value stream mapping can be applied to both the product and customer delivery flows. Product flow focuses on steps required to optimize product delivery and completion. So this is very typical in when it comes to your usual conveyor belt system in your industrial uh, systems, right? So it's fundamentally that. Now you would be thinking that why would I want to implement this in security, right? I think if you look at it, we all security engineers have this downside that we always look at an application from a security standpoint, right? But if you look at from a larger scheme of things, for a business, obviously their main goal is to have a faster move to production. How fast they can move to production, and then how fast they can release this product, right? I think that's one of the key things for them. So this is how a typical value stream mapping would actually look like. Uh, if you look at it, customer, okay, so this is a simple process that I've sort of brought it down here. So I've also added the image source from where this image was taken. So let's say let's say if a customer finds a defect to the time where this fix is deployed in production. If you look at it from a value stream mapping level, so there are these bunch of different tasks that are done, right? You will see the customer opens a defect, and then there is the support team that eventually triages, sends it to the development team. The development team triages or adds it to the queue. Development team eventually fixes it, tests the fixes, and then finally fixes the deployed to the production, right? So all these things are the different set of tasks that are done, right? So what is the value, what is the amount of time that it takes for this particular process or the task needs to be done in, right? So let's say the first one takes 5 minutes, and the second one takes 2 hours, 1 hour, 2 days, and the last one is 30 minutes, right? You will eventually also see what is the delay that happens over the course of time between these different set of processes. Now you would obviously want to optimize this. You would then need to see, is there a place where you can tweak around and reduce the time to ensure that your move to production happens at a very faster pace, right? I think if you're able to look at it at such granular level, it gives you a lot more understanding about your set of process itself, right? I think one fundamental mistake that security engineers tend to do is that they only think that devs implementing DevSecOps or the whole idea of shift left is only about implementing tooling. That's completely not true at all. Implementation of your tooling is only 20% of it. The rest 80% is a lot of other things, your processes, your culture, as I spoke about. So, and optimization of this is the key aspects, when it comes to ensuring you are running a successful security program, right? Let's move further and say, look at why do we even want to do a VSM, value stream mapping for security, right? So fundamentally, you would want to see that your lead time taken for security processes are not going off the roof. You obviously want to ensure that your security scans, your SAST and DAS scans, or say your source composition analysis, are not taking so much of time that there are a bunch of other processes that are getting delayed because of your security scannings, right? And I think eventually you would be able to document the current set of processes that you're able to follow, and then what is the approximate lead time that it takes, and what is the delay time that is taking. And then with that, you will be able to identify the key areas where your processes could be actually optimized. Once you're able to optimize it, certainly that will help the entire team to move faster to production or to higher environments, right? uh, what eventually it will get you is where you will eventually get to is that you will be able to identify a certain set of security flaw patterns, right? You will eventually see that, okay, a particular team is doing constantly this kind of security issues, or another development team is specifically doing mistakes around these aspects, and accordingly you will be able to optimize or customize your solutions to them, right? If you're able to do that, I think nothing like it. You will then really have like a 10,000 feet overview of why your security implementations are failing at certain aspects. So I think if you're able to get that level of understanding, nothing like it, right? The last one is security becoming a hindrance in going to production. I think, as I earlier said, the business teams majorly look at how fast they could move to production, and then obviously they would want to release their product as early as they can. And obviously security scanning or your security testing shouldn't become a blocker for them at any given point of time. uh, Else they'll start looking at security at a very wrong way. They will always have a very negative notion towards security. I think fundamentally, until and unless there is some incident that happens and then they start looking at security in a very serious manner. But yeah, again, if your processes that you have put in place are not optimized enough, then eventually it would lead to those level of issues as well, where the business starts looking at security as something that's more of a hindrance than something that's even helping them out. So if you're able to do a VSM, then it kind of solves a lot of these problems over the course of time. Yeah. So let's come down to a summary. So from an SDLC perspective, if you look at the 5 modules of SDLC that talk about requirement analysis, design, implementation, testing, and evolution, I think the fundamental, I've basically divided this into what are the key aspects that can be looked at each of these levels, right? At requirement analysis, obviously, you would want to identify any sensitive data and resources, define the different set of security requirements as per your CIA triads, and consider what are the different set of threats and abuse cases that are possibly there, which basically violate these requirements. And at the design phase, you do your regular threat modeling to analyze what are the possible security attack scenarios, and then apply the different set of principles of security by the secure software design, right? If you're able to implement that, I think the teams can eventually follow the same set of items. Implementation is where a lot of your time would eventually get taken, is where you are able to ensure that the security is present in their code review process. You are able to apply those secure coding standards into action. I think that can be only done when you're able to implement these gates in the security in the SDLC process, and also the development teams are able to eventually follow them, right? And your testing would eventually look at your the unit security test cases, and then also doing your VAPTs and security scans and all of that. And then obviously your continuous security would involve around monitoring and maintenance and all of that, integrating different tooling or different processes in your in your monitoring side of things, or your implementing your detection capabilities or your prevention capabilities and all of that. So in a nutshell, this is what the summary usually looks like. And yeah, I think this was in a nutshell how security can be implemented as part of your SDLC process or as part of your pipeline. So these are a bunch of references that I have. I think these are really amazing references that I can surely say. I think one being the DevSecOps maturity model. I think that's a great place. There's also another talk around securing your agile by Neelu Tripathi. I've also added the link. I think that's a great talk as well. The bunch of books that I really want to recommend is one called The Tangled Web. This kind of really opens up the way security needs to be done in the modern applications. The other book being specifically called DevSecOps. It's a great book, or a great source for an individual who would want to understand the defensive mechanism or how security needs to be done in a product engineering teams. I think that's it from my side. This is a bunch of shout outs and kudos to the ThoughtWorks Appsec team, who's been really helping me out in achieving a lot of my goals in implementing security, and a great set of kudos to the YASCON organizing committee as well. Thank you so much for that. Any questions any questions that or queries that anyone has got, I'm open to answer them. Okay, so I think I've been told that most of the questions would be in the comment section, or probably will be told to us will be asked to us at a later stage. That's totally fine. I think if there are no further questions, I think that's it from my end. Thank you so much, everyone. It was great presenting to the audience of YASCON. I hope you all excel in your security teams, and then I hope you all do good. Thank you so much again. You can reach out to me on all my social handles. It's the same. It's @NickChills. Thank you so much again. Thanks, everyone. I hope you all have a great time.
Kudos to you, Nikhil, for that amazing session. We have been feedbacks coming from all corners at how amazing it was, and also people asking for recordings. Obviously, we will share the recording of Nikhil's talk to you for you to dwell in back and see all the amazing concepts that he put forward for us on securing SDLC cycles, implementation, design, and integration. Thank you so much, Nikhil. You can reach out to Nikhil on Twitter and also to browse through the references that he have shown us during the talk. It was great to have you with us, Nikhil, and thank you so much for cooperating with us. A shout out to our gold sponsors, Cesium Security, Buckcrowd, and Prime Guardian. For CTF Invent sponsor, Buckcrowd, thanks again. For Active Bytes for sponsoring our workshops. Our community partners, eHackify, OWASP Sites, Detectify, ASRG Kerala, DEFCON Kuwait, Cisco Gateway, and Cyberdome Code. Thank you for supporting us. And Yas Jobs is up. If you want to land in your dream job, please go there and find the best ones. Prime Guardian has already posted their jobs, so one of them might be for you. Now let's welcome Saga Patra for his talk on hacking into AWS Cloud.
Hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening with your respective time zone. First of all, I would like to thank you for coming to this session, and I would like to thank the entire team for having me into this session. I hope you will have a good session with me. So today's session we are going to discuss about hacking into AWS Cloud. Okay, so moving to the next slide. So who am I? Myself, I am the chapter leader of WAS Jamshedpur. I am security researcher at Buckcrowd, YosVHack, SESPA, which is currently known as Inspective, which means I used to do bug bounty in those platforms. And my area of expertise are cloud security, web application hacking, API hacking, network penetration testing, thick client penetration testing, and last but not the least, Android hacking. So below here is my LinkedIn QR code. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. And after this session, if you have any doubts or queries, you can ask me on LinkedIn. So disclaimer. So this presentation is only for the education purpose only. So always hack with proper approval. If you don't have an authorization to hack, please don't hack. Otherwise, you will the company may come behind you, and you have to face some illegal consequences. And always be a hacker with ethical mindset. Always hack for good. Okay, moving on to the next slide. So today's agenda. So in today's session, we are going to discuss why attackers target cloud, the reasons why penetration testing is important on cloud, and the different types of engagement in cloud, and the scope of cloud pen test. And as we are going to discuss more about Amazon Web Service pen testing, so we'll discuss about the permitted services in which we can perform penetration testing, and we will have some few resources. We'll understand how to pen test those few resources. And last, I will share some useful resources which you can use for doing this AWS pen testing. Okay, next slide. So, why attackers target cloud? So, in recent year, many companies are migrating their business from on-prem to cloud because of these 5 features only. So, let's discuss about those features one by one. The first one is flexibility. So let me talk with an example. Suppose if you need an access to any document or data which is like while like you are not at home, or you are away from your laptop, then you can get access to your documents and data from everywhere and anywhere quickly and effortlessly. Whenever you need, you can go through web-enabled devices like those data are stored in cloud, and you can get access to those data very effectively. And the next factor is cost saving and investment. So in cloud, it is like you only pay for what you use. So this also allows business to optimize their budget more efficiently and use those services they'll need to grow and develop their company further. Okay. So the third one is disaster recovery. So in cloud, it has an integrated data backup and recovery process that keeps your business data safe at all time. Like your data is secured and protected from cyber attacks or natural disaster and even physical thefts. The way how it works, let me elaborate more. So your data is never stored in one place. Instead, it is split into fragments and encrypted and then distributed across various regions. Okay, so that various region, what we call as remote data centers. That why even if the cyber criminal if steal your data from one location, then it would be completely unusable, as because this data is like uh, encrypted and you can get access to your data from the other data regions. So in case of disaster also, you always have your backup stored in the cloud, which means data can easily be recovered in moment's notice, and your business can resume operation if any disaster has never happened. Okay. The fourth feature is scalability. So effective business scaling is a big factor these days. Companies that are able to scale up and scale down quickly can ensure a competitive advantage in the market. So, for example, suppose I'm taking a scenario of in college. So, if in college has a college website, so during the result day, okay, the college website suffers more traffic normally than the usual days. So at that time, someone may have noticed that the college websites crash, or it's become unresponsive because it cannot handle the traffic. So if the college website is deployed in cloud, then the feature comes to play this scalability. Suppose in the usual days when the college website has no traffic, then uh, it will manage the servers, and if it has more in the result day, if it have more traffic, then it will add up more servers so that the website never crashes or doesn't show unresponsive, and the students can get their result effectively without any loss or any delay. Okay, so this is all about scalability. And the other fifth factor is collaboration efficiency. So it allows better collaboration between employees, enabling multiple users to share and work on data and files at the same time. Okay, so these are the five major factors. Because of those only, the companies are migrating their on-prem to cloud. So here we go to the next slide. So reason why penetration test is important. So these are the five reasons Okay, though the first reason is meeting compliance. So there has been mandate in the payment card industry to follow PCI DSS regulation for an annual and ongoing penetration testing. Similarly, there are other compliance sake also. The cloud providers storing the data should have should be compliant. Okay, in order to store their data. The next is maintaining confidentiality, revenue, and goodwill. So if a company fails to protect the confidentiality of a data, then it can result in legal consequences and loss of goodwill. A security attack can affect accounting records and can hamper the revenue of the organization, which is very dangerous, you know. A company who's built his reputation for several years, and if any cyber security incident happens, then the revenue or the reputation will be destroyed in seconds. So penetration testing as a service not only help the enterprises discover the amount of time that is taken for an attacker to breach the system, but it also helps in confirming the companies to prepare the security teams in order to remediate the threat also. Then the next is to verify secure configuration. So if a security team of an organization is doing a good job in securing their data, like they are pretty much confident about the misconfiguration, they are enough updated with all the best security best practice. So a penetration test can be also be performed in order to verify their best practices and secure configuration, whether the resources, etc., are properly configured or not. So the next is security training for network staff. So penetration testing companies allow security personnel to recognize and respond to cyber attack properly. For instance, if a penetration tester is able to compromise a system without letting anyone about it effectively, then this could be indicated as a failure to train staff. So it is mandatory to have a proper training to the network staff. So this penetration testing also provides those feature. Okay, and the last one is testing new technology implementation. So before it goes to the production stage, any data or anything, it goes to the production stage, it is considered as a perfect time to perform penetration test, like in UAT, user acceptance testing. It is the perfect time to have your cloud providers. A penetration test is important because after going into production stage, if you do penetration testing, it can affect the users as well as it can affect users data, so there can be a very loss. Okay, so next slide. Yeah, so the types of engagement in cloud pentest. So similarly, in cloud pentest, there are three types of engagement, that is black box penetration testing and white box and gray box. So the first one is black box. So black box is very similar as the role that attacker plays. So in black box, attacker has no knowledge about anything, like they don't have any knowledge about the backend infrastructure and what are the resources that has been used by cloud. So this is like duplicating as that of hacker. So this has many advantage also. Like in this black box engagement, the testing is done in point of hacker's point of view, and the tester also verifies differences by examining the actual system and expected specification. Okay. So the next is white box penetration testing. So this white box penetration testing involves a vast methodology. In white box, the security analyst or the person involved in penetration testing of cloud providers, they have many informations, like each and every information. They have to perform the cloud penetration test as well as source code review also. So this is a vast engagement. So this can be done. And the last one is gray box penetration testing. In gray box penetration testing, the person involved in penetration testing has somewhat knowledge of the cloud providers. It might not have a knowledge of the code which is the Lambda functions are using. It has somewhat, like it is between the white box and black box. So normally this gray box penetration testing is done these days by the security analyst or the persons. Okay. So now, okay, moving on to the next slide. So scope of pen testing in the cloud. So the scope are pretty much simple. That's software as a service, penetration testing as a service, infrastructure as a service. So in infrastructure as a service, the scope is like we have to penetration test on these things only, like people, data, application, runtime, middleware, okay, etc. And in this, we doesn't have to do penetration testing, as because this is cloud providers' responsibility. They are responsible to keep it secure. Okay, and in similarly in platform as a service, the penetration testing is limited to these applications, data, and people. And people doesn't mean that you have to pen test on PT on people. This is like social engineering. Okay, and the rest things like runtime, middleware, operating system. This has been taken care by the cloud service provider. Similarly, in software as a service also, the scope is limited to people and data, and the other things like application, runtime, middleware, etc. These are the responsible of the cloud service provider. So this is pretty much the scope of pen testing in cloud engagements. Okay. So let's see what are the permitted services in AWS for pen testing. So the permitted services are like there are 11 services which AWS allows us to perform PT, and apart from the 11 services, we are not allowed to perform PT. So some services are Amazon EC2, NAT gateways, Elastic Load Balancers, Amazon RDS, Amazon CloudFront, Aurora, API gateways, Lambda, EBS, etc. So these are the services which we can only perform penetration testing. So after this slide, we're gonna discuss about 5 few resources and how penetration testing is done. So moving on to the next slide. So EC2. So an Amazon EC2 is a virtual server in Amazon Elastic Cloud, and it is responsible for running applications on Amazon Web Service infrastructure. So AWS is a comprehensive evolving cloud computing platform, and EC2 is a service that enables business subscribers to run application program in a computing environment, and it can also ultimately serve as virtual machines. And Amazon provide various type of instances with different configuration, which is the best thing. Like if you want more gigs of RAM, then you can configure according to you. If you want more processor, then it is up to you. You can configure, and the best thing is you pay for what you use. Okay, as I mentioned in the previous slides. So let's have a discussion like how penetration testing is being carried on EC2. So in EC2, first of all, for cloud penetration testing, the very first thing is you have to configure your Amazon command line interface in your Kali box, and then you have to import your keys. After importing the keys, normally read-only policy is enough for like penetration testing and config level vulnerability assessment check. So let us consider you have met all this requirement and come to the point like how to pentest EC2. So pentesting EC2, the first step is enumeration and information gathering. So you have to gather the IPs of EC2 machine using this command, that is AWS EC2 describe instances, and you have to provide the region. Then you can scratch out the IPs using your bash skills. And the other thing what you can do is like you can gather information about user data. Okay, normally what developers or cloud providers staff do, they keep secret information in the user data. And if you keep secret information in user data, if someone, some attacker or hacker gain access to the user data, then ultimately he can gain access to something that may be crucial. So it is like recommended not to store any sensitive things in user data attribute. or if you're storing any sensitive thing, then you have to encrypt or encode it. Okay. So, and the very third, the next third, fourth, fifth points are the traditional method of pen testing of EC2. So the traditional method involves like identify and fingerprinting the open ports using Nmap. You have to run your Nmap tool, and then you have to identify what are the open ports, and you have to see the vulnerable like versions of the open port, and you have to use Google to know if such ports, such versions are vulnerable to any exploit or not. Okay, if they are vulnerable to any exploit, then you can search for the POC in Google and proceed further. And the very last step is automated scan, automated vulnerability assessment. So you can give the IP of your EC2 machines in scanner like Nexpose, Nessus, etc. scanners, and you can perform an automated vulnerability assessment. So this is how we pen test EC2 machines. So going next, S3 buckets. So S3 bucket, Amazon S3 bucket is a public cloud storage resource which is available in AWS, and Amazon S3 buckets, which are similar to file folders, it store objects which consist of data and is descripting metadata. Okay, so let's discuss how PT is performed on S3 buckets. Normally, you all have known that data breach has happened on the cloud because of misconfiguration in S3 bucket. Normally, in S3 buckets, there are several misconfiguration due to which huge data breach can happen, and it has been happened in history also. So some of the checks are like S3 bucket having public read access. We have to verify that if the storage bucket has public read access, if the storage bucket has public write access. Maybe it does not have read access, but if it has write access, then it is also vulnerable. So the next is suppose an authenticated user of any cloud can read or write the storage bucket, and others are like subdomain takeover due to unclaimed Amazon S3 buckets. And the last is like if you have read permission to the storage bucket, then you have to go and check in the storage bucket like if any sensitive information are kept or not. If any sensitive information are kept, then they must be encrypted. It is crucial. Okay, so this is how pen testing on S3 bucket happens. And moving on to the next, which is AWS Lambda. So AWS Lambda is serverless computing service that is provided by AWS only, and users of AWS Lambda, those create functions, self-contained applications written in one language or other languages like Python, etc. And they upload them to AWS after writing the code. They upload them to the AWS Lambda, and which executes those functions in efficient and flexible manner. The Lambda functions can perform any kind of computing task, from serving web page and processing streams of data to calling APIs and integrating with other AWS service. Okay, so let's discuss how PT is done. So in Lambda pen testing, we have to check for Lambda code injection. We have to manually go and read the code and see if vulnerable components of like vulnerable functions are involved, in which it can ultimately lead to RC or code injection vulnerability. And we have to by manual code review, we have to find any hard-coded credentials or hard-coded keys or something like crucial or sensitive stuff we have to find. Okay, so manual code review can be done. Suppose if there are more than 300 or 400 Lambda functions, then it might not be possible for manual code review for a person to do. So in those cases, you have to take help of any tools, and you have to perform static code analysis using tools like Bandit, SameGraph, etc. Okay, these tools helps to identify vulnerabilities in code. So this is how pen testing in Lambda is performed. So moving on to the last, not last, I guess. Yeah, this is identity access management. So in AWS identity access management, it is a service that offers secure access control mechanism to all your AWS service in some case resources. AWS IAM is the heart of AWS security because it empowers you to control access by creating users and group and assigning specific permission and policy to the specific user. So it is always recommended to give minimal permission, minimal level of access to whatever user roles, groups, or etc. Okay, so always do this, like provide minimal level of permission. Because of those only many security misconfigurations are there, and attacker can lead to privilege escalation also. So let's discuss the very step of pen testing IAM is the very first is enumeration. You have to enumerate all the like user role, user group. Okay, you have to perform enumeration, and then you have to analyze the policy of group, role, and users. And you have to find it out if there are any misconfigured trust policy or dangerous trust policy are there, due to which privilege escalation can happen. Suppose, let us take an example practically. Suppose while doing web application pen testing by SSRF, you might have find keys and access key, secret key of AWS account, and those keys belong to developer. Okay, but unfortunately the developer has some more permission. Okay, so due to this more permission, which can be called as dangerous permission or misconfigured permission, hacker can gain privilege escalation and can finally gain an admin permission. Hacker can escalate using the exposed developer access. So this is dangerous. So that's why always it is recommended to have minimal role, minimal policy assigned with user or group or whatever role. Okay. So coming to next, the next is RDS. I guess this is the last resources out of the 5. So in RDS, it is a web service that makes it easier to set up and operate and scale relational database in the cloud. It provides cost-efficient, resizable capacity in industry standard relational database and manages common database administration tasks. Relational database engine made by Amazon, which combines the speed and reliability of high-end commercial databases with simplicity and cost effectiveness of open source databases. Some databases are there like Amazon SQL, Amazon MySQL, Amazon PostgreSQL, etc. So let's have a look how pen testing can be done on Amazon RDS. So the very first step of pen testing is you have to enumerate and determine the type of database, like what database is there. It is MySQL or NoSQL or PostgreSQL, etc. You have to determine. Okay. Then you have to like fingerprint using fingerprint and find out the version, what version of database it is using, and if the version is vulnerable to any exploit, then you can proceed further by finding the POC. Okay, so this so querying version and fingerprinting, this can be done by Nmap or any similar tool. Okay, then the next step is using Nmap scripts. So there are some Nmap scripts which can help to find possible username. So if you find any possible username, like normally there are like root, admin, etc. Like possible username can be guessed. If Nmap finds possible username, and if there is no root like rate limit protection on the login page of your RDS, okay, then you can perform a dictionary attack, brute force attack with a custom password word list. You can use tools like Hydra or Burpsuit. Maybe you can be successful. Okay, and last but not the least, in the login page, you can always perform SQL injection authentication bypass. If you are lucky enough, then you can bypass the authentication using SQL injection. So these are some checks while performing pen test on RDS. So some useful resources of cloud pen testing mainly on AWS are like for security assessment tool, you can have a tool like ScoutSuite or Prowler. These are automated tools which perform misconfiguration checks of the cloud provider. And for attacking S3, there are a bunch of tools in the GitHub repository of OSINT S3. And for attacking IAM, there is a tool like PMapper by NCC Group. It enumerates the IAM. This can be very quite useful for pen testing IAM also. And for discovering all the AWS resources in account, so this tool can help you, like AWS inventory by NCC Group. Let's suppose take an example, like if you have gathered some keys of AWS, then you can perform enumeration to determine what are the resources in the AWS account. Then you can use this tool, AWS inventory by NCC Group. And for static code analysis tool, there are some open source tool like Bandit, SameGraph. You can use this tool for static code analysis of Lambda functions. And for labs, there are a few labs like Cloud Code that is vulnerable by design AWS environment. There is Flaw 2, and this also last labs by Contra Security for AWS. You can have a hands-on on those labs. It can be pretty much helpful. I guess that's the end of our slide. Thank you, everyone. Thank you again for coming to our session. I hope you have enjoyed this session. Yeah.
Thank you, Sagar, for taking us through the security assessments on AWS cloud infrastructure. It was absolutely insightful. And now we're going for a break for approximately 30 minutes. We'll be back at 1:30 for Karan Sharma's talk. And let's see you then. Hope everyone joining us from India had a great lunch. And now let's continue with our talks. And next, we have joining us Karan Sharma from New Zealand for his talks on hacking single page applications. Karan is live, and over to you, Karan.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope you can see my screen. So today's topic is hacking single page applications. I'm Karen, I'm from New Zealand. I'll do my intro a little bit later. Before we start, a quick disclaimer. So everything that I'm going to cover in this talk is only for education purpose. Nothing that I'm probably showing you or talking to you promotes hacking or trying to hack anyone in any other way or any way. So what I would say, anything that you learn from this, please try to use it only for education purpose or just try to be a white hat hacker. And I take no responsibility how you choose to utilize this information. So with this out of the way, so let's get into it. A little bit about myself. I'm a founder of YASCON' Security, a company that offers offensive security services and red teaming services. I've done OSWE, certified DevSecOps professional, OSCP, and a few other certifications. I usually work on web app and mobile application pen testing, but from last few years, I've started focusing on DevSecOps to automate security in the CI/CD pipelines. So when I'm not doing security, I like to play and watch soccer. I play pool, and I like to watch the sci-fi stuff as well. I've got a YouTube channel, YASCON Security, and if you have any questions after this talk, you could reach out to me on Twitter, and you can see my handle on the screen. So let's talk about today's agenda. So today we are going to cover or talk about single page applications. What we're going to cover is we're going to compare a modern single page applications with the traditional applications. We're going to look at what are the single page application challenges when we come across these applications during bug bounty or during our pen testings, and how our traditional tooling doesn't sort of work with the single page applications. Then we will look at what are the single page application vulnerabilities. And then we will look at some of the tooling that's available that perhaps you would find useful when you come across SPAs in your pen test or bug bounties. And I would also share my methodology, what I use when I come across single page applications during my day job. Last but not least, we will look at some of the mechanisms that you can use to defend your single page applications as well. So I hope you like the agenda, what we're going to cover. So before we kick off, I think it's really important that we talk about the traditional application architecture, like what sort of traditional applications or how traditional applications used to be or how they sort of used to look like. So traditional applications or multi-page applications, as we call them, is usually when a user interacts with the application or tries to perform any of the task in a traditional application sense, the page would reload. Every time you click on the menu, you try to click on a button, you try to add something to your cart, the page would reload, right? Because there is quite a bit of back and forth going on between your client side and the server side. So your client side, which is the browser, sending data back and forth to the backend server, and then the server renders or receives the request from the client side, renders it, and sends it back to the browser. And then browser receives the response from the backend server, and then again tries to render it so it can generate that output for the end user. As you can see, that whole back and forth between the front end and the backend server takes time, right? And hence why the traditional applications probably take a little bit longer to respond. Your typical traditional applications could be seen as e-commerce applications, some of the forums that you visit where you post comments and stuff, or blogs. And again, we're not saying that the traditional applications are bad. Again, each application has its own place, and we will look at some of the examples in upcoming slides as well. So that's your typical traditional application. As you can see, heaps of hyperlinks, heaps of buttons, you can search within the application, and you can do anything that you like, but every time you interact with the application, the whole page would reload. Again, just sort of delving a little bit deeper into traditional applications. In the nutshell, or behind the scenes, or in reality, the traditional application is just a collection of pages. So every time a user is interacting with the application is just serving a page back to the end user. And how that page is rendered by the browser, it depends on the application. It depends on what the user has requested. As you can see in the diagram that I highlighted here, you've got the web browser. Your web browser, say for example, you submitted a form in a traditional application. You filled out the details. You pressed submit, and it's a post-based request. And as a typical web application, it would take that. The response will be sent back to the server, and then server performs or does the processing and then sends the response back to the browser or the end user. And then the browser again renders it and displays it. So that's how the traditional applications sort of look like, or how they work behind the scenes. So now let's look at single page applications, or what we sort of tend to say is modern day applications. So how single page applications are different from multi-page applications or traditional applications. As its name implies, single page application. Usually these type of applications only have single page. Not saying all of the single page applications have single page, they could have multiple pages as well, but like this is what the nature or the architecture of single page applications are. So what happens is, when you interact with a single page application, the web server or the backend server sends a skeleton page to the front end alongside all of its assets. So the assets include things like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and that's why when you interact with a single page application or SPA, the very first page load takes a little bit longer compared to traditional applications. The reason being because the backend server is sending the assets to the front end as well. Right. So, and then at the same time, when a user interacts with the application, example being, say, you are on YouTube, which is again a really good example. Say you liked a video, you press the like button. What happens? The page didn't reload, but you still like the video. Similarly, if you are on YouTube, you want to add a comment. You've added the comment, but the page didn't reload. So as you can see, in single page application, what happens when you're interacting with the application and when you've made any changes to it, your page doesn't have to reload. These calls or the data that you're submitting to the backend server, that happens asynchronously. And that asynchronous communication with the backend server happens over AJAX, or what it's known as asynchronous JavaScript and XML. So behind the scenes, it's using AJAX, and then on top of that, AJAX uses what it's referred to as XML HTTP request objects to make this all happen, and hence why when you interact with single page application, you don't have to reload the page. Only that particular view gets updated, and we will look at that. Don't worry if all of this doesn't make sense yet. Some of the typical examples of single page applications are your Twitter, Gmail, Pinterest, and there are a million more applications out there that use the single page application architecture. Your typical frameworks that you use to build SPAs are React and Angular. Because single page applications are heavily dependent on JavaScript, because when those objects are sent from the server to the front end in that very first load, it makes it quite easier for the developers, or even for us pen testers, to leverage the developer tools functionality to debug the applications. And I think as a pen tester or a security researcher, we should be using the power of developer tools, because if you haven't explored developer tools, say of Chrome or Firefox, you're really missing out on the actual power that's available in the browsers to interact with the application or to actually understand the application a little bit, at a core, or understand the application logic. So these are what single page applications do. A typical architecture of the single page application. So this example that I'm giving you here is OWASP Jew Shops example. So this is how the OWASP Jew Shops architecture looks like. So you could see these are 3 different tiers. This is the front end, the middleware, and then the back end, or perhaps the database where the data gets stored. So as you can see, typically, as I was saying, in your front end, you've got the Angular front end. It's written in Angular front end, and then the application uses perhaps Google OAuth 2.0 for authentication. Then it's using the Node Express framework in the back end, and then NoSQL and other SQL Server to store the data. The interaction between the front end and the back end happens over APIs, and it also uses socket.io. So so this is what the typical architecture of a single page application looks like. And again, just to sort of compare the two, on the top, you've got the multi-page application or the traditional application lifecycle, and at the bottom, you've got the single page application or the modern day application lifecycle. Again, just to reiterate what I covered, the multi-page applications, your typical applications, every time you interact with it, no matter what you do, it's going to reload the whole page. Whereas in an SPA or a modern day application, after the first initial request or initial load is done, after the front end receives the request back, all the other calls that takes place between the front end and the backend server happens over AJAX or asynchronous calls. So the data between the client side and the server side is sent, which is transparent to the end user. End user doesn't know what's actually going on behind the scenes because the page is not reloading. And I can probably show you an example of one of those of the SPAs. So here I'm just using the public version of OWASP Jew Shop. And this is a typical example of a single page application. Here, say, for example, I'm interacting with the account page or with the account section of the web application. I click on login. The page didn't reload, as if you may have seen. Similarly, I can click on not yet a customer. Look, the page is just displaying like I am interacting with application as it is. Similarly, I clicking on different buttons, and I'm just seeing, the similar sort of behavior that's available within the application itself. So so that's your typical single page application. Again, you can probably ask, where would you use single page application comparison to a traditional application, right? Single page applications are important when you care about speed. Perhaps when you care too much about user experience, you don't really care too much about, say, how much data you want to store in terms of you're not doing something like what an e-commerce type application does. So so you have your different use cases when it comes to where to use single page application and traditional applications. The reason I'm going a little bit deeper into the two, because if our understanding is clear, or if we know how the single page applications work, it makes life a little bit easier when we come across these applications during pen testing or bug hunting. So let's move on. Because I talked about AJAX, so let's just understand what AJAX actually is. I think I've already covered, but let's just quickly go through it. Stands for asynchronous JavaScript and XML, updates web pages without reloading the page. As you can see, how important AJAX is to a single page application. It requests and receives data from the server even when the page has reloaded. It could fetch the data from the server without user knowing about it. Even if you're looking at the application, or when you're looking at the application page, the data, the application may still be fetching data behind the scenes, but you're not aware of it. That's why the modern day applications, how they improve the user experience, and probably developers are pushing for more use of single page application on day-to-day basis. And just a little bit depiction, as you can see in Ajax, what Ajax is, you've got the browser, you've got the backend server, the communication between the two happens over the network connectivity. The browser talks to the backend server, and that XML HTTP request object that Ajax uses, the request is being sent to the backend server, mainly the JSON objects. And then once the processing is finished on the backend server, the server sends a response back to the browser, and then the browser just simply displays the portion, whatever portion needs to be updated. And yeah, that's what Ajax is. Vulnerabilities. You might be thinking, or as a general questions, do OWASP top 10 still affect the modern day applications? And answer up to some extent is yes. Yes, because all of the vulnerabilities that are listed in OWASP top 10, you don't have any framework per se which could prevent against all of those vulnerabilities. You don't have a silver bullet framework that could prevent against those vulnerabilities out of the box, right? So in this presentation, what I've done is I've sort of given just React framework specific vulnerabilities. You can Google about Angular as well, but I just wanted to sort of showcase what vulnerabilities affect a React framework. And you may be surprised looking at the cross-site scripting on the top. Again, it's not in any order. It's just, the way I typed it. And there are a few vulnerabilities that may be relatively new to you, or you may not have heard about these, perhaps a server-side rendering or zip slip type vulnerabilities. But yeah, so these are the vulnerabilities that affect your React framework. Now, why cross-site scripting on the top? First of all, keep in mind, we're talking about SPAs, single page applications. SPAs are heavily dependent on JavaScripts. You have lots of JavaScript code on the browser side. And if your developers are actually not using built-in framework protections, or perhaps they go, out of the... So first of all, the React and Angular provides you secure by default frameworks, or they have like built-in defenses against perhaps OWASP top 10. You then have to go out of your way to introduce a vulnerability into your application. Example being, if you're a React developer and you still wants to use dangerously set inner HTML function, React tells you, yes, you can use that function, but it may introduce a cross-site scripting vulnerability. Now, depending on what type of testing you're doing, whether you have access to the source code or it's a complete black box, or you're doing a gray box pen testing, if you have access to the source code, you could actually simply look for that function and see what's the source, and whether that sync is actually reachable through a source. And if it is, well, then it would lead to a cross-site scripting vulnerability. But you would have to go out of your way to be able to use that function. But again, it varies from application to application. You may have a particular need why you want to use that function. Similarly, there is another dangerous URL scheme. So if you're expecting users to enter URLs as an input to in your application, perhaps you want to collect their website or something like that. If a user changes that HTTPA or HTTPS to JavaScript ::" alert 1, they could execute cross-site scripting that way, because the URL scheme is not being validated. And there is no defense in React framework against that, as far as I've read. I haven't come across this vulnerability myself, and since I've done the pen testing of React applications, but there may be a possibility of that. But you could see how these different type of vulnerabilities still could affect your React applications. There may still be vulnerabilities like SQL injection out there, depending upon the context or how you're handling user input and whether you're still taking user input and passing that on to the SQL queries to form a SQL query, and then that may end up in SQL injection. But in my experience, when it comes to the modern day applications, you also have to look at the things like authentication. What sort of authentication the application is using? Is it like a custom written authentication? Are they using OAuth 2.0? What type of authentication it is? And then authorization. Broken authorization is really, really important. Finding IDORs into the application. Have they done like have they put proper authorization controls in place for user to user, which is horizontal and vertical access controls? Are those controls in place? You can see there is a lot of room for you to sort of still look for vulnerabilities in modern day or SPA based applications. But don't forget the SPA challenges, which we covered in the very first slide probably. Single page applications are different from your traditional applications, which means the traditional tooling that you used to use, like the spiders or the crawling or the crawlers or spiders, whatever you use to map out the application, those tools aren't going to work for single page applications. And these are the challenges. The reason is, in the traditional applications, you would have hyperlinks. Some of the source code may show /form, and the method is post, and this is how the application form is going to be posted. That's not available for modern day applications. You may have hyperlinks again in your traditional applications, so you can form the paths and routes. You don't have that in single page applications. The reason for that is single page applications are JavaScript dependent. All those paths, all those routes are generated on the fly dynamically. So every time a user interacts with the application, they interact with the function, they execute a function, then the function, perhaps function's output may take the user to a different path, to a different route. So it's really, really hard to predict what paths or routes are available in single page applications. So when you're coming into or interacting with these applications from a complete black box perspective, perhaps in a bug bounty target where you don't even have a choice of creating a user account, you don't even know what paths are available. You can try as many directory brute forces as available. It's going to be really, really hard to discover much because of the how the SPAs are architected. And similar behavior can be seen not just for crawling, but also for form discovering or fuzzing. In our traditional tooling, when we come across any sort of form, right? Like say you are pen testing an application and it has a form, you're pumping the traffic through Burp, and you want to use Burp's perhaps active scanning to find vulnerabilities in that form. That's not going to be available for SPAs because, again, the way the form is submitted is different. It's not your typical form where you have the field names and the values, which Burp can easily pick it up, can start sending the malicious payloads, and based on the output, it will show you the vulnerabilities. That's not going to work. So, look, these are the challenges that we come across, and that's the reason why perhaps single page applications can also give false sense of security. The reason being, you haven't actually mapped the whole application yet. You don't even know what the attack surface of the application is. You don't know when you authenticate to a single page applications how many different paths or routes there are, because you don't know. It's simply a false sense of security. So what can we do when we do pen test, or when we do come across these applications during bug bounty target, when we're doing bug bounties? So let's talk about the tooling that's available. We will talk about open source free tooling, but also tooling that's commercial, that's probably the paid products. So first one is a really good tool, if, as you know, OWASP Zap. OWASP Zap is OWASP's flagship project. It's open source, free, dynamic application security testing tool. The best thing about OWASP Zap is that it's got an Ajax spider. So it's a feature inside Zap which would help you crawl through the application, execute those functions, like those JavaScript functions, and then identify what different paths or routes are. Because once the function is executed, of course, the tool would know what's the output. Is it generating a new path? Is it going somewhere else? So it's gathering that information. So hence why that the Ajax spider is a really, really important feature that's available in OWASP Zap. Also, once you have done that, it's going to give you a better picture. Again, I'm not saying that OWASP Zap's going to find 100% of your paths and routes. Again, it depends on the application, but it would still give you better results compared to your traditional tooling that uses traditional day spiders or crawls. Next one, another free tool that's available is called HTCap. So what it does is, again, it's free. It intercepts the Ajax calls, and then it looks at the DOM changes, the document object model that's available in your browser. It looks at how the calls, the Ajax calls are changing the DOM. So it sort of intercepts that and tries to map all of that to form a better picture about the application. They've got really, really good demos available on their website, so you can go and have a look. And they have like plethora of other features available too. Another cool thing that I like about this tool is that you could actually script the login sequences, like how you want to log into the application. So these tools can capture it. And when you perhaps come across SPAs or the SPA that you're testing, it can then do authenticated crawling or calling as well. So you would have a better coverage as an unauthenticated user as well as an authenticated user. Next tool available is a commercial tool from Rapid7 called AppSpider. Again, it's a dynamic application security testing tool. The cool thing about this tool is, again, I'm not sponsored by any of these tools. It's just based on my research, the tooling that I've used it in the past. The best thing about this tool is that you could actually integrate this tool in your CI/CD pipelines. So if you really care about finding these issues in your applications early, as quickly as you can, you probably want to implement some sort of tooling in your CI/CD pipeline so you can have better coverage. So yeah, so Rapid7 has another tooling that you can probably read up more about it if you are into commercial tooling as well. Another commercial tooling is Veracode. They do also provide dynamic analysis. They also sort of provide you a better coverage for single page applications. They have their scanning engine does things like recording of recording and replay of series of actions that a user might take when they interact with the single page application. So each tool has a different way of mapping or understanding how the single page application would behave, or how that function would behave, or what the output of that function might be, which can be used to map out the application. Then we've got another tool which I really like. I came across this one early last year. It's actually a Chrome extension, Google Chrome extension. It extends the it extends your Chrome's developer tools into more like sort of like a pen testing suite. So what it does is it interacts with the SPA, right? It interacts with your single page application, and then it looks at and see, which chunk of codes are responsible for triggering a particular event on the page. So this particular extension could help you sort of analyze that. Like, okay, this code is actually doing this, or this code is actually doing this. So if you are analyzing the application perhaps from a business logic perspective. You're trying to understand the logic of the application, which is quite common for single page applications. The reason being, these apps have quite a bit of logic sitting on the client side, right? And there may be a possibility that you may be able to bypass some of the client side logic if you understand enough about the application. So these sort of extensions can help you as well. Last but not the least, haven't forgotten about the people who probably may want to put something into their CI/CD pipelines. This tool perhaps can help you. So this tool is meant for CI/CD pipelines. If you are building single page applications, you have a proper pipeline set up, you could perhaps look at this tooling, which may be able to help you. Again, it's a proxyless scanner, does all the instrumentation and everything. Another cool thing about this tool that I really like is the last point that I mentioned here. You can use this tool and you can pass your API spec document, like Open API specs for perhaps REST APIs or GraphQL schemas, and then it can help you find vulnerabilities in your APIs. So whether those are RESTful APIs or GraphQL APIs, you could, use to scan those APIs as well. Let's talk about my methodology. Like, what do I do when I come across a single page application? So again, this is just how I. So these are the steps that I follow when I do single page applications or modern day applications pen testing. Again, the steps that I've outlined here may vary from your methodology. Again, it would depend on whether you're doing a black box testing, whether you're doing a gray box testing, or you're doing a white box testing. So the methodology may vary. And here I'm just sort of thinking from a perspective of where my clients have given me a couple of user accounts. I don't have the source code of the application, but I have access to the application. I can create, or I have been given access to user accounts, like multiple user accounts. So that's how I would sort of interact or perform my pen testing. First thing first, whether you have been given information about the framework or not, whether it's a complete black box target, the first thing you probably want to know is what is the framework the application is using, right? Whether it's written in React, whether it's written in Angular, and perhaps the version as well, because the older version of React and Angular are way more vulnerable comparison to what the newer versions are. The Portswigger has done some awesome research in React, in Angular. You can definitely read up on that. Like, up to certain Angular versions, there are heaps of cross-site scripting vulnerabilities available. And yeah, so first thing first, I try to find what the framework is. And in order to do that, I've just simply installed an extension called Webalizer. So Webalizer provides you information right in the browser about the JavaScript framework, the fonts the application is using. And again, sometimes it may be right, sometimes it may not be, but you could actually use that information to build the build your understanding of the application. For example, as an example, say Webalizer is telling me that it's using jQuery 2.2.4. How do I validate that? Well, I can launch Chrome Developer Tools. I can click on Sources. I can click on Top, and I can go search in all files. And what version did it say it has? jQuery 2. I'll just simply type, say, jQuery, and press Enter. First thing that popped up is jQuery version 2.2.4. Okay, cool. So I just validated what the plugin told me versus what I found by interacting with the application. So, okay, I know that that version is right. Now, what do I do when I identified these frameworks? Next thing I do is identifying known vulnerabilities. Now you could go in and you could probably check whether that jQuery has any known vulnerabilities, whether other third-party dependencies that the application is using has any known vulnerabilities. You could go find XSS attack vectors for older frameworks, as I was saying. If you found that it's using probably Angular 1 or 2 or something like that, simply just do a quick Google, or there's a really nice repo on GitHub called Payload All the Things. They have all the payloads that may be available for that particular version of Angular. And the next thing that I like to do is also, I'm really into JavaScript prototype pollution attacks. So I would look for that dependency and see whether that dependency is vulnerable to any of the JavaScript prototype pollution attacks. I've actually come across 3 or 4 vulnerabilities in the last 3 or 4 months, actually, where I found JavaScript prototype pollution vulnerabilities in these frameworks because these were using older dependencies. And there is a really good repository available on GitHub. Thanks heaps for the people who put this together, that has got the version numbers and which gadget is available for prototype pollution attacks. So you could probably use that information to perhaps leverage or try JavaScript prototype pollution attacks. Next thing what I do once I know about the application is I use Zap. I use HTCap. I use Zap with unauthenticated crawling with age expiring, and I use HTCap with authentication and without authentication. And you might ask, why do I use 2 different tools? As I said, none of the tooling that's available would give you enough coverage. Similarly, we have to use multiple tools to make sure that the application that we're testing, we have better reachability, visibility, and we can cover it enough. So I would try to use as many tools as possible, but at least I would use these 2 tools every time I come across an SPA. So this would give me a better sense that, okay, these may be the paths that are available. Then I know how to sort of, then I'll start to sort of map the application in my head. And and these 2 tools really help me. Next thing I would test for in the application is the authentication, of course. Again, as I said earlier, it depends what sort of authentication is in place. Is it, application using like typical OAuth 2.0? Is it using like login with Google, login with Twitter, login with Facebook, or is it a custom written authentication? If it's custom written, I'm spending more time on the authentication piece because there may be some authentication bypass available. Testing the password reset functionality as much as I can. Look at the password reset functionality and perhaps regenerate as many password reset links as possible and see what that token sort of looks like when it comes to the authentication. Another thing that you probably want to do as well, once you've authenticated to the application, what is the token, how the user session is being managed? Are these cookies? Are these JWT tokens? Or what is going on behind the scenes? How the user is being authenticated? Because if the application is using JWT tokens or whichever tokens, and if it's storing the token inside browser's local storage, you know that the local storage does not have any protections like the protections that are available to a cookie. HTTP only, same site flag, secure cookie flag. Those things are not available to a token that's available, or the token that is being stored in local storage. You have to do a cost benefit analysis, and you have to probably let the client know why they are storing it there, because if they're storing it in local storage, the session token, and if the application is vulnerable to a cross-site scripting, cross-site scripting or the JavaScript on the client side can read the local storage. I've done it in the past. 4 or 5 months ago in a pen test, I exfiltrated the token from the local storage, sent it through Burp's collaborator, and managed to get the session token. And usually those tokens are, the validity of those tokens is around 24 hours. So, well, I could have used it to make API calls and whatnot. So you probably want to analyze, you probably want to raise those things as well with your clients if you come across that sort of stuff. Last but not least, the authorization testing. I can't stress this enough. When you come across single page applications, don't just spend time poking around the front end side of things. If you come across SPAs or even traditional applications, because most of the single page apps have API calls, whether it's REST API or GraphQL API, you should be spending time on the API testing. Test the APIs from two users' perspective. Look for authorization vulnerabilities, right? See if the user IDs are being leaked somehow. See if you can see other users' information through IDORs. See if you can escalate your privileges, or whether you can do like a horizontal or vertical privilege escalation somehow. Can you try to attempt when you get to the authorization testing, see how many different roles there are, and again, whether you have ability to create accounts or create different roles, try to create account for each role and test the application in that manner, and see if you can move from one role to the other, or whether you can access information from one role to the other, whether a low privileged user can call the same APIs as an admin. You want to do you want to perform all of that testing with authorization. And I believe most of your time would be spent between authentication and authorization. It depends what sort of authentication it is. If it's custom, yep, definitely spend time. If it's authorization, like when you're testing that, you should be spending time testing that for sure. All SPAs are using APIs behind the scenes, and I can't stress this enough. Another thing, the tool that you should be using is Chrome Developer Tools, right? Just again, those who may have not seen Chrome Developer Tools, you could either launch it. I just probably relaunch the Juice Shop again. You can click on More Tools, Developer Tools, and you can launch the developer tools like that. You can click on the network tab and you can see all the network calls that are happening behind the scenes. If you press Control, you can select multiple things. Similarly, you can click on all and you can see all the information. Yeah, quite handy tool. I highly recommend that you use that. You can use Chrome Developer Tools to debug the application. You can put the breakpoints and stuff. Last but not least, don't forget about WebSockets. Modern day applications, they do use WebSockets. If you are pumping traffic through Burp and you're not seeing much HTTP history under the history tab of Burp, look at the WebSocket tab. It may be using some WebSockets. And another thing that you can pick up is if you see the status code from the server, which is 101, means it's switching the protocol. It's going to start using the WebSockets. And if you do come across WebSockets, test those WebSockets for vulnerabilities. If you don't know much about WebSockets, highly recommend that you go on Web Security Academy and you do all the labs that awesome people at Portswigger have put together. So that's what my methodology is. Last but not the least, the last part that I want to cover is the defenses that we can put in. What can we do to protect against these vulnerabilities? Or how could we pump out secure by default products? Well, few things. First of all, that goes without saying, don't trust users' input, right? Everybody says that, but well, we still do it. So don't trust users' input. Always use input sanitization. Use built-in frameworks. Don't write your own regex. Rely on what the frameworks have to offer, right? Use whitelisting rather than blacklisting. Don't use dangerous functions, as we looked at that dangerous function of React. Stop using those type of functions. Keep your third-party dependencies up to date. Most of probably number of vulnerabilities in your applications are actually caused by third-party dependencies that you are using in your application anyways. When it comes to authorization issues, you want to make sure that each and every single API call that is being made to the backend is being validated for the authorization header or token that's there. If the token is not there, or if the token is perhaps the way you're validating it, make sure you don't send anything back to the user unless the backend is fully happy. So you want to make sure that you want to put those controls in place. Last but not least, where the world is heading is DevSecOps, right? You want to embed some security tooling in your CI/CD pipelines, especially for these modern day applications. We looked at those commercial toolings. We look at some open source tooling. OWASP Zap, it has one of the most powerful APIs that you can sort of use in your CI/CD pipelines for automation, right? You could use that, and you could perhaps capture at least the low-hanging fruit that any pen tester or bug hunter would come across in your application. So with CI/CD pipelines, introduce a security automation and try to capture as many low-hanging fruits as possible. So with these things, I hope that you can add more security to your products, and which would also help you build secure by default products. These are the references that I used. And yeah, that's me. Thank you very much. And I hope you've learned something new from this talk. I try to keep it, as concise as I could. I would have loved to show you the demos. Maybe do it later at some point, but because I only had certain amount of time, that's all I could show you today. Again, to the whole team at YASCON, thank you very much for the opportunity. And yeah, if you have any questions, please feel free to hit me up on Twitter. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Karan. Obviously, we look forward for your demo sometime later. And it is absolutely wonderful to have you for taking us through single page applications and to show and share your scoping approach, methodology, and defense mechanism. It's absolutely wonderful to
Thank you
have
very much.
you with the talk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karan. See you later.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Cheers.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Our gold sponsors, CCM Security, Bugcrowd, and Prime Guardian. Our bronze sponsor, ActiveBytes and Canary partners, eHackify, Avast Sites, Detectify, ASRG, DEFCON, Cisco Gateway, and Cyberdome Core Code. Up next, we are having a talk from Jamie Sloan and 4 years to find and fix open source software vulnerabilities. It's time to act. Let's see how we have to act.
YASCON'2021. I hope you're enjoying this year's virtual conference. Just a quick note from me before I get started. If you do have any questions for this pre-recorded session, feel free to drop me a tweet at Jamie Sloan, or you can send me a more personal email, jamie@418sec.com. Enjoy. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are watching from. Thank you for joining my session on 4 years to find and fix open source vulnerabilities. It's time to act. I'd like to personally thank the YASCON'21 team today for the amount of effort and time they've put into this very special stream. And I'd also like to personally thank Abhiram from the YASCON team for his support and dedication to the security community and to our friendship over the last few years. Finally, my email and Twitter are on screen, so if you do have any questions, feel free to drop me a line. I'd be more than happy to answer your questions. Before I jump into my presentation, though, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Christy and Vicky, who have prepared what I'm sure will be a fantastic session on security code analysis. A lot of what they cover and what you'll learn from their session is likely to come hand in hand with some of the stuff that I'm covering today. So as a matter of introduction, I'm Jamie. I'm the co-founder and CTO at Hunter, or hunts.dev. Previously, I was a project lead and security engineer at BT Security, working on threat intelligence with BT's global SOC capabilities. I also recently joined OpenJS Foundation, their working security group, to contribute and help address some of the security issues, which I'll also be covering today. So, whether you are familiar with open source software or not, it accounts for 99% of software projects developed globally, which is massive, okay? This number is important as it was not previously the case where most software projects were actually developed in-house, what we like to call proprietary software. It was more bespoke, the source code was not freely available, it was not necessarily reusable, and was very typically built for specific purposes. Now, all the growth that we see on the screen here is by in part certainly down to open source software, okay? It's allowed businesses to develop fast, provide services quickly that we love and use on a day-to-day basis, and to be able to do this quicker than ever. Whether it be your media streaming services, where you store your money, how you trade currency, whether it be cutting edge research, even cybersecurity or transport, and even software development itself, all of these industries that we can see here and more have really swallowed the open source software ecosystem. And it's for various reasons, right? But open source software is free, it's extensible, it's abundant, and it's a beautiful network of communities that are constantly being born around the world, which fosters in a new age of technical ease and simplicity, resulting in very quick innovation that we see with all these amazing services that are being developed today around the world. You could see it as a constant innovation process where developers are building on the shoulders of the giants before them, taking the best of what was previous and learning maybe from some of the mistakes or some of the issues that were identified in the open source ecosystem. However, as these networks or dependencies, as we like to call them, form between these software packages and their communities, so can the traversal of various issues, including security vulnerabilities. With a single point of infection, let's say a single open source package or a piece of software, a security vulnerability could quickly spread through the network. And that's purely because developers share and reuse many components. And I guess this can arise due to abandonment of projects, which are potentially heavily relied upon, as well as acting on issues like vulnerabilities is not necessarily required, as open source software, albeit extremely important to industry, to individuals, to hobbyists, it does not necessarily require a guarantee or accountability of action. And so with this being the case, over the past few years, we have seen the security issues start to grip the open source community and ecosystem, with the number of vulnerabilities growing just as significantly as the number of lines of code that are written to be able to provide these brilliant reusable services. We may even look at the latest data presented by GitHub's report and start to wonder if the number of vulnerabilities is growing more rapidly as we get better insight and understanding into the presence of vulnerabilities in the software that we are developing. And furthermore, we have a huge backlog of security issues that we aren't even aware about today. GitHub recently found that it can take more than 4 years to find a vulnerability before any form of security remediation even begins, which you can see at the end of the graph, represented by the purple, the blue, and the green. With this in mind, you can really start to imagine how much a single vulnerability could spread across the dependency tree, given that the ecosystem relies so heavily on reusability and also extensibility. You know, you might think I might start a new project for fun with very few packages, I'm new to open source software, and you may not realize that the software that you're using from other packages just to get yourself started could in fact be vulnerable. And unfortunately, this has resulted in newsworthy, sizable, and also alarming security events where certain software packages that have been vulnerable in the past resulted in breaches against companies, their live services, and their data. And so a vulnerability that is sitting in the wild for, let's say, 4 years potentially, has the ability to wreak havoc on our favorite services and products in the meantime, which of course is not desirable for us, for these businesses, and generally for everyone in society. And this has really come at a major cost, which it will continue to do so unless we address it. Looking at Equifax's case, they suffered a major drop in their share price after suffering a cyber breach caused by a vulnerable open source library called Apache Struts, and this occurred in July 2017. Now, bear in mind, Apache Struts was and still is a popular open source package that was likely in the hands of thousands of other major businesses and corporations and developers, and still is probably servicing some of the most critical day-to-day services that you can think of. And so it's really poignant and important to remember here that, you know, this isn't just open source packages that do very minimal things. These are open source packages that can undermine the core and critical parts of a service. And so that's important to bear in mind here when looking at the effects. And, you know, as a result, it wasn't necessarily just the share price. Equifax reported that more than 140 million of their customers were affected by the breach, and it has been called potentially one of the biggest data breaches of all time. And to make matters even worse for Equifax, of course, their reputation surely plummeted. And not only this, the market cap of the business dropped by $5 billion almost overnight. And, you know, it's really crazy to think that something as potentially insignificant as an insecure line of code or a vulnerability in some code could have such an amplified effect over time. So what can we do about it? It all sounds like doom and gloom, but I am here to tell you that there is something we can do about it and that we can start acting today. I'd like to introduce to you hunt.dev. It's a bug bounty board that rewards hackers like yourselves for finding and fixing vulnerabilities, even like the one which was caused by inside of the Equifax breach in open source software. Due to the ginormous number of open source projects, our disclosure scope broadly covers more than 25 million projects, which means we can certainly close the door on those P1 duplicates. We uniquely reward hackers for, you know, both finding and the fixing of vulnerabilities, as we see the value in discovery as well as the fast and guaranteed remediation. And if we think back to that 4-year graph, of course, discovery is certainly important, but not to underestimate the importance of fixing and sharing the fix with the rest of the open source community. We understand the challenge and know-how that comes with crafting and proving a security exploit, and so we make sure to reward our hackers generously for their time and obviously their contribution back to open source software and the developers that may not necessarily have the security insight or understanding to address these security issues. And because our scope is so large and broad, we have a nice and easy to follow disclosure policy which sets you on your way to finding your first vulnerability within minutes. And so when a hacker is looking for a target or has found a potential vulnerability in an open source project, they can find out exactly how much their reward will be before making their disclosure. We realized when, looking into the, vulnerability disclosure process for hackers, one of the things that was really important is transparency. This was really paramount to the hackers. And so pre-reporting of your disclosure, and maybe even writing it, will let the researchers know, to save them time and effort, exactly what it is that they're getting into, because of the transparency and the nature of open source software being so open. Furthermore, rewards do scale with the type of vulnerability that you have found. So let's say, for example, you found an SQL injection in a heavily dependent upon open source library. We would certainly look to reward and scale the reward on this basis. And then it's the same with other potential vulnerabilities like prototype pollution. And so they will receive bigger bucks. As Hunter is an official CNA, we can actually automatically provide you with CVEs with every vulnerability, or every valid vulnerability that you find. Once the maintainer of a repository has confirmed the legitimacy of a vulnerability, you will automatically receive this CVE for your report and get one of our cool shiny sharing cards, which I love, for your disclosure. So you can really let people know about the work that you've been doing on an open source package and potentially its impact as well. All CVEs are added to the National Vulnerability Database, which is used to alert the rest of the world about the vulnerabilities that you found via the platform. And we're really excited and proud that many of our hackers received their first CVE by finding a vulnerability in an open source package with Hunter. It goes to show that getting a CVE certainly proves necessarily that you're doing your insightful security research, and you're demonstrating it to the rest of the community. Now, you may have heard about the lifelong debate about Vim versus Emacs, but we are proud that various hackers in our community have actually found and worked with the creator of Vim, Bram, who is a great contributor and is fantastic to collaborate with, and to fix numerous vulnerabilities in the text editor, which, by the way, is pre-installed on more than 100 million Apple, Mac, and Unix devices. So really want to drive home that, you may think of open source as potentially this massive library of little bits of code all over the place, but bear in mind that some of the most fundamental software installed on some of the computers around the world is open source software, specifically Vim being one of the most used text editors. And it's important to us that hackers feel rewarded for their efforts, but also realize the impacts of their security contributions. And so, of course, shout outs to Rootup, Diraj, and Geeknik for their work on some of the Vim vulnerabilities they found. And of course to Bram for their continued efforts in making Vim a secure text editor for the world. And I'd really recommend searching the CVEs that you see on screen at the moment, and definitely take an opportunity to read through the reports and to understand the exploits that were written up by these researchers. And furthermore, our hackers seem to love terminal-based software and have also found vulnerabilities in OMI-ZSH, which is a framework for managing your ZSH configuration, which has 140,000 stars on GitHub, which is pretty cool. The core maintainer, Mark, from OMI-ZSH, followed up really quickly with the report from one of our researchers, which you can actually see on the screen now, and responsibly remediated the security issue. One of the things I really love to see is when a developer from such a creative project also shouts out our hackers and kind of gives light to the security community, especially when this was one of the first disclosures, if not the first disclosure, for this researcher. And so this actually made the maintainer aware of other security issues. And so it's nice to kind of see this back and forth dialogue between the security researcher and an open source developer. And of course, in this instance, really big shout out to Ryot, Kak, and Mark for their continued work in trying to make OMI-ZSH secure, and their collaboration in open source security. And again, would really recommend checking out the report. The CVE number is on the screen, so all you need to do is just search that, and you'll find a link to the report. So you may be wondering, okay, I've seen some Vim reports, I've seen OMIZSH, where can I find all of these other reports? Is there an open library to be able to scroll through and read through some of the exploits? By default, all reports are responsibly disclosed until they are fixed by the maintainers in collaboration with the researcher. But once fixed, we do share every single report on our public activity feed. And this updates every day with the newest exploits from all of our researchers from around the world. And what's really important for us as well is that, we don't just publicize maybe the content or the reports from, the kind of the top level researchers on our platform, but even people who are joining for the first time. We want people to be able to celebrate their work and for them to feel, yes, maybe it was my first security exploit and maybe it wasn't that severe. Maybe the vulnerability type was not so intense, but it's still to be recognized that any security contribution is valued by both the security community and also the open source development community as well. So for those in open source, in the open source hacking community, you may have a knack for exploits. And so we want you to stand out amongst the crowd for your excellence and your security prowess. And so we do have a public leaderboard that is visible and shows our best researchers that have used their security practice and knowledge to deliver real world security reports and fixes to software developers that obviously desperately need them. And if you think you could climb our leaderboard, we would love to see your exploits and reports, and would be more than happy to help you along that journey. And, really hacker experience is absolutely everything to us. And we understand that bug bounty can sometimes be intimidating, and it can also be a difficult place to get your first foot forward, right? So I went onto Reddit and speaking with a lot of hackers, you hear of some of the similar pain points that come up from hackers. And I think it's really important to listen to these and obviously to see if we can address them. Because our platform is uniquely focusing on open source software, it's almost like a playground for innovation and learning, right? Because it's all reusable, it's all in the open. People aren't necessarily so much mocked for maybe getting things wrong. It's important that people feel like they have that opportunity to pick themselves up and to learn something new. And we're absolutely the same. We welcome first timers with open arms, whether it be maybe your first security contribution or your first disclosure. We'd love to hear about it. We'd love to see it. And, we want people to not feel intimidated, right? There are open source developers and open source maintainers out there who, would love your time and would love your help with their security. And I think they're always open to a two-way dialogue. And so when it does come to your first disclosure, we will certainly support you, and I'm sure the open source community and their developers around a package will do the same as well. And on that basis, let's say you're coming to trying to find your first exploit in an open source package, and you may think, I'm not too sure how to find one or where do I start? All of the reports on the platform come with step-by-step instructions on how to get vulnerability exploits working on your own machine, right? So whether it's trying to prove that you can run a prototype pollution against some NPM package, absolutely, you just find the report that references maybe a prototype pollution or an SQL injection, and this is a great place to follow the step-by-step POCs to get started. If you aren't sure where to find that first vulnerability, you just want to be able to replicate a previous vulnerability, you absolutely can do that. All previous vulnerable versions of an open source package are accessible. They remain in the open source packages as a matter of history, and so you can go back in time, install that previous vulnerable version, follow along with the exploit step by step, follow the POC and practice the exploit, try to get a bit more understanding as to what's happening under the hood, and then you can go from there learning whether that be prototype pollution, SQL injection, what sort of packages they're in, what sort of repositories are typically vulnerable to prototype pollution. And that's really, really important and a healthy thing that we love seeing amongst the open source community and also the security hacking community as well. And if all of this is still overwhelming, our top hackers from our platform have crafted some excellent walkthroughs and guides, which will get you started in finding your first vulnerability open source software. We've got some great stuff on hunting for prototype pollutions. We've also got a great, more general guide on open source bug bounty from MIC317. And so, if maybe some of the notions in this presentation has been a bit almost intimidating, we've got plenty of content and video content that you can sit through, maybe grab a coffee, have a little watch, and maybe start from there. And maybe videos aren't even your thing. Sometimes it's maybe it's an audio book, or maybe it's just being amongst people that are trying to themselves learn. And so if you just want to speak to a member of our team, or you want to speak to a researcher or even a maintainer of an open source package about the security of their repository or about someone's previous reports, we're available 24/7, and our community, obviously, being around the globe is available 24/7. And so we do welcome newcomers. Don't be afraid to think, I've never necessarily found an exploit, or maybe I've found a few, but I've never heard of open source software. I don't really understand how to find a vulnerability in open source software. Really, this is the place for you. We want newcomers. And that said, we also do want veterans, we want security experts, and we want open source developers as well, because at the end of the day, I think the open source community would benefit from having an open dialogue with the security community, and vice versa. It's only an opportunity to learn, and I think it's an open problem which we can certainly solve together. And just to really point out, we are very proud to have worked closely with various organizers and also previous speakers in the YASCON family, including Abhiram and Diraj, who I mentioned earlier, and really hope that more of the extended YASCON family will also get involved on this endeavor. We'd love to hear from you and see your exploits, and really do welcome newcomers, new starters in open source security as much as possible. So as we have seen from the start of my presentation, the clock is ticking, the bell has rung, and now the rest is up to you. Can we respond to the call of the open source community? Can we find these vulnerabilities and remediate them? Can we have fun, and can we earn and learn at the same time? And I think absolutely the answer is yes. So we are really excited to see your exploits, to have you on board if you'll have us. And finally, I'd just like to thank you very much for listening. A final thank you to the YASCON family for this opportunity to speak. A lot of the YASCON family has really been a big part of helping us develop our community. And so, we're very proud to give back to them, and sending all of our love to them. And I'm also delighted to be amongst so many other passionate speakers on a variation of subjects. And so, really make sure that you get into the other sessions. I know myself that I will do as well. And finally, thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jamie, for your wonderful, insightful session on open source bug bounty programs. And also thanks to Abraham for bringing Jamie to YASCON 2021. It was a privilege for us to host you, Jamie. Thank you so much. The voice വല്ലതും മാറ്റിയേക്കുവാണോ ഒന്നും കേൾക്കുന്നില്ല. happy to introduce our YAS jobs once again. So if you are interested to pursue your career in cybersecurity, please check it out, our jobs portal, and you can find something that might be interesting for you. Our gold sponsors TCM Security, Buckroud, and Prime Guardian Cybersecurity Services. And also special thanks to Buckroud for sponsoring our CTF and our YASCON event, and also for Active Bytes for sponsoring our workshops. Active Bytes is also our brown sponsor, and our community partners eHackify, Avast Seasites, Detectify, ASRG Kerala, Defcon Kuwait, Cisco Gateway, and Kerala Police Cyberdome Core Code. Thank you all for supporting us. Up next, we have Atul Singh with us for his talk on how to build the Appsec team and culture in your organization. Atul, you're live, and over to you.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, team. So we'll start the our presentation. So my screen is visible to you. Okay. So hello everyone. Myself Atul Singh, basically known as Kumar Atul, and thank you YASCON team for having me here. So today's our topic is like how to build Appsec team and culture in your organization. So before me, Nikhil have given a talk on secure SDLC. So this talk will be similar to that previous talk. So you may find some topic like similar to Nikhil's talk. Okay. So we'll begin the our presentation here. Hi, it's Kumar Atur, and I do Appsec and DevSecOps. I love to break the things, fix them, and repeat the same process. I'm doing security engineering at one card. I'm a senior red team member. Sometimes I do bug bounties, and I have contributed in OS mobile application security verification standards in Hindi translation, and also DevSecOps University contributor. And if you have any question or something, so you can follow me on social media, Kunratul Haxar. Okay, so nowadays, mostly people you may have heard about the shift left or DevSecOps, and you must be wondering what it is and how the organizations are nowadays following a shift left trend. So we will be discussing about that also, and how we can build our security team inside the organization, and how we can put the AppSec into the proper process. So this is on today's agenda. So let's begin. So the current situation of AppSec culture in organization is a bit okay, but not that great. Reason being, mostly organizations are not following this shift left process. So what is shift left? So basically, before shift left, we had a software methodologies where we have agile methodology and waterflow model we have there, and then this DevOps come into the picture, and then shift left. So what shift left does, in shift left, every organization start looking into the security part from the very beginning when the project is on paper or the people or the team are discussing regarding the project. So since that time we start talking about the security, we do threat modeling, we do a lot of things to identify what security what loopholes can come into the application, and at the end when the project will go live, at that time we will be having a very less vulnerabilities in that particular product. So previous to shift left, what used to happen, mostly product based companies prefer to test the application in UAT, or sometimes they used to test the application in prod environment. But since these shift left approach comes, so we started doing the testing at the very beginning stage. Okay. Now, what is application security? So basically, it's a disciplined process of tools, practices aiming to protect application from threats throughout the entire application lifecycle. So whatever the application lifecycle is there, you must have aware about the software development lifecycle, and then there's this SSDLC, secure software development lifecycle. That means we are talking about the security from the very initial stage of the application. So it's not a one person job. It is not like I'm doing a pen testing or I'm from the information security team, then it's my job. When we talk about the shift left, it means we are talking about each and every person who is involved into the that product development life cycle, right? So whoever people are involved in that particular product development, they all must be doing their job properly. They must know about a bit security stuff. So it's not a one person job. Each and every person contribution is required while we're doing this SSDNC or shift left approach. Appsec engineers are in demand nowadays. You must have heard about very or less people ask about the consultants or and all, but most of the time they are demand for the Appsec engineer, a person who can do almost each and every job. Like they can do pen test, they are aware about the SDNC, they are aware about the DevOps, they are aware about the threat modeling, DevSecOps, shift left approach, and many more things. Okay, struggle. So majority of companies simply they do not understand what Appsec guys does, and this is a bitter truth in our corporate environment. The mostly people they are not aware. Even if I talk about a product based company, very less people will be aware about what we are doing, or what Appsec guys are doing in the organization. For them, we are just increasing their workload by testing their application, and we are just giving them issues and telling them to fix. And even most of the time the stakeholders they are not even able to understand, or they cannot even properly read the reports, pen test report as well. I have faced this situation where the good experienced people from higher rank they used to ask her what is this, what is written in the report, what is secure, and what is accesses, or whatever issues are present in the report. I have to sit with them and explain them what is the vulnerability, why the pen tester have mentioned this particular vulnerability in this report, what is the impact, how we need to fix those things. And many times people think technically and cannot convey the risk well enough to the business. And most of the time what happen, being a IT-sec guy, I most of the time what happened, being a IT-sec guy, I cannot even convince the developer or his senior manager properly what is this particular vulnerability, and we have to fix. So let's say there is a dependency, library dependency is there, and the team they are using the older version of that particular library, be it a JS or something. And we have identified that there are some CVs assigned to that particular library, and we are telling them that, sir, these many vulnerabilities are present in this library, can we use the latest version of the library? And they will come up with the answer that no, we cannot use that as of now. As of now, we are ready to move into production, and we do not want to mess with our project, and we will do it later. And when some attacker compromise with that particular thing, then the entire organization will get messed up. Business only want to reduce the cost and sell more wages, and they simply do not care about the security until it's too late. Most of the time, uh, organization they do not care about the security stuff. What they want, they just want to give the more features to their customer, so that their customer will stick to their product, right? And they do not care about the security. So for them security is like, okay, biannual or yearly basis we will do a pen test from third party, and we will fix few vulnerabilities, and then rest of the vulnerabilities we will left, and in the next cycle we will see. They do not care about the security until it's too late, until their organization get compromised or their application get compromised, right? So security policy, yes, people who are working in a organized product based organization, I haven't seen any security policy in consulting base. So if I talk about the product based organization, so each and every organization have their information security policy, and they prefer to sign the security policy by each and every individual who join the organization or who are in the organization, right? So what people do, most of the time people do not care to read that 10 page or 5 page security policy. For them it's just a headache, and what they will do, they will simply go to the last page, sign the paper, and send it back to the person who sent them to sign the policy. This is the reality in organization where people do not care about even reading the security policy, even they don't know what is written in that security policy, right? For them it's a time consuming or time wasting thing, and they do not want to waste their precious time, right? So application team, security team development life cycle. So when we talk about this, when we hire application security team in our organization, so let's say I'm working in a startup, and right now I'm building my own team. So we have a vision, so and we have a mission, I would say. So accordingly, we are hiring people right now. And when I talk about the vision, it should be very specific or clear to the guy who is applying for the particular job post. It is not like that someone who have knowledge about the just networking stuff and they are applying for this Appsec position. The thing which are mentioned in the job requirement or job description, the person should know about all those stuffs at least. A basic stuffs I would accept. Right. So vision should be clear when you are hiring a security guy or Appsec guy. Establish talent pipeline. Most of the time, HR they do not know about what we are hiring. For them, we will just provide them a JD that this is the JD and accordingly we have to hire. Now, let's say a guy come from so let's say there's a fresher guy and who have some experience in the bug bounty and they saw the JD. In JD what that guy read OS top 10. Yes, I know because I'm doing bug bounty, right? And rest of the part the particular person will ignore, right? And even HR will get the CV of that person and they will send us that we have got this person. Now that person isn't aware about the rest of the stuffs, right? So when we have a talent pipeline who know that what we are hiring and for what purpose we are hiring, then we may get a good person or good candidate for the interview purpose. Get the right people hired. So when it comes about, so it should not be like someone from the reference that I know this guy and this is very good. Even when those guys come in the organization, they can mess up with the many things. Maybe sometimes we get a good guy, but it's better to follow our aim or our vision, that particular guy fit into that vision or not. Iterate on mission and values. Whatever mission and values we have, what we are expecting from the our team, they should follow those stuff. Create strategy and goal. We should create a proper strategy. We should set with, once we hire those our team, we should sit with them. We should plan a strategy and goal, what we are planning to achieve in next 3 months and what we will plan to achieve in next 6 months. So these things should be very clear to your team. Define roles, responsibilities and process. You if you do not want to give each and every person the whole stuff, you can divide the requirement into parts in chunks, and you can define the role that this particular person will look into the source code, this person will look into the AWS or Azure, this person will look into the pen test part, this particular person will look into the CI/CD integration and all those things. Develop capabilities and tools. This is the must. You should make sure that you are developing the capabilities. The person or the team which you have hired, they are showcasing their skills to the particular organization. Ensure team growth and fulfillment. This is the must. So when we hire candidates, they have some sort of expectations from our organization, and we also have some sort of expectations from them. If they are according to our expectations, or even if they are a bit according to our expectations, we should motivate them, and we can provide them our trainings, or we can send them to for any training, or we can ask them to do this particular stuff. We can encourage them, right? That we can do. So that's how we can define this our abstract team life cycle. And next we will be having CISO. So CISO plays a major role in any organization. Most of the time what happen, CISO are just aware about the PCI, RBI, compliance stuffs, governance, budget. They just care about all these things, but they are not aware about the application security part. They must be aware, but they are not fully aware about the application security part, what comes into this, right? So a CISO may involve in the business governance, budget, architecture, compliance, audit, project delivery life cycle, whether the project is getting delivered on the particular set of timeline or not, risk management, identity management. But apart from these things, there are many other roles and responsibilities which a CISO have. And when we talk about this application security part, then it's a very small area in organization, but a CISO should also focus on that particular part as well. So when we see this thing here, we have many things, but when we talk about the application security, where it is, so here is a CISO mind map. If you want to view the full image, you can just type in the Google CISO mind map and you will redirect to this particular source. So this small box which you can see here, this is our the objective here, application security, right? And what comes here, application development standards, what standards we are following, secure code training and review of the application, vulnerability testing, change control file, integrity monitoring, WAF, integration to SDLC, and project delivery. These all things are the part of application security, which most of the time CISO ignore. If any CISO is hearing, please don't mind. But yeah, it's a very important part in organization, and I have seen this is shows where they are clearly ignoring this part. For them, just RBI governance and all these things are mandatory. They just want to get a PCI certification every year or biannual from the team or company which are doing the security testing for their organization. That's it. They do not care about the many things regarding the application security, right? So when we talk about the application security components, so we have few components here. It may be many more. Application, web application. We have then client server application, mobile apps, middleware applications, and cryptographic analysis. And when we talk about the common vulnerabilities in Appsec, so let's say here's the OS Top 10 2017. Right now, 2021 is in process and it's in draft. And if you talk about the common vulnerabilities, so you may find secure injection, CS, CRNF, and other injections as well, XSS, CSRF, SSRF, etc. Few vulnerabilities are very common, which you can find almost in every application. And when we talk about the common vulnerabilities in the AppSec, so when the target organizations um, got compromised at that time, most of the attack which happened, that happened in the application layer or application part of the organization, right? So let's say there's an application is running on the xyz.com application is running and someone found the secure injection, right? And via that secure injection they may able to escalate it to remote code execution, or even via secure injection they can dump the entire database from the database, right? So these many things are available. The reason why these vulnerabilities are occurring at the end, because we are not putting the security from the very beginning stage. It may come, but there will be a less chances of getting these things at the production or the UAT environment last. What next? So then the next question come, like, do we need to hire an AppSec specialist? No. So basically, we do not need to hire an external AppSec specialist for our organization. Yeah, we can get it for the PCI compliance purpose, but for AppSec, we do not need to hire an external AppSec specialist. Reason, we have our own internal pen test team, and if we talk about the ratio, so let's say you have 300 developers in your organization, then there will be only 4 pen test guy will be organization, right? So the ratio is less. Maybe you have more products or application which you are releasing on a weekly basis, or you are releasing a new feature on every weekly basis, then the workload of these pen tester will get extended, right? So that's why we do not need to hire AppSec specialists. Instead of that, we can build our own internal AppSec specialists, whom we call security champions, right? So who are security champion? So as per OWASP, security champion is a guy who can interact with the IT security guys when required. So the security champion guy act as a middleware between the development team and the security team, right? So for security champion, what we can do, we have our own internal pen test team. We can for each and every from each and every team, we can nominate people who are interested to take this responsibility to become a security champion. We can train them, we can teach them, we can tell them how to read a report, how to test the vulnerabilities, at least not much advanced, but at least a basic how to do code review and all these stuffs, right? And then each and every time development team will not interact with us directly. So let's say here is a team and they have some issues or they are releasing a feature or I would say a feature and they want to test that particular application. They can contact the security champion guy who have some knowledge regarding these things. The person will test or tell them what could be the potential vulnerabilities in the application, and then they can also interact with the security team so they can do a proper security testing of that application. So the duties of security champion guy will be risk oriented security awareness duties. So like um, each and every month in a 3 month we used to provide the security awareness training, secure code review training to the developer and security awareness training to each and every team present in our organization. So this task when we can hand it over to the security champion guy who will be looking at these stuffs. So right, so security champion guy will be interact as a middleware between the development and security team, who will be doing some task on behalf of us, and it will reduce our work, right? So what they do, they collaborate with the other security champions, review impact of breaking changes made in the project. They will attend the weekly meeting with us where they will tell us what changes they made, what they did in the entire week, and they will be a single point of contact for their assigned team. So let's say then we do not have to rush towards each and every person from the particular team that we have found this thing and what you guys are doing, whether you have fixed the particular issues or not. We can contact directly to the guy, our security champion, and we can get the feedback from that particular person, right? And then ensure that security is not a blocker on active development or reviews. So most of the time what happens, so let's say there is a major project release and a security guy, they have found some issues just 2 days before the release, and it has some critical vulnerabilities, some high, some medium, some low. So now what the product team will come with the excuse that we have just 2 days left from the release, and right now we will not fix these issues. Let the release once the release will or the particular feature will go live, after that we will fix. But then what is the purpose of having a security team in our organization? So this security champion will help us to doing such small tasks. Also these guys will help us and they will reduce our work. So now what for security champion, what they will understand and why they should become one. So let's say there are 10 people in a team, and we are not forcing anyone to become a security champion. We can ask from each and every product team that we are doing this particular thing. We are nominating our security champion, and this particular roles will be assigned to that security champion guy. And if interested, please share your name, right? So one or two name we can pick from each and every team. We can train them, we can teach them, and we can provide them the trainings. We can send it to attend the conferences, Black Hat, NerdCon, DEFCON, etc. From where they will interact with the security folks. They will understand each and everything what we are doing, right? So it will help them to grow, and also they will able to understand the offensive and defensive sides of uh, pen testing, they will understand OS top 10, many more. They will understand how to do a secure code reviews, how to write a secure code, etc. Right? So it's good to have security champion in your organization who can help you to reduce your work. Then another thing which we have here is Jira risk overflow. It's just a sample. So let's say suppose you have one open vulnerabilities and the fixing is in progress, and you have unquoted someone for fix. They are fixing the vulnerability. It will go here. You have to retest the fix, and if it is fixed, then mark it as closed. If it is not fixed, then again send it for the fix and then test the fix, and this cycle will continue. And for some or no vulnerabilities, most of the time organizations want to take the exception, or for some no vulnerabilities they would say, okay, we are ready to accept the risk. So then, and the risk approval will be for a few months, so until next cycle of pen test. So let's say you are doing the pen test in each every 3 months, then the risk approval or the risk acceptance will be for the next 3 months. And once risk accepted, then risk approved. Otherwise, if it is not, or sorry, if it is not approved, then you have to allow it for the fix. If it is approved, then check whether it is expired or not, right? So this is how you can do. So the main purpose of this entire talk is like how we can do the process. So the things which come into the picture are like the most of the shift left approach. Even you cannot directly blame your developer. They may be not aware about such stuff. Most of the time it happen, but nowadays, which I have seen from past one or 2 years, developers are bit aware about the vulnerabilities. They must be reading OS top 10, or they are aware at least that okay, this is the vulnerability, and that's how we can fix them. So it's better for us. Even we do not have to put lots of efforts to explain them what is the vulnerability, how to fix them. And trust me, when I moved into the corporate, at that time I used to sit with almost 200 developers, to each and every person who are owning that particular product, to tell them how we can do the fixing. And even I used to explain them the proper mitigations. I used to sit them during the code reviews and all those stuffs. So that's how you can do. So it's better to aware, or it's better to make a security champions in your organization who can help and reduce your task. They are under training, and awareness is mandatory in organization. If you are providing your developer, even if they are not nominating themselves for the security champion, at least we can provide them a training on source code review or a secure code review. We can tell them what is OS top 10, what are these vulnerabilities, how to fix them, how to exploit them, right? These things we can give them, we can guide them, we can sit them at least to explain them. So let's say we have done some pen test and we have some critical issues. At that time we can sit with the developers, we can talk with them what issues they are facing during the fix of the particular issue, and we can explain them how we can do. You can even you can sit with them, and you can try to fix that issue from your side as well if developer is not able to understand. So automate your application security. Remember, you must have seen the Tom and Jerry, where the Tom was the first victim of automation, where an automated cat throw him away from the home to catch the Jerry. So automate your application security part. So that's where our DevSecOps uh, comes into the picture. And so we have CI/CD pipelines in the organization, and in that pipelines we can install the security tools. We can install the, or we can configure or integrate our SaaS dash tool, SCA tools. And remember, Nikhil was telling you the Tanisman, the pre-commit tool or pre-hook tool. So what it does, It will so if you have any sensitive data in your code, any AWS key, password, or any username or something, so when you commit that particular code in your repository, it will show you an error if there is any sensitive data in your code. At that time your commit will fail, and you have to remove those sensitive data from the application, and then you have to again commit the code. So earlier what used to happen when these security tools were not in picture, and at that time, so let's say you are doing some major changes in the code, and there you have hard coded some sensitive data, and instead of private repository, you push the code into the public repository, right? And after few minutes you realize what mistake you made. You opened the repository, you made the changes, you deleted those sensitive data, but now what is the sense? Because there will be a history of change of that particular file. From there an attacker can grab the sensitive information. So that's what we do in bug bounties, right? Most of the time, so when people do bug bounty, they do not need to use the tool every time. They can use their skills, or I would say art of googling, to find out the sensitive information in internet, right? And that might be sometimes they get some sensitive information as well. So we have CI/CD pipelines. Make sure we are integrating the security tools in our pipeline, which will help us to reduce the vulnerabilities in our code. So Tanisman is there, and then we have Jenkins, Jira for ticketing system, and Zap API we have, and check marks we have for code reviews, and there are many other tools we have which we can integrate in our security pipeline, and we can automate the process. That's what nowadays companies are doing. So available abstract methodology, we have SAST, static analysis or white box, dynamic black box, identify vulnerabilities in running application, software composition and analysis. There are many open source tools available which can do SCA for you, and you can integrate the same in your pipelines as well. And then comes the manual pen testing. So let's say we have run all the things. We have run the Tennisman for the sensitive information. Then we have run this SCA tools. We have run our SAST and DIAS tools. They have done their task. We got our lots of vulnerabilities, and we have fixed. We have identified the false positives and the false negatives. We have fixed, and now comes this part, manual pen testing. So when the pen tester will do a pen testing, at that time the person will not have to look into the raw hanging fruits. They may they pen tester can focus on more logical issues instead of going through the application level issues. So they can also look for the application level issues, because every fix can be bypassed, right? So they can look on for that as well, but they can focus more on the logical issues. So automate security testing, as I said, there are many open source tools available. Spot bug, the developer can integrate in their IDE, and it will test the application, or it will run the code analysis. We have npm, Claire, we have Zap, we have Archini, we have Nikto, we have, and then commercial Appscan, we have check marks for SAS. For composition analysis, we have Nexus, White Source, CCA, Aqua, Cornish, Diest, Bobsuit, and Contrast Security. So there are many other tools apart from these available in the market. I'm not recommending any tool here, particular tool here. You can go through with your choice, and with your requirement of the tools, and same you can integrate in your pipeline. Also, there is a tool called Archery and Pen Test Report, and these tools can help you to build a dashboard of your vulnerabilities with each and every product in your organization, right? So let's say you have 4 products, so you can list out the vulnerabilities according to product wise in archery and pentest report. It would be easy to find the report. Instead of finding the reports, at least you can open your dashboard and you can see the particular open vulnerabilities, sorry, identified vulnerabilities, how many vulnerabilities are closed, how many are still open, and for how many vulnerabilities we have taken the exception. So these things you can do. So what type of security we need to implement in the organization? So an environment where security, Appsec and Infosec people, developers are enabler, right? Where each and every person is talking about the security, not that much security, but when I talk about each and every person, so in that comes a technical person, non-technical person as well, right? So at least non-technical person should be aware how to check the phishing emails or how to detect the phishing or spam emails, right? They should be aware because a single click can cost your organization, right? Infosec protects the organization and operation. Appsec guy protect the code. Developers are well versed with the common application code never vulnerabilities. So it would not be like that here. What is the HTTP only flag missing? What is this? So then the pentest guy will come here. Okay, for this is the purpose of this thing, and we can. This is how we can put this in our application. So developers will be aware what what are the common vulnerabilities, what are the common code level issues. They are working in environment where it is difficult to create vulnerabilities. See, I'm not saying that we can create 100% bulletproof environment, but we can make it difficult on attacker to at least break into our organization. Attacker will have to put lots of effort. It's not like a cup of cake that okay, you just come here and you took the cake. No, you have to put a lot of efforts to break into our organization. Developers are aware about latest threats and vulnerabilities. How we can do? So whenever a new vulnerability come into market, we can share a we can share a newsletter kind of thing with them, or advisory that this particular thing with this particular uh, the particular component which are affected, and this is the fix whether this particular component we are using in our organization or not. If we are using, what version we are using, whether it's a affected one or non-affected one. If it is affected one, then we have to fix, right? And we can share with the developers what the issues are coming into the picture. We can tell them, we can share what we know, so at least they will be aware about these stuff. Infosec teams are providing proper training to the developer and security champion. This is mandatory if you want to build a proper Appsec team in your organization and culture. So how bug bounty programs can help making Appsec strong? So let's say we have automation part is here, we have a good Appsec team, we have pen testers who are doing, but still we cannot identify all the vulnerabilities or every kind of vulnerabilities in the application. So for this, the bug bounty hunters come into the picture, where they must be giving us some low hanging fruit, or they may be giving us some logical vulnerability, or maybe some application level vulnerabilities. So while we are uh, making our Appsec cycles is strong, these bounty hunters are helping us to improve or to find the more loopholes in our applications. We are paying them good reward, and they are helping us to find out the vulnerabilities. So that's how these bug bounty hunters can come into the picture. And that's all from my side. Here I have used some references, and if you have any questions, you can reach out to me, Kumaratul Hexer. Thank you, Yascon. Hello.
Thank you so much, Atul, for joining us today and sharing us information about how to structure an Appsec team in an organization and the importance of security champions and also automating. Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
time, and we're glad to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And up next, we are having Philip with us with his talk on penetration testing experience and how to get it. It's going to be an introduction session. Let's move on.
Hello, I'm Philip Wiley, and welcome to my presentation, Penetration Testing Experience and How to Get It. So to tell you a little bit about myself, I'm Philip Wiley. I have my CISSP certification, OSCP, which I'm most proud of all my certifications, and the GWAPT certification. I'm an offensive cybersecurity professional and instructor. I've been a offensive security professional for almost 10 years. I've been in cybersecurity for coming up on 18 years. Prior to cybersecurity, I worked as a system administrator. And so I'm a former adjunct instructor at Dallas College. I taught ethical hacking and web app pen testing. This is one of the things that led me into getting more involved with mentoring and teaching, something I really enjoy. I started teaching in January 2018. And during my class, my students were asking me what class to take next or what to do to further their offensive security skills. But the college at the time was only offering the ethical hacking class. And I decided to start the Pwn School project, which was started out to be mainly focused on offensive cybersecurity techniques and education. There were 2 monthly in-person meetings held in the Texas area, the North Texas area. And then in 2019, when I started streaming my class, I went to also sharing Pwn School via stream. And then during the pandemic, it went to purely online for a while. And so I'm also the founder of the DEF CON group DC 940. I recently started that, kind of rebranding my meetings that I was holding in Denton, Texas. I'm the concept creator and co-author of the Pentester Blueprint, Starting a Career as an Ethical Hacker. This book came out of my course lectures. Each semester, I would start off the semester by giving a lecture on pen testing and how to get started as a pen tester. And during that first year of teaching, the other cybersecurity instructors asked me to come into their classroom and share this presentation with their students. So by the end of the year, towards the end of the year, November 2018, this had turned into a conference talk, and I gave this presentation at several conferences over the years. And I was in the Tribe of Hackers Red Team book, and Wiley Publishing asked me if I'd be interested in writing a book. And so I'd thought previous to being asked that the Pentester Blueprint presentation would make a good book. There are a lot of books out there on pen testing, how to do pen testing, anything from car hacking to network pen testing, cloud pen testing. There was a lot of information out there, but no one was telling you what you needed to get started as a pen tester, what prerequisite knowledge you needed to know before you got started. And so I knew this was something that was needed. I knew it would be a way to share beyond my presentations and anyone be able to see recordings of my presentations. And offering it a book would be a way to reach more people on a broader basis. I'm also the host of the Hacker Factory podcast, which is on ITSP Magazine. This podcast is really kind of focused on helping people get started in offensive security. My guests will share their stories of how they got started and their advice on becoming pen testers, security researchers, bug bounty hunters, and so forth. So the main goal of that is to help people get started out. I'm also an Innocent Lives Foundation ambassador. And Innocent Lives Foundation helps unmask anonymous child predators and turn them over to law enforcement. So hopefully they can capture these offenders. And so I like to share my story of how I got started going way back from just right out of high school. When I graduated high school, I really didn't know what I wanted to do for a career. This was in 1984, so computers really hadn't caught on so much as really didn't hear about IT jobs and that sort of thing. So I was a power lifter. I was into competing and lifting weights. And so some of my former classmates said, you should be a pro wrestler. And so wrestling was pretty big in Dallas. And so I went to wrestling school and became a pro wrestler. So I did that for a few years. And then I got married and I needed more stable income. And because whenever I started out wrestling, I was only wrestling like once a week, which wasn't enough to make a living. I worked as a bouncer in a nightclub as my other job to be able to make a living. So I did that, like I said, and got married and needed a more stable income. So I went to a trade school and learned AutoCAD as well as drafting and other techniques associated with drafting, some computer classes, because before that I had no exposure to computers. And so I went through this program, became a CAD drafter, and would work for different companies doing CAD. And working at these companies, a lot of the companies didn't have their own IT staff So if we had problems, we had to figure it out for ourselves. And so I figured out pretty quickly that I was good at troubleshooting and fixing computer problems. So I had more of a knack or talent for computers than I did drafting, and it was more interesting to me. And a company I worked for, I was aware of what we were build out our bill rate as a drafter, and these consultants coming in to work on our servers were making about twice as much as we were on the bill rate. So I knew they were making probably pretty close to twice as much salary wise, and it seemed a lot more interesting. So I taught myself how to build computers. And during that time, I got interested in network operating systems. So I took a Novell NetWare operating system back in the late 2000s, mid 2000s. Novell NetWare was the most popular network operating system. It was before Windows came out with Active Directory. Once Microsoft created Active Directory, then more people adopted Active Directory and eventually moved away from Novell NetWare. So during my sysadmin days, I administered Novell NetWare servers, also Microsoft Windows 2000 and some NT servers. I had my Novell CNE, my Cisco CCNA, and also MCSE. And so I did that for a little over 6 years, and then I moved into InfoSec. I got to join the InfoSec team, and I was doing network security. On that team, we did intrusion detection management as well as firewall administration. We also did some vulnerability scanning and risk assessments. So all of us were doing the same thing on the team. The company hired a new CISO, and the CISO came in and had more of a modern idea of the way security teams were ran. So he came in and divided us up in different groups, and I got put in the application security team. And this is where I found out about pen testing. I was managing third-party pen tests when our company had pen tests conducted. I managed those pen tests as well as I did some web application vulnerability scanning. Through the web application vulnerability scanner, we use the Time App Scan. I learned about pen testing. We had a company that was local, that had a local office, and they did kind of like a meeting to show how, application security works, showing how to use this tool. And I learned about SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and some more common vulnerabilities and exploits. And the SQL injection bypass was what really inspired me to want to be a pen tester. I saw how you could, put in a password and some SQL code into a login screen and bypass login. So that really had me interested in pen testing. So by 2012, I got laid off from my job, and I applied as a consultant working for a company as a penetration tester. So that was back in 2012. And so I started out pen testing as a consultant. The first 5 years of my pen testing career was spent as a consultant. And I really highly recommend that for anyone that can get the chance to consult. Maybe it's not something you do all of your career, but if you do that for a while, you're able to learn a lot and gain a lot of skills in a shorter period of time than working for just an individual company. You get to work in so many different environments, which was very helpful to me. I got to test different types of industries, airlines, like local or government entities, and that sort of thing. So manufacturing, healthcare, tested some hospitals, which was pretty interesting experience. From doing the Wi-Fi pen test, I was able to see medical devices connected to the network. So it was a really good experience. So after 5 years of that, I decided I was tired of the travel, and I went to work for a bank as a penetration tester. And one of the reasons I share this story, the pro wrestling piece is really irrelevant to becoming a cybersecurity professional or a pen tester. I share this because whenever I graduated high school, I never thought I'd use my mind for a living. I never focused hard on my studies. And I just like to prove to people that if I can do this, you can do this. If anyone is willing to put in the time and effort, you can become a pen tester. It comes easy for some people because part of getting a job is luck. And you have to be persistent. You have to keep applying for jobs. You can't give up. The more companies you apply for, the more likely you're going to get a job. So what is pen testing? We're just going to kind of cover some some basic stuff here before we get into some of the how to get experience piece. So for those joining that have not really read up or saw very many videos or much information on pen testing is assessing security from an adversarial perspective using hacking tools and techniques. Pen testing is short for penetration tester or penetration test. And it's also known as ethical hacking. So you more commonly hear people use the term ethical hacking for pen testing because it's easier to get the people outside of the industry to understand. Because penetration tester, that's just totally, and in pen tester for short, they think you're testing ink pens. I mean, it's just very, very confusing. So ethical hacking is one of the easiest ways to describe that. Although there's times I've told people I'm an ethical hacker, and they ask me, is there such a thing? Because they think only hacking can be used for bad, and that's not the case. It's a very important tool for testing the security of organizations. You can run your vulnerability scans, but there's things a penetration test can find that just a vulnerability scan is not going to find. If you're able to get a foothold in that system, initially hack into it, what is possible there? What other configuration opportunities that could be misconfigured? We could be connected to other networks, pivot into other sections. So you really don't know unless you take a hacking approach to testing security. So getting the experience. So this is, the main focus of this talk. So you need experience with vulnerability scanners. Although, you do a lot of manual testing. And if anyone has checked out the OSCP or been through the OSCP, you're not allowed to use vulnerability scanners on the exam. And part of that is they're trying to teach you how to do it the manual way, not to be dependent on tools. But in the real world, you're going to be running vulnerability scanners. So you need that experience. And so one thing you can do is you can download Nessus Essentials, which is a free version of Nessus, and use that in your home labs, or you can install it on your VM that you're using in different environments, online environments like TryHackMe and Hack the Box. So you need to learn how to use a vulnerability scanner, and Nessus is the most popular one out there, especially for pen testers and consultants. Some companies internally will use like Qualys or Nexpose, but learning how a vulnerability scanner works is very important as a pen tester. Then understanding the different tools that are on Linux, like on Kali Linux, Parrot OS, and you can also use the pen tester framework script from TrustedSec to install tools on Ubuntu. So knowing how to use these tools. So Nmap is very popular of these pen testing tools, and Metasploit. So you need to understand how to use these. Nmap is probably one of the tools I use the most. And most of the common tools are included on Kali and Parrot OS or in the repository, which makes it easier to install. Sometimes if you try to install like on Ubuntu, you can run into some problems with some of the dependencies. So I do recommend still learning how to install the tools on other distros in Ubuntu. So say like if you're needing to use AWS for pen testing and set up instances of Linux to test from there, you may have to use Ubuntu and install the tools. So that's helpful to know how to do that. So web app pen testing tools, Burp Suite is the industry standard when it comes to web app pen testing. So you really need to learn how to use that. The community edition's free. The pro version is not free, but it can come in handy if you're doing bug bounties. And so if you can justify the cost, it may be worth getting a license yourself. And then OWASP Zap is another one that you can use that is very similar to Burp Suite, but it's completely free and part of OWASP's projects. The Open Web Application Security Project has a lot of really good tools like OWASP Zap. And the competition has made both products push each other to work harder to make better tools, because Burp Suite did not used to have the little store, the installer section on Burp Suite. You had to upload everything manually. Now you can go in through like a little store, like an app store, kind of like on OWASP Zap, and install from there. Some of you just starting to use Burp Suite, you may not have been around to see that, but OWASP Zap adds new functionality, and then Burp Suite will do something to do something similar. Just like OWASP Zap, you could launch browsers from within Zap, and Burp Suite did the same thing. So competition is always a good thing. If you don't have a competition, then it's not pushing people to work harder to improve their products. So web application vulnerability scanners, you're going to see Web Inspect and AppScan are two of the older ones that's been around for a while, but then you have like Acuinetics out there that's pretty popular, in NetSparker. So some skills that you need to gain along the way is your networking skills. Networking, how to connect to a network, just understanding how routing and TCP/IP works, so you can, navigate networks, operating systems, Windows and Linux. You need to know Windows and Linux from a sysadmin level. So this means be able to go in and configure network connectivity, be able to start and stop firewalls or modify firewall rules, because if you get command line access to a target, understanding how to navigate that command line and understanding the operating system is going to be very helpful. For what the things you don't learn, you'll have to do a lot more Googling as you're working as a pen tester. So not only is Windows a popular target for pen testing, Windows is also a good platform to test from. So you have Flare VM for reverse engineering, and then you also have Commando VM. These are sets of scripts by FireEye, and Commando VM is hacking tools that you install on Windows. And so Windows tools are very important for testing Active Directory and other Windows targets. So it's good to know that. Hacking and pen testing, so you need the hacking and pen testing experience. So when I was getting started in my career, I'd worked in Appsec, I was a former sysadmin, I'd worked in network security, but I needed to learn that hacking piece. So this is an important part of the skills you're going to need as a pen tester. So when I got my first job, I didn't have the hacking experience, but fortunately, the person I talked to liked my passion and that I studied on my own time, and I did things like building Apache web servers and that I knew Linux and all this stuff. So it helped me get the job because they knew that I had the passion to learn and a good base. So that's where I signed up for the OSCP course and went through that, and that's how I gained my hacking skills. So reverse engineering is important. So if you're going through a pen test, maybe you find a Java jar file in there for an application, and it could have credentials to log into a database hard-coded into that file. And so if you're able to reverse engineer it, you're able to uncover some things. So reverse engineering is very important. Also, like for mobile apps, for Android, be able to reverse engineer APK files is important. Coding or scripting, especially when you're just getting, it's optional when you're just getting started out. So when you're just getting started out, just kind of understanding how to modify scripts is good enough to start with. But as you progress in your career, you'll at least need to understand some scripting to advance. So the more coding and scripting you understand, the higher level you'll be able to perform. So this is very, very important. But like I said, it's kind of more optional when just starting out, but something recommended as you go along. So mobile devices and hardware, understanding how to use those, because you could, if you're doing web app pen testing or application pen testing, there's a good chance that you'll be doing mobile device pen testing, and even like hardware, maybe you'll be pen testing IoT. So if you have some of these specialized skills, then that kind of makes it easier for you to get in. Also, if you have cloud computing skills, cloud has gotten very popular, and the number of cloud pen testers hasn't really kept up with the demand. You take a lot of people like myself, when I started out, it was kind of prior to cloud really taking off, and no one was pen testing cloud. And so you just kind of ran into a shortage of people with those skills. So if you're just getting started out, if you know cloud, then that's going to be very helpful for you. You've got a set of skills that you can go in and pen test targets using those skills. And so anything up and coming, one of the things that I saw a while back that was very interesting, Bo Bullock from Black Hills Information Security, during a webinar, he did a webinar on pen testing blockchain. So some of these technologies that are new, if you get out there and learn those things, these are skills that are going to be in demand, because there's not very many people that can do that. And so that, can help you get in. So how to get experience. So we're talking about the skills part. So real world experience of bug bounties, is basically kind of crowdsourced pen testing. You have BugCrowd, HackerOne, and Synac. And then you also have your pen testing as a service. So with bug bounties, you have a bunch of researchers trying to find vulnerabilities and report those vulnerabilities in bug bounties. And you're only paid per bug. But if you do like the pen testing as a service, I believe HackerOne and BugCrowd, I know BugCrowd offers their next gen pen test, which basically you're paid per pen test. And so that's one of the things that makes it hard for people like myself. I was a BugCrowd ambassador for a while, and part of this was to help people get started in pen testing and just be able to recommend to them doing bug bounty to get experience. And so one of the things was it made it hard for me to try to really want to learn bug bounty was because if I wanted to make money on the side, I could do side pen tests and I'm paid for the pen tests whether I find bugs or not. And with a bug bounty, you could work really hard and maybe you don't find that money. But then there's some people out there that do well and make a lot of money off of it. It takes a lot of hard work and effort. But if you're getting started out, I highly recommend this because you're going through, pen testing techniques, things that you can discuss on an interview. If you're being interviewed for a pen test job and you can explain how you perform a pen test, how to use different tools, and how to write reports and that sort of thing is going to be very helpful. So you can also do pro bono pen testing. So nonprofit organizations, maybe even some small businesses that can't afford pen testing, you could perform pen tests for them. And so this goes hand in hand with the bug bounties and pen testing as a service. You're getting real production experience. So while there's things like try hack me and hack the box that give you valuable experience, getting actual experience in a real environment is very helpful. And a very good tip that I heard a while back from Joe Helly, he goes under the handle the mayor. He had a article that he wrote on Medium about how he was finding CVEs, and the title was "I was bored one night and found 2 CVEs." And there's a link to that Medium article, and it's out there on Medium. And it's a very good article. He talks about how he found these vulnerabilities. So basically, one of the things that Joe does is he'll go find free and open source applications out there, install it in his home environment, and basically, do a pen test against it and try vulnerabilities. So having CVEs on your resume is a good way to get jobs because this goes to show that you're finding vulnerabilities that no one previously knew about. Basically, more or less like a 0 day. So if you're able to find vulnerabilities that don't exist, then people know if you're working as a pen tester, you're going to be able to go beyond the vulnerability scanners and find other vulnerabilities using, manual techniques and these different skills of just basically going through trying to detect vulnerabilities. So Joe's done that, and some other people that he's recommended that to has helped them get jobs. I mean, there's a guy, Michael Padrick, that goes under the name Fearless. He had some certifications, but one of the things that really helped him is getting CVEs. He was able to prove to people, I can find this. There's even experienced pen testers that don't even have CVEs. So this is a good thing to have for someone that works as a pen tester or, some other area of offensive cybersecurity. So I highly recommend that and checking out his Medium article and try doing some of that stuff yourself. Because if you're going through trying to learn web app pen testing, then you can kind of do this along the way in your studies. You can go through there and try to download some free and open source tools. And he was recommending like hotel apps or, different healthcare related apps, download those, install that in your environment, and then look for bugs. So simulated experience. So this is not production experience, but it's still hands-on experience. It's relevant. If you're able to find vulnerabilities in a simulated environment on your home lab, VMs in your home lab, different vulnerable VMs you may download, try hack me, hack the box, and CTFs. If you're able to find these vulnerabilities, and like we mentioned earlier in bug bounty, if you're able to describe the methodology, the process you use to find these, and discuss that during an interview, that's going to help because they're able to see that you were able to, you know how to detect these kind of vulnerabilities. Because you may come in, you take someone, maybe they have a security plus, maybe they have a security degree or something, but as far as a pen tester goes, they're wanting to see what kind of skills you have. So if you're doing hack the box, you're picking up skills as well as try hack me and CTFs. I've known people that have really worked hard on CTFs and hack the box, worked hard on that for a year, then took the OSCP and passed it first time around. So these are experiences that pay off. And so also showcasing report writing and coding skills. So hack the box, try hack me, and CTF write-ups, you can write those up, put those on GitHub or Medium. Medium is one of my favorites because what Medium will do is if you put tags on there, the type of content you're writing, then people will find your content. So I recommend, do like a pen test report, write up the individual, or even just individual vulnerabilities that you discover and exploit. And even write a blog on your learning journey. Share with people what you're doing to learn. I keep hearing more and more people that are doing this kind of stuff, along with YouTube channels. If you're writing scripts and stuff, put on GitHub. That way you can show an employer. So a lot of people that are getting started out pen test, like I said, people starting out don't know how to code or script. But if you do, and you've got these tools up on your GitHub, it's a way to describe and show potential hiring managers, your skills. And so that's a good way to display that. And Medium, like I said, again, that's a great place. YouTube, doing walkthroughs on different, hack the boxes, and make sure you pick the stuff that it's okay. If it's not retired, you want to be careful what you're writing up because you don't want to get into any kind of trouble with hack the box. So be able to show that to potential employers, going to different meetups and stuff. So if you're a member of like local OWASP groups, different organizations, we had someone in our community that was a recent graduate from a university, and he did a panel, not a panel, but he did a presentation on how to detect, to analyze malware. So there was a hiring manager for a large global bank in there that saw his talk on malware analysis and asked for his resume, and the guy got hired. It's almost like he was doing a technical interview. He was showing the skills that he had learned, and this is at a meetup. So presenting at conferences, same kind of thing. It'll get you noticed. And so this is where you can find me. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. I always love to grow my network, and I'm very active on Twitter. You can find the Hacker Factory podcast and ITSP magazine, and also on my YouTube channel. On my YouTube channel, I've got a semester of my ethical hacking class lectures, which is based on the Pentest Plus certification. Although along with the Pentest Plus content, I also add in my real world experience and show a few technical walkthroughs on how to use tools and discover vulnerabilities. So thanks for attending my talk, and I hope to see you online.
Thank you so much, Philip. That was a great story for anyone who wants to start a career in pen testing. Just told us where you started, how you leverage your experiences, the tools, the skills, the pathways. Everything was really great and informational for anyone who really want to start a career in pen testing. Thank you so much for your time. We are really glad to have you with us. See you next year. Up next, we have Kai Iyer for his talk on Are You Detecting WMI Abuse the Right Way? Let's see what's in store from Kai.
Good morning, good evening, everyone. Really excited to be part of YASCON'2021. I would like to extend my gratitude to YAS community for organizing this awesome event and also having me on this event to present my topic, WMI abuse and detection. So let's get started. What's in the store? So we'll be looking into what's the deal with WMI. We'll try to understand what is WMI and what is it used for. Should I break my head about it? So as a red teamer or a blue teamer, should you be knowing about WMI and why is WMI even relevant? Then WMI abuse. So what are the techniques and strategies used by attackers or adversaries to perform malicious activity using WMI? Then we'll be looking into the detection strategies. How can you actually detect WMI? And we'll be talking in terms of Sysmon and WinEvent events. So yeah, let's move ahead. A quick introduction about me. So my name is Kair. I am working as a threat analyst for managed detection and response for one of the big fours. I do development stuff, mainly web development and DevOps in cloud. I read a lot of technical blogs and I try out this stuff. So whenever I'm coming across something interesting, I do publish blogs on my own site, Intellectual Ninja, and also I publish on other digital medium. Really passionate and enthusiastic about open source contribution. So whenever there is some events that actually encourages open source contributions like Hacktoberfest and Google Summer of Code, I would like to be part of that along with the community to encourage folks actually getting started with open source contributions and making folks understand the importance of open source. Uh, Privacy, yes, with the growing technologies and innovations kicking in, it's how is privacy relevant and how can you achieve digital privacy? So love talking about privacy. Apart from what I do on a technical side, I love watching anime and manga. You can find me at Kaier on Twitter, Medium, GitHub, and probably everywhere. Yep. So yeah, what's the deal with WMI? So going by the definition, let's try to understand what is WMI. So Windows Management Instrumentation is the infrastructure for management data and operations on Windows-based operating systems. So basically WMI allows you to write WMI scripts or applications to automate your admin task on local host or remote host. WMI actually allows normal users, administrators, developers to enumerate, manipulate, and interact with various components in the operating system. WMI, talking about the architecture of WMI, WMI provides an abstracted object-oriented model. That means it has got a lot number of classes, and the classes represent typically the registries. So WMI has got registry classes, processes classes, threads, then hardware components. And not going much detailed in depth for the hardware, not going in depth of the infrastructure or the architecture of WMI. WMI has got three main components, just to name them out: WMI service, WMI providers, and WMI repository. So why is WMI so much important in today's world, and why are we even talking about WMI? So in the context of this presentation, whenever I mention WMI, we are talking about WMI as in attack MITRE framework. So MITRE attack framework and this tactic T1047 is an execution tactic that adversaries use for lateral movement and persistence, which is WMI. So we'll be talking about the technique WMI in this entire presentation, not the native WMI thing. So let's move ahead. So should I break my head about it? So WMI, and as a red teamer or as a blue teamer, why is WMI even relevant to you? So an adversary can use WMI to interact with systems and use it as a means to perform many tactic functions, such as gathering information for discovery and remote execution of files. So WMI has actually access to a lot of data. So adversaries actually prefer having these kind of access to data, and they would like to perform various activities such as discovery, reconnaissance, lateral movement, persistence, and execution. So WMI actually provides with a lot number of options for red teamers as well as blue teamers. You are an admin and you want to automate a task, or you want to write a WMI script or application to do some of your tasks. So you have capabilities for that as well. But then due to these capabilities, adversaries or attackers prefer WMI to do a lot of activities. We'll be looking into what are those activities one by one. But then before getting started, we know that WMI is pretty popular among threat actors and threat groups. So let's see the popular threat actors and threats that actually uses WMI in their attacks and campaigns. Agent Tesla. Agent Tesla has used WMI to gather information from system. That is basically discovery. Then APT29, also known as the Cosy Duke or Cosy Beer or the Dukes, they use WMI to steal credentials and execute backdoors. That means credential theft. Then Astaroth has been using WMI to execute payloads. That's the execution part of WMI. Bazaar has been using WMI to gather information. This is actually discovery, but very specifically or very particularly about the antivirus engines. Then Cobalt Strike, one of the most popular adversary simulation tool and post-exploitation thing. So Cobalt Strike can use WMI to deliver a payload to remote host. Then Emotnet. Emotnet has been using WMI to execute PowerShell.exe. This may not actually seem very relevant or very important that WMI is used to execute PowerShell. So the thing is, we have a lot of detections for, suppose, shell spawned from Office process, suppose PowerShell is spawned from Excel or Word, then we have detections for that. But if you are spawning WMI from your Excel and then using WMI to spawn PowerShell, then you can actually evade the detections for uh, shell spawn from Office process. So that's what makes this particular technique very important. Uh, let's move ahead and discuss a couple of other things. So WMI abuse. So these are a couple of strategies that has been used by the attackers or the threat actors to take advantage of the WMI. So discovering sysinfo or the system information. So suppose you want to list out the users or the processes or the softwares and patches installed on a host or on a remote host, you can definitely use WMI to do that. Then scheduling persistence. So you want to achieve persistence, then WMI actually provides you that as well. Launching WMI from Office documents to invoke PowerShell. So as we discussed, instead of directly launching your shell from Office documents, you're launching the shell via WMI to evade the detections. Then WMI lateral movement. Yep, initially an execution technique, but WMI has been used for lateral movements. We'll be looking into how can you achieve lateral movement. And credential theft using WMI. So WMI can be used to access credentials and dump credentials. So that is also an important usage of WMI. Then deletion of shadow copies, likely to avoid VSS admin. So typically in a normal environment, VSS admin is used to create, list out and delete your shadow copies, but then you have detections for that. Suppose VSS admin is used to delete your shadow copies, then there are a lot of detections available for that. So in order to evade those detections, you are not using VSS admin, but you are using WMI to delete shadow copies. About some demo. So we have talked about the theory part. Let's get into the demo part and see how it actually works. So let me pull up my VM. All right. Now let's see how can WMI be used to abuse these services. So I just open up my command line. All right. It's not necessary that you need an admin prompt. You can just go with the normal command line user mode. That's more than enough to perform all of these activities, but just like going with the administrator. Yeah, so let's start with the reconnaissance phase, or how WMI can be used to do discovery. So first of all, let's start with listing out the users available in the host. WMIC user account. If you want to get all of the details from the user accounts, then you can definitely go with get all. But if you want to specify what are the details that you want, suppose the name of the users and maybe you want the description, then definitely you can go with this. And you can see there is an administrator account, there is a default account, and there is a guest account. So you can list out the users by using WMI. You can definitely list out the softwares and hotfix that are actually available on your host. WMIC quick fix engineering. Name hotfix ID. All right, so we have some hotfix and name, but I don't think we have the name here. Let's go for the description as well. All right, so we do have some description about it. So this is like listing out software hotfixes and patches, and you can definitely match your hotfix ID to see what it is. Suppose you want to enumerate or you want to list out the remote services, then definitely that's actually one of the interesting technique, because you want to see the processes or the remote services running on a remote host. So WMIC will be using a node. In this case, we'll just go with the local host because that's more easy for a demonstration point of view. And service, where you don't want to list out all the services, but suppose you want to list out a couple of services. Caption like, for example, spooler.exe. There is no instance available, but then this is how you actually look out for the remote services running on a remote host. And yep, so this was remote services. Let's try out for remote processes. So WMIC process, I'd go for caption, maybe command line. All right, so I do have some output here. So this is how you actually check out for the processes, the command lines. Definitely, if you want to get out all the details, you can go with the option /all, but then we only want to limit our results. And yeah, definitely you can get your results in a CSV format if you want your output to be formatted. So you can go with format CSV, and you can actually write this to a file to get it actually get your output in a decent way, so that you can use this. Like suppose your admin wants to do some administrative task and automate these tasks, then he can definitely write this to a CSV file to do further operations and the what you can say the further activities that he actually wants to proceed with. WMI is mainly used for execution. So let's see the execution part, which is the most interesting part of WMI. So WMIC process call create. Whatever process you want to execute using WMI, you can straight away call that process, suppose calculator.exe. There you go. So you have successfully invoked calculator using WMI. Suppose you want to do the same with Notepad. All right, so that makes sense. Here I'm actually using the examples of calculators and Notepad, but definitely you can um, invoke whatever process you want to, like you want to invoke PowerShell or you want to invoke some other process and you have arguments for that, then you can proceed with that as well. One of the most interesting part is how are you gonna invoke or run these processes on a, what you can say, remote host. So like doing this on a local host is pretty easy, but how are you going to proceed with the same for a remote host? So let's see how can we execute these processes. So WMIC and user, suppose administrator. Password, suppose I'm going with pass. Node. Process called create. And then whatever process you want to spawn, notepad.exe or whatever. I don't think this is gonna work in this case because I've provided the wrong credentials. Yep, the access is denied, but then this is how you actually execute your, if you have the right credentials and suppose you have the right privileges, then you can definitely use this to run your like run your WMI command to execute remote processes. One of the most important part is like you have detections for your keywords. There are actually a lot of detection logics that are based on command lines and your keywords. So most of the time attackers tend to use encoded PowerShells, or they have been using obfuscation methods to bypass the detection logics. Let's try some out with PowerShell. All right, so we have the PowerShell here, and let's try to invoke Notepad, but in a encoded PowerShell way. So encoded PowerShell. So I'll create a variable ABC suppose, and I'll pass my commands on to this, and I'll just invoke this variable there. So invoke WMI method. Path Win32 process. So Win32 process is one of the classes available in WMI, and there are actually other classes available as well. So we'll look into this Win32 process in a bit, but then let's see how we can run a encoded PowerShell command. So create an argument list, argument list, notepad.exe. All right, now I'm gonna encode this. Suppose I'm using a variable encode, and system.convert to base64. To base64 string. System dot text encoding. Code. Get bytes. pass ABC into this. All right, that makes sense. Now I'm going to invoke PowerShell.exe. All right, yep. So I've invoked this encoded PowerShell to spawn a notepad.exe. Basically, if you want to check the value of encode, so this is the base64 conversion of invoke WMI method Win32 process create argument list notepad.exe. So this is how you actually run a PowerShell, encoded PowerShell to invoke WMI. So if your detections are only based on keyword logics and you're not actually checking for the processes that is being created, then this is one of the methods to bypass your detections and use WMI to do malicious kind of activities. Now, I was actually talking about Win32 process. So Win32 process is pretty, what you can say, they have got some really good techniques to avoid your detections. So when you are using, in the last command line, we have been using encoded PowerShell. So if you're actually monitoring for encoded PowerShell, or you're monitoring for invoke expression IEX, or you're actually looking out for particular arguments, then there is a chance that this previous command will be getting detected by your SIEM solutions. But then if you want to bypass that, like you don't want to get caught by the encoded PowerShell commands run in the host, then you can use the Win32 process. So here what we are going to do is we'll actually create a subclass of Win32 process, and then we'll actually run our PowerShell commands using that class. So direct, like there are detections that are watching out for Win32 process. So what you do is we'll create a subclass or a child class, and this child class will inherit all the properties of Win32 process. So class equal to management class, management dot management class. Management path of Win32 process. All right, so you have created a class. Now you're creating a new class which will actually inherit the properties of this class. Class dot derive so we create this class called Win32. Win32 APC. New class is not recognized. Oh. All right, that's done. Just to make sure that we are doing the right thing, I'll just print out the details of new class. New class. All right, so it is using Win32. All right, now what we are going to do is we are going to invoke our WMI method. Using WMI ABC. Give me a minute. All right, we are back. Was having some network issues. Sorry for that. And invoke, yeah, we were invoking the WMI method using Win32 ABC class. So we are creating an argument list of argument list on notepad.exe. All right, so that's done. The best part about invoking, what you can say, invoking notepad using a subclass of Win32 process is when you are doing this, even if your detections are actually looking out for invoke command, they won't be getting caught because this is actually not using the Win32 process, but you are using the child of that. In order to verify this, let's look into the sysmon logs that is available to us. So if you have sysmon, then you can definitely look out for the sysmon logs in the event viewer. All right, Microsoft Windows. Sysmon, let's see the operational logs. All right. So what I can see here is notepad is being spawned. The command line is notepad.exe and the parent is WMI provider host. So even if I'm actually looking out for the invoke command expression that is not available here, so you are actually evading those detections. And let's see for the command lines that we have executed earlier. So you have all right, so notepad spawning from WMI. Okay. All right, so there you go. This is actually your encoded PowerShell that you have run earlier. So you have the command line here. And if you're actually looking out for your encoded, like you're watching out for your arguments in your detection queries, then you can pretty much get this caught. And before that, you can, all right, so you're spawning sysmon and you're executing your command line WMIC user administrator password. You're using this node and you're like looking out for, in this case, you are actually watching out for process called create. So you can pretty much see this directly in your sysmon logs. But the one that we have used using the child process of Win32 process is not actually available here. The reason behind that is if you really want to see the scripts that are actually invoked or that are actually executed via PowerShell, there is something called PowerShell script block logging, which is event ID 4104. By default in Windows system, it is not enabled. So in order to enable PowerShell script block logging, you have to edit your local policies. Edit directly. Edit local policy. Edit group policy. All right, so in edit your group policies, go for administrative templates and look for Windows components, and in that go look out for Windows PowerShell, and you can see that Windows PowerShell script logging, I've actually enabled it on my host, but by default it is not enabled. It will be always in the disabled state. So in order to get your PowerShell script logging, you can enable this thing and you can check mark for the log script block logging invocation start and stop events. It will actually log your start and stop of the PowerShell events as well. So once you have enabled this, you can definitely have a look at the PowerShell events from the event viewer itself. So from the event viewer, instead of going to Sysmon, this time you are going for PowerShell. Windows PowerShell. All right, we have PowerShell here. And I'm actually looking out for 4104. 4104, then I have 4104 here. 4104. All right, so this one actually tells me that I'm doing something called, I'm creating a new class, and that is actually deriving the O class, like that is actually deriving it from like deriving Win32 ABC from new class and 4104. All right, so there you go. So you have created something, a variable called class, and you are actually creating that as a class of Win32 process, and then you are actually creating Win32 ABC from this variable, and you are actually running your invoke WMI method using that. So if you want to look out for the events that are actually you want to see the content of what is being executed by PowerShell, then script block logging is actually one of the easiest ways as a blue teamer to monitor all of the activities that are happening in PowerShell. Going back to the presentations, we are yet to cover some other topics. Yep, we are yet to cover the detection strategies. So we have seen some methods in which WMI can be used for reconnaissance, execution, and even actually evading some of the logics that are available. Have we seen WMI used for? Yep. So we have seen WMI used for listing out the users, listing out the process, executing remote threads, and listing out the software and hot patches installed. Then we have seen WMI, how WMI can be used to invoke processes, and we have seen how we can do that in various methods using PowerShell, using encoded PowerShell, using subclass of Win32 process. There are actually other classes available for WMI, and there are a lot possibilities with WMI. Now, for the abuse methods that we have discussed, let's talk about the detection strategies. How a blue teamer or a defender can create detection queries in order to detect those events. So we have Sysmon and WinEvent logs. So talking about Sysmon and WinEvent logs, this is actually pretty interesting because every blue team, like everyone who is actually typically operating in a SOC environment, whether you are a SOC analyst or you are a threat hunter, you must be familiar about Sysmon and Minivent. So Sysmon is a Windows system or driver that actually logs your system activity to Windows event logs. And Windows event logs are basically records that actually tells you about your system activities, your security, like it will tell you about your system, it will tell you about your security logs, it will tell you about your application logs. So Sysmon actually has 3 event IDs that is actually dedicated to WMI. So that's the relevance of WMI. WMI is so relevant that Sysmon even has dedicated event IDs to monitor WMI. So the first one, WMI event filter, Sysmon event ID 19, that is used to look out for WMI event filter. So WMI event filter is like whenever an event filter is registered, and typically malwares use this method to execute something. So whenever a WMI event filter is registered, you can see that in Sysmon event ID 19. When you are looking out for WMI event consumer, that is when your registration of WMI consumers, that means suppose you are seeing event ID 19, something happens, and when that thing happens, what are you gonna do? So when something happens, that is event ID 19, and after this trigger condition, what is the next thing that is happening? So that is the consumer. So you are watching out for that in event ID 20. Then event ID 21, where you will be looking into the uh, WMI event consumer to filter. So this is basically binding between your filter to consumer, means from the trigger of the event to what to do when that event actually happens. So these 3 are the Sysmon event IDs, but these 3 event IDs are actually only focusing on the WMI permanent event subscriptions. So basically these are used when you really want to look out for WMI persistence. Then you have Windows event ID 5861 that actually logs permanent record of WMI event subscriptions. And this is actually, this one is also for WMI persistence. Let's move ahead and write some detection queries with the knowledge that we have currently. So let me pull out a notepad. All right, so for the command lines that we had, so we were discussing about WMI user account all and WMIC process. So whenever you are using WMIC to run to get the list of user accounts or process or remote processes, then what as a detection engineer or as a defender, when you want to detect for these processes, what you will be looking out is you will be looking out for event command line. So if you really want to look at the event logs, you can go to Sysmon. And from this you can take your detection query. So your command line, watching out for WMIC .exe or say WMIC star, because you want to not only just look for a specific terms but anything that start with WMIC. So your command line goes something like this: WMIC, and you're seeing a process creation. So if you want to watch out for process creation, then definitely you have to use event ID, suppose. So this is just a template which you can use for any of those SIEM solutions. Suppose you are using Splunk, then you can actually use the fields that is passed by Splunk. You are using ELK, then you can use fields specific to ELK. So it actually depends on what SIEM solution you are using and how you are passing those fields. But basically this is what you are going to do. You are going to watch out for WMIC and event ID 1 for process creation, and you're gonna ignore all those things, as this will actually create a lot of events. So what you're trying to do is you only want the events that are really suspicious, and you really want to avoid anything that is legit. So what you will do is you will simply negate like whatever is your legit process. So say that is your suppressions. So suppose say Windows Defender or legit processes that you know are actually pretty genuine in your client environment or your environment, then you can definitely negate those. Suppose you're looking out for WMI spawn from unusual processes, spawn from unusual processes, then you have to look out for WMI provider host. Let's see that. So this was actually the previous one in which we were talking about WMIC. What if we are not using, suppose this WMIC is actually written straightforward, then you are getting that output. But what if you are not using WMIC right away, or you are obfuscating it in some way? So when your command lines are actually matched against keywords, then there is actually a risk for you to, like, suppose the attacker or adversary is not actually giving you the exact keyword, but he is actually using something else. Suppose in this case, this is case sensitive or case insensitive. You have to really be sure about your case sensitivity. Suppose WMIC you are written in lowercase, and suppose your adversary is using uppercase, or like whenever you are matching a keyword, make sure that that is case insensitive, because you don't want to miss out for the command lines or keywords just because of case sensitivity. Sometimes this may be obfuscated or this may be encoded. Then what you should be doing is you should be looking out for something called the original file name. So the original file name won't actually change even if the command line is actually changing, because you are using, at the end of the day, you are using that process to do whatever you want. So you'll basically want to look out for original file name WMIC. So instead of looking out for command line WMIC, you might want to go for original file name in order to make sure that you are not missing out on the actual file events. Then WMI spawn from unusual process, what we were talking about. Yeah, so for that we'll be looking for, all right, this is WMIC. When you're spawning something, suppose you're spawning WMIC from your Excel or your Word, and you want to get hold of that, then you can use, whenever there is a process creation, you can go for event ID 1. It totally depends on you what kind of event IDs that you really want to monitor. You're monitoring file creations, or you're monitoring your DNS queries, or registry modifications, or process creation, or creating remote threads. So you can actually narrow it down based on your use case. So if you are actually trying to watch out for the unusual processes, like WMI being spawned from unusual processes, then you can go for WMI. You have command lines, you have images. So instead of command lines, you can always go for image, because that seem more relevant. So either you can go for image or parent image, but instead of parent image, if you are going for image, there are two conditions. One is WMI being spawned from unusual process, and the other is WMI spawning unusual processes. So depending on your use case, you can use image or your parent image. So in this case, I'll be using image. So I'll be looking out for WMI process provider host. So WMI provider. Make sure you are not missing out on the case sensitivity. And if your, suppose whatever your detection, your, suppose your SIEM solution is actually case sensitive, and it is actually only taking the uppercase or lowercase, then make sure you can use regex to actually like write case insensitive queries. So there is actually that option too. So this is about WMI being spawning unusual process and getting spawned from unusual processes. Suppose you want to talk about WMI and you want to detect credential theft from WMI, then definitely you can watch out for the DLLs or watch out for the exe files that are associated with your credential dumpings. So again, you'll be monitoring for credential dumping. So credential access theft. Again, you will be monitoring for event ID 1, and this time you might want to go for command arguments having WMIC. So if you are using wildcards, be really careful about that, because wildcard will actually take a lot of resources. It will actually be heavy on your memory, and it will actually slow down your performance. So really make sure that whenever you are using wildcards, try to avoid wildcards as much as possible. But it is if it is really unavoidable, then go for it. Otherwise, always try not to use wildcards. Suppose you want to monitor your SAM library and you want to watch out for your Vault CLI, so go for that as well. Vault CLI DLL and yes, LSAS. So you can look out for LSAS.exe being accessed in relation with WMIC. So if WMIC is accessing SAM library or your Vault CLI or LSAS, then make sure that you're filtering in those events, and then you're looking into those events in depth, just to make sure that nothing bad is actually happening with those events. So this is credential theft. And suppose you want to watch out for lateral movements. Lateral movement. So in the lateral movement or the execution that we did using, like we spawned Notepad from WMIC, but you are not spawning Notepad, but you're spawning PowerShell and you're running. Let me show you that as well. PowerShell. All right. So let me really quick copy those commands. So instead of spawning just Notepad, we'll spawn something. We can even run like whenever you are providing the yep. So, yep. Instead of just providing notepad.exe, you can actually run a full-fledged PowerShell query here. Suppose you want to run PowerShell to list out the processes running over here, you can definitely use that in double quotes, and you can get your process to do that. So instead of Notepad, you can provide whatever arguments you want to do here. And when you are doing that, basically you are trying to do more than just what you can say normal activity. So when you are watching out for those kind of activities, definitely WMIC is actually being used here. And WMIC, yep, detection query part. So you will be watching out for uh, event ID 1 again, event ID 1, because process creation always is involved here. Event ID 1 and in data dot command line. So we have seen that you can use WMIC call create process. So whenever you are creating or invoking a process, it's definitely call create and process. These command lines are actually available out there. So You can definitely watch out for 3 of these commands and using an AND condition. So call, create, and process, or else you can go with wildcards as well. But then, yeah, instead of using wildcards, you can always go for any other conditions that you have. So if you want to watch out for the lateral movements using WMI, then look out for command lines having call, create, and process. And when monitoring the PowerShell events, typically what we'll do is getting PowerShell logs, and you'll be looking out for the arguments, especially invoke expression, invoke. And here you are not using AND, but you are using OR, because any of these are available, then you have to definitely look out for that PowerShell query. So invoke expressions and encoded PowerShells, you'll be looking for encoded, like there is a enc encoded command, then you have en. So you'll be actually looking out for a couple of arguments that are typically used by the threat actors, and you'll be filtering in those events. Initially, you can see that you are filtering in a lot of genuine events, and there are actually a lot of false positive, but adding suppressions to that and weeding out your false positives can definitely improve your efficiency and your analyst. By the time actually you keep on improving these detection queries, you'll reach a point where you can actually get only a few events, and most of those events are actually not false positive and actually giving you some meaningful results. So when like using Sysmon to detect all of these events, the main point is uh, uh, either you can go for keyword matching. That is the first step in creating detection queries. Go for the keyword matchings. If keyword matching is being bypassed, then you have to look out for what is the process that is being accessed. Suppose LSAS is being accessed, then definitely instead of event ID 1, you can go with event ID 10. That is process access, and like event ID 10 and command line or image is actually your lsas.exe. And if if it was granted access or not, so you can actually go for that as well, granted access. So always make sure that you're not just only relying on the keywords, but you're seeing what process has been accessed and whether the access was actually granted. And the other part is like you can always go for the original file name. Even if they are not using the keywords, they'll definitely use that process. Then original file name can help you get over that. So it's totally depending on you. When you have the Sysmon logs, you have a lot of fields. You can try out the fields that best works out for you. If it's file name or it's command line or user directories or image name. So whatever actually works for you, go with that. Try the detection queries, like create one detection query at first, and then you try adding suppressions to that, and you try improving that queries. Like when you are aggregating more and more fields, then you are actually taking up more like performance, like you're taking it heavy on your SIEM solution. So try using as less fields as possible and detect as more as possible. So that's one strategy while creating detection queries. And once you get started with detection queries, you'll know what processes to look out for, where to look out for, and then if this is actually available, then how can you actually relate it to particular events. So you have to read up on the tactics and techniques used by the adversaries, and watch out for the tactics and techniques based like you being used in your environments. So that is how you create detection queries. Going back to our presentation, these are the references. And yeah, definitely if you have any questions, these detection queries are the all of the detection queries that we have discussed in this presentation will be available on my GitHub. And if you have any questions, you can definitely connect with me and post your questions here. I'll be more than happy to answer that for you. uh, Thank you and have a good one.
Next up, we have Saudesh with us, live for his talk on GRPC pen testing.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending from wherever you are watching this presentation. I am Sorish Das, and today on behalf of my team, I will be presenting our research on GRPC and the various security vulnerabilities associated with it. A brief introduction about me. I am currently working as a penetration tester and ethical hacker at IBM, and also have a knack of doing security research and exploring new technologies. I would like to thank YASCON team for providing me with this opportunity to present our team's research. The presentation is broadly divided into three sections. First, I'll be walking you through the basics of GRPC, like what exactly it is, how it has evolved, and the different communication patterns associated with it, and like that. Secondly, I will then introduce to you and discuss some of the threat scenarios that we came up while researching for vulnerabilities in GRPC and how they are relevant in context of application security. We also developed a vulnerable GRPC application for enhancing our research and conducting more tests on it. And then finally, I'll show you some demonstrations on some of the vulnerabilities which we were able to recreate over the vulnerable application. So first, the basics. So as we all know that to find loopholes in any technology, it is important that we understand the basics of that. So let me begin with the basics. So as we all know that inter-process communication has been drastically evolving over the period of time. Using an RPC, a client can remotely invoke a function of an entity, just like calling a local method. So the inception of RPC occurred from CORBA, which is a Common Object Request Broker Architecture, and Java RMI, which is Java Remote Method Invocation. And these were primarily used for building and connecting services or applications. Overcome the limitations of CORBA and RMI came SOAP, which was like based on XML format. However, the SOAP thing also came out like with some complications, and it was like very heavily complicated basically. Then to ease out further, REST came to rescue, which was developed using HTTP verbs. Like it was around the HTTP verbs to perform state changing operations like get, post, delete, patch, put, etc. So that was there, but with increased demand in agile and robust microservice architecture, there have been shortcomings of REST observed, which led to the inception of GRPC. So this is how RPC evolved over the period of time. First we had CORBA, this was followed by SOAP, then REST, and then finally like we have GRPC now. So what is GRPC? Then so GRPC is basically a modern open source high performance RPC framework which relies on HTTP2 for communication. At the core of this is it is basically an inter-process communication technology which was developed by Google and known as Stubby, and it had the capability to connect thousands of microservices running across multiple data centers and build with disparate technologies, meaning that microservices which are running in different languages, they can communicate with each other despite of being developed in any different technologies. Now, since Stubby was tightly coupled with Google's internal infrastructure, so Google released GRPC as an open source RPC framework in 2015. So this GRPC technology, it is language agnostic. Hence, if you are having a server implemented in Java and a client implemented in Go language, so they can easily talk with each other without any concern. Like they can talk freely. GRPC makes that easy. And it makes use of something known as a protocol buffer, which we will be looking up in the next slide. Protocol buffer is basically used to define the interactions between client and server, and it also is used for generation of the boilerplate code for both the client and the server. And it is this technology, GRPC technology, it is currently being used by organizations such as Netflix, Square, Lyft, Docker, and Cisco to boost their productivity. Next, let's look at what is protocol buffer. So when we are developing a GRPC application, a service interface is defined, which will contain the methods that allow consumers to call remotely, the method parameters and message formats to use when invoking those methods, and so on. And all these service definitions are recorded as a protocol buffers definition, which is the interface definition language, IDL, used in gRPC. Protocol buffer is again language neutral, platform neutral, and an extensible way of serializing structured data. When we are compiling a proto file, the .proto file, we obtain the skeleton code for client and server. The extension of a typical proto file is .proto, and it has numerous advantages, like it allows us to easily compose message definitions. Then enormous amount of code can be generated from a simple proto file. We just need to compile a simple proto file and it can give us the boilerplate code, which is enormous. And then we have like the API definition is independent from implementation. That is, you can define whatever thing you want to do, that API definition in protobuf, and then you can implement that logic, the further logic in any language that you wish to. And as it's language agnostic, so systems which are using different languages, they can easily communicate with each other. To better understand, I have also included a code snippet of a proto file, like how it looks, and it is taken from the gRPC up and running book by O'Reilly. So if we carefully observe this syntax, the first the service definition is beginning with the specification of the protocol buffer version. In this case, it is proto 3. So it is defined in this way: syntax equals to proto 3. Then it is followed by package name. So package names are basically used to prevent name clashes between protocol message types, and also will be used for generation of code. This is followed by definition of the service interface that of a gRPC service. So inside that service thing, in this case, it's a product information service. What we are defining here is two remote methods. One is an add product method and one is a get product method. So the remote method, the first one, add product, is a remote method to add a product that would take in the product details, like whatever details are there, and then return the product ID. And a second get product remote method, which is going to fetch the product details based on the product ID supplied to it. Now to further clarify that, what would be exactly the product and the product ID, we define the message format or the type of product. So that is done using like the syntax is like message, whatever is the product or whatever you want to define. And inside that, we define it in a field like name value pair way, which will hold the product ID with unique field numbers, and that are used for identification of the fields in message binary format. Okay, and then so this from on line number 6 we are defining a product, so it will have a ID and a name and a description. And then we have another product ID specification, which is going to have, you know, simple value, which is going to be the first field pair. So that is being defined here for identification of a product. Once we dive deeper here, we have communication patterns in gRPC. This is also important before we are, you know, understanding the security vulnerabilities. So there are generally 4 types of communication patterns offered by gRPC. First is unary, second is server streaming, client streaming, and bidirectional or bidirectional streaming. So the simplest RPC style, also known as unary RPC, is a communication pattern in which a client invokes a remote function, and so the client is going to send a single request to the server, and it will get a single response that is sent along with the status details of trailing metadata. And it is somewhat similar to the current HTTP 1.1 request response communication pattern, which is already in use. So here I have also mentioned a small code snippet, which is, you know, showing that how the service syntax would be in case of a unary service remote method declaration. So it will say if I'm going to do add a product, so it will take in only the product and it returns the product ID. As simple and nothing complicated there. Second one is server streaming. So in server streaming or server side streaming RPC, the server is going to send back a sequence of responses after getting the client's request message. So in a real world scenario, a consumer can send a query to the server for searching something, and then the server is responding with a stream of responses, something which we commonly see in a Google search. So the service syntax here would change slightly. The return, the response would be a stream of product instead of a single like a response, because we are searching for a single product ID although, but there could be some variations to it, right? That same product could be available in different colors or in different specifications. So it will return multiple those product IDs, but with different specifications likewise. So that's how the declaration is going to change in the proto file. In case of client streaming or the client side streaming RPC, the client sends multiple messages to the server instead of a single request, and the server will send back a single response to the client. However, one thing to be noted here is that the server doesn't necessarily have to wait until it receives all the messages from the client side to send a response. In a real world scenario, say if we have an order management service, and so the client wants to, you know, update a set of orders by sending the orders as a stream of messages, and then it will wait for the server to, you know, respond back with a single response with the status of orders that are updated. So in this case, the protobuf inside the protobuf file, the syntax of the service would be RPC update orders stream order, because we are now, the client is now streaming a set of like data. So it will be a stream order and it will return an update status, which is a like single response. And the final fourth type of communication pattern is bidirectional streaming. In this case, the client also sends a stream of messages and the server also sends back a sequence of responses. And the service syntax is somewhat like this. So basically it is used in scenarios such as a chatbot application where, you know, real-time data is to be exchanged. So in this case, the syntax would now become that the request also would be, or the user is also sending a stream of data, and the server or whatever the bot in this case is also returning a stream of data. So that's all from the basics. Now we have some fair knowledge about the basics of GRPC. Let me now introduce you some of the threat scenarios and security vulnerabilities in GRPC and the findings that we had in our research. So based on our understanding and experience in application security and penetration testing and also testing different forms of technologies, we came up with four broad threat categories or threat scenarios under which the vulnerabilities can be categorized. So the first one is improper data validation. It is one of the most common threat scenario, like any application which is accepting a user input, if it is not validating the data properly, so it can cause a ruckus. Then secondly is the misconfigured protobuf file. So as we saw when I was defining the communication patterns for each and every use case, so if in case there is a mismatch, like if the chatbot application is tuned to only send a single response, then that could also falter, cause faults in the application. And likewise, or it could be set to a more verbose output, which can lead to more excessive data exposure. And then third category is on unencrypted communication. So whatever cipher suites that the application is using, or the SSL TLS configuration certificate issues, those things are there. And then we have some obsolete software components like certain gRPC versions, how they are vulnerable, or any third-party components being used, which can introduce some more vulnerabilities in gRPC application. And to make the threat scenarios more realistic, we developed a vulnerable gRPC application, as we told you, over which we recreated those scenarios. So the data flow diagram of the application is somewhat like this. So we basically tried the behavior of the application was tested, that how it would behave to different forms of inputs, and it was really helpful in our research. So the backend is an SQL DB, and it's using Java as its source code. So a user can send in any of the create, read, update, delete, or list blog entries. So a user can send in any blog entry data. The application then sends the user supplied data to the database. The database processes that result, and then it whatever data is there, it will send it to the application. The application receives the data or result set as per the request, and then it returns it back to or displays it to the user based on whatever they have requested. And it could be a simple blog entry or the blog ID in response, like that. And in addition to the create, read, update, delete, we have a fifth operation, which is a list blog entry, which is only going to list out all the entries from the database. Next. So now, before we begin with pen testing, we often do a reconnaissance, right? So when we are doing a reconnaissance, we can check for certain response headers. So in this case, there could be like content type could be something like application/gRPC, or there could be a different kind of encoding mechanism for gRPC also being used that can be found. And some of the tools that can be used to interact with gRPC application or perform just recon, or just check for these headers, they can be gRPC UI, burp suite, and gRPC curl. Now let us revisit those threat scenarios that I explained previously in an individual manner. So first one was improper data validation. So as we know that modern applications are relying on user input to deliver more customized result and make it more study the user's request and all to better understand and give a more customized response. And in that process, it could take in a lot of data, and it could not only be a simple text box data, but it could be something like a file upload or additional interaction or any third party tool, data from a third party tool also being used likewise. So in all of this, there is a user input that is being supplied to the application, and the user input is really dangerous. And as a best security practice, it should always be validated. And if there is improper input validation, it can lead to injection attacks such as SQL injection or cross-site scripting, etc. And this maligns the reputation of the application and causes trust issues among users, which in turn affects the business. So blind trust is never a good option. So in this scenario, as you can see in the screenshot, we tried to inject some special characters in addition to the blog ID, and what we found was that the blog ID along with the special characters, they led to more data exposure. Like instead of returning the exact blog entry that was to be returned, it returned all the blog entries, and this shows a form of vulnerability that input is not being validated. So as I told, user input is something which should not be blindly trusted. Next we have is server-side misconfiguration. Now server-side misconfigurations are also really fatal, and it's often a result of bad coding practice. So in this scenario, we were able to find that the developer may assign an incorrect communication pattern for a gRPC service. So let's say in a chatbot application, if the client side is only limited to sending a unary request, but the server can send in multiple response, or both are set to unary, then imagine how much time it would take to interact and cause a little availability issue. Or let's say if it's a reading blog request or fetching only a particular bank record. So if the server side is set to streaming and there are some further misconfigurations, then excessive data can be exposed to a user. So the user can also view data of any other bank account as well. So that is there one misconfiguration that is there in terms of communication pattern wrongly assigned, which can cause unnecessary data exposure. The second thing is the reflection feature. The reflection feature is basically used by a developer for revealing details about what all services that are running or services being offered by a particular gRPC server, and it is enabled by a developer for debugging purpose in a pre-production phase. However, it should not be enabled in a production setup. So like in this case, in the screenshot, I had gRPC curl installed on my local machine, and I was able to enumerate what all services that the RPC calls that I can make from the blog service. So this is something which is not advisable in a production environment. Otherwise, it can lead to easy enumeration of what all services that your gRPC application is offering. Then we have unencrypted communication. So in this case, the plain text method, which is used in gRPC server, this allows basically transmission of data in plain text. So any adversary with a packet capturing tool, they can easily snoop in the traffic and see what is being exchanged between client and the server. So this plain text method is generally used for debugging any application traffic in a pre-production phase by a developer. but it should not be enabled in a production environment. In one of our earlier pen test assignments, we found that the plain text method was enabled in a production environment setup. So that way we were able to this is a screenshot again from our research that how it can reveal the data that is being exchanged between the client and the server. And then we have obsolete software components. So modern microservice-based applications are relying on multiple components for delivering quality functionality to end users. So if an application is using vulnerable components, then it definitely increases the risk of the application's security. So there are certain GRPC versions which we found which were vulnerable to prototype pollution. It's like how we see in the screenshot. This is from one of my team members' machine, that how they were able to find a particular GRPC version vulnerable to prototype pollution. Then there could be an older version of SSL being used by the GRPC application, which could lead to some SSL TLS or Cypher Suite attacks such as a robot or Suite 32, etc. And then there could be some other third-party components being used by your gRPC application, which can further cause some vulnerabilities. Next, apart from this, there are some other vulnerabilities that we found that were rate limiting, request throttling, which can lead to DOS. And this vulnerability was found to be applicable on applications which are implemented using C and C Sharp. But it is, as per current research, it is not possible to easily have a DOS kind of scenario in Java and Go, because they have very good memory management mechanisms in place. And apart from this, there are some other ways also in which the data can be leaked from RPC calls, and that too in very excessive amount. So finally, I would like to say on the security research part that this is not the only research. The hunt is still on, and since it's a really new technology industry, so my team and we are working hard to discover more loopholes in this technology. And as and when we find, we will definitely publish on it. And now let me walk through you some demo of what all that research and findings that we had done in while working and hunting for vulnerabilities in gRPC application or gRPC technology. So first I'll show you a demo of that how that reflection service, which is enabled by default in an application, basically on the gRPC server, it can lead to enumeration of the services. To do that, I have a gRPC curl on my machine, and so when I do this list method, then it is revealing that, okay, there's a blog service running in addition to the reflection service as well. So then I further would like to know that, what all services are being run there. So I do blog service. So it gives me all the RPCs that are there defined for this blog service. So there is a create, delete, list, read, update. Now to get the proto file definition, like how it is there. So what I can do is So this reveals me the how the services are defined in this case. So this is there. Then if I want to further understand a particular create blog thing, so I can try create. So it shows that how exactly that RPC call is structured in a way. So it's like I can send a single request and a single response. So that way I'm able to simply enumerate just because reflection is enabled, and I can further see that how this like blog request can be sent. So here you can see that this is the message type, and then the message template. Further, it is broken down into like an ID, an author ID, a title, and a content, whatever content that I want to send. So that way I can enumerate, okay, what kind of data can be sent and how it can be further exploited. So this is on the GRPC curl part. Next, I have a UI tool. This is called GRPC UI tool, which is basically alternative to that curl tool only, the GRPC curl tool only, but it is doing everything in a UI. So let me go to read block, and let's say I want to get this article, which is titled as test article. I invoke it, I'm getting a simple response, which is normally how the application should happen. Like for one title that I'm supplying, it should only respond me with one blog entry. And as you can see that there is content type which is being provided here, like application/grpc and the accept and quoting part. However, if I try to do a little bit SQLi here, so it kind of returns me the entire blog set, like all the blog entries are returned, which is showing that there is improper input validation. And while doing this, I had kept my Wireshark capture tool open. So whatever data that was exchanged, that got captured here. So as you can see here, like I had sent in a request here. So it is captured here. And this was the test string that was sent, like test article. And another, like I normally had sent one test article, so it reverted back with me with only one blog ID, which had multiple fields that I was seeing, field value pair. And when I did a post again, read blog request, so it sent a request to read the blog. It's an HTTP2 traffic, so this is the request actual. So now when I sent in an SQLize payload, then it returned back with me all the articles which were there. Yeah, so the second one, and second, third, and fourth, likewise. So like basically whatever data that was being exchanged was easily like available here. References which we referred for doing this research, and there are some blog articles, some books and online courses, and of course the official definition documentation of GRPC, which was helpful. And with that's it for this time. Really appreciate for your time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Savarish, for your very informative session. GRPC pen testing might be new to many of us, and please continue your efforts in shedding more light on GRPC pen testing. And thank you for being with us today. Let's give a shout out to our sponsors, our gold sponsors, TZM Security, Buckrowd, and Prime Guardian Cybersecurity Services. Also, Buckrowd is our CTF and YASCON event sponsor. And our workshop sponsor, ActiveBytes, and ActiveBytes is also our bronze sponsor. Our community partners, eHackify, OWASP C-Sites, Detectify, ASRG Kerala, DEFCON Kuwait, Cisco Gateway, and Kerala Police Cyberdome Kozhikode. Thank you everyone for your support. And also, if you haven't checked out Yas Jobs yet, please, new jobs have been uploaded and some might be right fit for you. Up next, we have Christy and Vicky with their intro to security code analysis for hackers, pen testers, and bug bounty hunters. Let's check in.
Welcome to this session, everyone. So the topic that we're going to be talking about today and we're going to be discussing today is code analysis for hackers, penetration testers, and bug bounty hunters. So before we get started, hi, my name is Vicky, and I am the developer evangelist at Shift Left and the author of Bug Bounty Bootcamp. And you can find me on Twitter at VickyLee7.
Hi, I'm Chris, Christy Vlad for the people who know me. I work in cybersecurity. I do penetration testing and bug bounty hunting.
Cool, so let's get started. And before we jump into our main topic for the day, let's first go through our agenda and what we have in store for you. So first, we're going to talk a little bit about why you should learn to review code as an offensive security professional. We're going to talk about why it will benefit you as a penetration tester or as a bug bounty hunter to learn to read code and identify security vulnerabilities in it. And then we're going to dive into how to prepare for a security code review. We're going to talk about, so what are the prerequisite knowledge and the activities that you should do prior to jumping into an application source code or prior to even looking for the source code of an organization. And we're also going to talk about some concepts, some basic concepts that you should know to make your code review go more smoothly. And then Christy here is going to show you how to actually conduct a source code review. He's going to give you an example, and we're going to walk you through how you actually find the source code of an application, how do you make it actually legible to yourself, and then how do you actually jump in and start finding different kinds of vulnerabilities in it. So first of all, why should you even learn code review, right? So a lot of the times I hear arguments like code review is only for developers or code review is only for the defensive security professionals, and that you shouldn't learn how to review code if you are if you are a penetration tester, if you are a bug bounty hunter, or if you're any offensive security professional, because you simply don't have the chance to come in contact with source code, right? Or that you think that offensive techniques tend to be more effective in finding actually exploitable vulnerabilities. But while these arguments, they all have their reasons behind them and they're all valid, the reason that you really want to learn how to review code as a penetration tester is that most application security issues are actually derived from insecure coding practices, right? Like SQL injection, they're caused by a lack of input validation or a lack of parameterization in SQL queries. And like cross-site scripting, these vulnerabilities are caused by a lack of output encoding. And issues like IDOR or privilege escalation, they're caused by missing or faulty access control. And then issues like SSRF can be because of weak regex checks, right? So all of these vulnerabilities have signatures that are actually very apparent in source code. And if you can just find the source code of an application, that can become a huge shortcut for you to find vulnerabilities in the application. So instead of trying 20 different exploit strings and see if one of them would fire, you can actually look at source code and then immediately identify which exploits would work and what the application is actually vulnerable to. And if the application has protections in place, you can also use source code review to analyze if their protection is comprehensive and if there's any good ways of bypassing it. Like one of the examples I like to give is that one time I found an SSR in an application via black box techniques. And then the application, like security engineers, actually sent back their patch, right? They're like, please validate this patch. By looking at the code in that patch, I actually identified 2 more ways that I can trigger SSRF on that application because I know exactly what they're protecting against, and I can know what they're not protecting against. So it's a very quick way of gaining a lot of clarity in your target and finding more subtle and more detailed vulnerabilities. So let's start preparing for a source code review. Before you even jump into attempting to look for source code, or before you jump into looking at the source code of an application, I do recommend that you gain a high-level overview of how the application works first. So this means that you're walking through the application manually, maybe as a regular user or using your usual recon techniques, and see, you're trying to find out where the important functionalities are, who are the users of the application, and which user should be able to do what, right? Should a regular user be able to edit anyone's blog posts, or is that just something that the admin user should use? What are the different levels of admin users in that application? And what are the different users? Do they have different rights? Do they have different functionalities that they can access? And then after that, if you can, also try to use tools or use some open source intelligence techniques to find out the major frameworks and libraries and add-ons and plugins that the application uses. So this will help you sort of gain visibility into the structure of the application and inform your code review so that you're not just looking at anything, right? For instance, if you know that the application is using PHP, then you'll look for PHP specific vulnerabilities. If you know that the application is using a particular server, then you know what the structure of the server is like and where to look for sensitive files, right? So all of this information will really add on to a comprehensive picture of what could possibly go wrong in the application, and as well as the common vulnerabilities that you should be looking for in the application. So it's going to make your analysis much more efficient, and it's going to inform your whole process. So next up, let's discuss a few code analysis concepts that you probably need to understand. So the first one is source. in the code analysis world, a source refers to the code that allows a vulnerability to happen, whereas a sink refers to where the vulnerability actually happens. So take command injection vulnerabilities, right? For example, a source in this case would be places in code that take in user input, whereas a sink is places in code that execute system commands. And if you can trace the data flow from a source, from the user input to the sink, to a functionality that executes system commands, and you find out that data can flow from this function to this function without any validation or sanitization in between, then you can be pretty confident that there is a command injection vulnerability in that point. And so a lot of vulnerabilities, a lot of common vulnerabilities can be identified by this method, by tracking this data flow from appropriate sources to their corresponding sinks. And using this strategy, you can identify and classify a lot of common vulnerabilities. So let's next talk about like some of the guidelines that this would mean for you during your code review. So the first one is that you should be looking for dangerous functions used on user supplied input. So this goes back to our sources and sinks conversation just now, right? A lot of common vulnerabilities will have their signature functionalities that they will need to trigger them. So if you can look for those functionalities and see if the attacker has a way of reaching that functionality, then you can find those vulnerabilities. And then, so for example, let's say that you're looking for reflected cross-site scripting, right? So in this case, you can look for URL components passed into HTTP responses. The URL components will be the source of this functionalities, and the HTTP responses will be the sink of this functionality. And if data can pass between these two functions without being encoded or sanitized, then there is a reflected cross-site scripting vulnerability. And for other vulnerabilities like insecure deserialization, you can look for user-supplied objects passed into unserialized functions. And SQL injections, for instance, happens when user-supplied input is concatenated into SQL queries, right? So really understanding these vulnerabilities, their causes, and their signature in code would really help you quickly find them in source code. And then finally, so another thing that is really worth looking for in code, especially for a penetration tester and a bug bounty hunter, is to look for secrets like API keys, database credentials, encryption keys, because developers often make the mistake of hard coding secrets in code. And if you can uncover these secrets in code, you can often gain access to private services or APIs used by the organization, and then you can quickly gain access to other services that the organization is using, right? And that could be, more code for you to review or directly gaining access to the server. So now enough with the theory. Chrissy is going to show you some examples of how to actually find vulnerabilities in source code using these techniques.
All right, so that was a very awesome presentation, Vicky.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's time to get practical here. Let me share my screen right now. Okay, so can you see my screen, Vicky?
Yes, I can.
All right, so we're actually going to be looking into Tesla because they have a pretty open bug bounty program. I think their program is on Bugcrowd. I'm not really sure. Maybe they put it on HackerOne as well, but I know for sure that they have it on Bugcrowd. So I don't think they would mind if we look, do a bit of surface level like bug bounty stuff when it comes to code review on their assets. And what I've done here is that I took their main website, so I'm on their main website. And what I want to start with is that I want to say that there are multiple ways to actually do source code review in the browser. So whether you're a Mozilla Firefox fan or a Chrome fan, it doesn't matter. So it's I also have so right now I'm using Chrome here, but I also have Firefox up and running. And what I want to say is that the first very most important thing that you want to do is when you're actually looking into code in the browser, when you're actually looking into JavaScript code, for example, it often comes very packed, and it is being delivered. So when you actually see, let me actually show you if I open up a private tab. Let's see. Let me actually open up a private new tab in not an incognito tab here. So if we go to tesla.com, and I want to make a point here. If we go to tesla.com, and if we look into the source code of the page by clicking Control U, we can see if we look for .js with Control F, we can see that we have 3 JS files over here. Can you see that, Vicky? Okay, so let's say we want to look into this JS file. I have nothing installed. I don't have, so I'm assuming that nothing is installed, no extension, no nothing. And we want to open up this JS file in a new tab.
Oh, is that why you're opening up an incognito window as well?
Yeah, that's why, because the extensions are not enabled in incognito from what I know. So this would actually, this is how the JS code looks on the client side when you're actually opening up in without any extension or without any help from the browser. So this is pretty unreadable, non-user friendly. So it's hard to do. It's basically impossible, humanly impossible to actually do code review on this kind of stuff. And that's actually why, so I'm going to close this incognito window. That's actually why we have plugins such as the JS Beautifier plugin, which comes with both. So you can just Google JS Beautifier plugin and you'll get you can get it for either Chrome here or Firefox. And what the plugin does is it actually beautifies. It makes the entire code much more user friendly. So as you can see, this is the same file that I've opened previously, but in this case, it's the JS Beautifier plugin kicked into gears, and we can see a much more readable code. So it's a very good starting point. Whether you're using, so like I said, one of the most important things when you're actually doing code review on JS files in the browser is to actually have a sort of readable code. And since this is sort of like a very introduction, very surface level example, I'm not going to get into the details because as you can see here, there are functions ETE. These types of functions, this is not the actual code that the developer wrote. This is packed, minified, to be actually delivered efficiently to the client, to the browser in this case. The real code sometimes can be accessible if the developers did not remove a map file. When we have a map file of the JS code, we can actually reverse the code and reverse the map file and get access to the actual code the developers wrote. And you'd be surprised that in a lot of cases that's actually the case. Developers do not delete the map file. So that's easier for penetration testers and bug bounty hunters, cybersecurity researchers to look into the code that developers actually wrote. And sometimes what that code also gives more is that there are higher chances to find credentials in that code, because the code that gets into production and gets minified and gets sent to the client, is often very tightly controlled, so to speak. But I digress. So the first order of business is to get a somewhat user-friendly view of the code. You install the JS Beautifier plugin either in Chrome or in Firefox. Now, when it comes to Chrome, what I want to do here is that I would press Control-Shift+I to actually fire up the developer tools in Chrome, and look into the network here. And I'm actually going to reload the page so that we have everything. For some reason, it doesn't show up.
What are you looking for?
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can. But which panel are you looking at? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm in the network panel, but we cannot see. For some reason, we cannot see the files here as they are being populated.
Let me try it. You're on Chrome, right? Let's see.
Exactly. This is what happens when you're actually...
Whenever you do a demo.
Yeah.
I can see it in my DevTools, actually.
Yeah, so what I wanted to highlight here is that in Chrome, you don't actually need the JS Beautifier plugin, because in Chrome, when you have in the network tab, so if it would work on my view here, you would have all the resources that refreshing the page here, you would have all the resources pop up in the network tab. And when I would click on one of the resources, for example, when I would click on one of the files, like our JS. So if we look into, I believe it was this JS, let's see if I can open it up here, reveal in sources. Yeah, so I can look this in sources. So that's a bypass to the network tab. Chrome has an option to actually print it. So you do not need a JS Beautifier plugin. So Chrome has actually printed it. So you don't actually need any extension. Now, once you have all these, so all we've done so far is actually the prerequisites. You want to have a readable version of the code. Now that you have a readable version of the code, you can actually start your analysis, so to speak. So first off, what we are looking for, you can start looking into the JS file itself here, or first off, we are again on the main Tesla page. When you look into the source of the page, sometimes you do not only see the JS files or link to the JS.js, how I've shown you here. So we have links to the script files, but we also have scripts embedded. So it often is that in the source of the page, there are scripts embedded in the page. Let's see if we can find some script other than the references. Yeah, so you have scripts like this one embedded into the page, and sometimes you can get some juicy information in the scripts that are embedded in the page without actually having to look into the into a script file itself. So that's something that you want to take note on. Now, when we look into the source code itself, first off, what we want is look for keywords. And up to this point, I want to say that you do not need to know anything about, you do not have to be a developer to actually do this kind of stuff. You do not need to be able to code to do this kind of stuff, because what you're actually doing, you're just searching for some stuff, some leak or sensitive information. For example, what you would do is look for keywords such as, and it often is the case, access_token. So you have access_token to actually look for access tokens. And as you can see, it takes a while until it goes through the entire piece of code, because if we look here, we have almost 30,000 lines of code. So it takes a while to parse the entire file. So you have access_token, you have access token, which is all spelled out. Of course, you have API_key. Let's see if there is any on the Tesla, in this Tesla script. And you also have API key all spelled out, of course, and we see something here, and I'm going to go back to it in a moment. Some other keywords that are the first to look for. Let's see, I have them written down here. Of course, you have app key sometimes, or app_key. What I also look for is _env, node_ sometimes. In this case, this might be some folder. And what we can do in this case is to actually trace back and see if we can reconstruct the entire URL from this reference here, because we can see that this variable n is constructed as follows with the ITR plus, and we have to, if when we do source code on a minified file, we'll have to see what the R function does. We'll have to try to reverse engineer R. We'll have to see what T means, and then what I applied to everything means. And of course, we have the E here, which is a suffix added to the node modules. But anyways, I digress. Other interesting keywords could be AWS, of course, Azure. Sometimes we have GCP for Google Cloud Provider or project. What else? Of course, you might want to be looking for config.conf. Let's see.
Yeah, and for the .conf, you're actually looking for files, right? File names instead of like actual variables.
Yes, sometimes you're actually looking for file names, but there is a scenario that I see more and more, which is it doesn't have to do with the conf, but with .const. Sometimes you have t.const, and then you have a list of constants that are actually pointing out to different resources, which is really interesting. So,
wow.
This is more in depth that I want to go. So let's just leave it here. So t.const.
Sure.
That's usually the reference. Of course, you might want to be looking for variables you might want to look for all the variables, not all the variables, but some juicy variables. And what I want to say is that all these that I'm doing here can be simply automated, and you have tools like JS parser or link finder that can do this for you, but I find more satisfaction when I'm actually looking through the code itself. One important thing to point out is that you might wanna, I've got a lot of success with actually looking for the resource, the name of the resource. So I'm actually trying to search for the name of the resource in the code in this case, because if you're dealing with the JS file of a library, that might not be really useful to you. But if you're dealing with the JS file of the application itself, that's what you want to focus on. You don't want to focus on doing code review on libraries that are actually loaded in the page. That's why I haven't looked into, let's see, we had 3 JS files here. So .js. We have this one that we're looking at right now. And we have this one, which I believe is some sort of a library. I think I've looked into it yesterday. And you have another one, modules, custom Tesla banners. We can see this might be something custom and we might want to be looking into it. So going back to our JS file, you to get the most bang for your buck, you want to be looking at the source code of the application itself and not on the source code of a certain library, which is pretty generic. That is why when you're searching for different keywords, you might want to be searching for the name of the asset itself. And in this case, Tesla. So if we look for Tesla in this code, we might be finding subdomains or different assets that belong to Tesla in the code as well. So maybe variables, we can see another domain. So this would be a lateral movement in this case, because we are in tesla.com, this wouldn't be a horizontal movement. So in our attack vector, in mapping our attack vector, in increasing our attack vector, this would be a lateral movement from tesla.com to tesla.cn. What else? We can see some, I think this is a Sentry link. Very important, and this is what I wanted to get back to. Oftentimes, you're seeing a lot of references to different subdomains or different sub-resources of the assets itself. And in this case, we can, and this is actually why you want to be doing this stuff manually, because more often than not, automated tools wouldn't be able to actually get you to this kind of stuff. For example, I can see, and most importantly, fuzzing tools wouldn't be able to get you this specific stuff. Now, here is when fuzzing would actually come in hand. When I have this API.tesla footer HTML v1, this is probably the link to some API functionality, and I could actually just copy this and add it to my top level domain here. And then instead of fuzzing blindly on tesla.com, throwing at it everything and anything and maybe drawing attention onto myself because of the brute forcing, I might want to just fuzz specifically over here on the v1 with a word list that's very specific to APIs. And this is much more targeted, much more efficient approach than to actually fuzz on the top level domain itself. But again, I digress. So these are just a few strategies to get you started. Now, here in this case, we're talking about going to the application itself. And of course, you're doing this while you're on the top level domain. So I haven't even logged in to Tesla, because as you can see here, they have an account. When you sign up and you log in to a certain web application, in that situation, if you look into the source code, you might see additional files popping up or additional resources or additional scripts, that's actually normal and it's common sense, because on the main page here, you don't need to have all those functionalities or scripts on the page itself, because they are not required. But when you're logged into the account, you have access to different functionalities. And in this case, you might be more likely than not, you will be able to see additional scripts and files popping up, which you would be. So what I'm trying to say is that when you are authenticated, you're very likely going to get access to more resources than when you're doing surface level stuff on the top level domain itself. Now, this is on the asset itself, but if we, let me see if I have the presentation pop up here. If we want to get deeper into the code of the application or the asset or the resource, it often is that developers might be using references or might be using resources that are on repo websites, such as, in this case, you can go to github.com, and that's the subject of an entire presentation. You can go to github.com and look into the assets or into the code of the organization. You can do that as well on GitLab. You can do that on Google with very specific Google Docs. You can do that on CodeShare, Coggle, libraries.io. Sometimes REPL can yield good results, because this is a place to actually write code in the browser. And I think the free version doesn't allow you to actually make your code private. So in this case, your code is going to be public, and it is very likely to be indexed by a search engine. And then, of course, you have the good old Pastebin and Bitbucket. These are just a few of the resources. Now, up to this point, what you've been doing is, like I said before, you don't even need actual coding experience to do this kind of stuff, and you can even automate it. But from now and further, if you know coding, you can actually start evaluating the code itself. You can start looking for places, as Vicky said. You can start look for sources of the data. You can look for sinks, and you can actually inspect the entire data flow from sources to sinks, check for input validation, check for sanitization, check when actual user input is actually requested, check for dangerous functions such as eval. In this case, we might have something that has been evaled.
Right, eval and exec is what I usually look for, because they're pretty universal for every programming language.
Yes, they're good starting points. And of course, you can actually start reading what different functions do. In this case, the code might not be very useful because the functions have been shortened, and it's quite hard to actually trace it back. But there are a few tricks that you can do if you don't have access to the code itself. You can actually look into the developer tools. This is the subject for another presentation, but you can look into the developer tools. You can do a memory dump you can do a heap dump of the application. Let's see. You can do a heap dump of the application here in the memory, and then inspect the memory dump, because sometimes links are reconstructed, and not only links, but entire functionalities are reconstructed in the memory. So you might get more resources from looking into the memory dump than actually from looking into the minified code itself. So I would say that this is a very surface level practical guide to get you started. And what I want to actually conclude is that for more resources, a very good starting point would be Vicky's blog. You start from there and actually you follow along with everything. So definitely go there. And that's more than decent. I would say that it's a really substantial starting point because you have hundreds of blogs starting 2017, 2018, I guess.
2019, actually.
2019. Well, since 2019, you've been writing a lot on the blogs. So that would be a very good starting point. And for people who are more interested in cybersecurity research and bug bounty hunting, they can actually look into your very extensive book that has just been published.
Yes, it's called Bug Bounty Bootcamp. And thank you so much for mentioning, Christy. And yeah, I think you gave us like a really good example. I certainly learned a lot. There's a lot of things that I didn't already know in that review. And I hope you all find it helpful. Do you have anything else to add, Christy?
I think we've covered some very basic ground. So yeah, that's just about it.
Yes, I think this is certainly like a topic that's worth going further into. I'm sure there's a lot of tricks that you personally use in your hunting that you haven't already mentioned. And I certainly have like some other information that I'd like to share with y'all, but unfortunately not everything can be done in one single presentation. So I hope that you all learned something anyway.
All right.
Yes, and thank you so much for joining us today at YASCON, and have a good day.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Christy and Vicky, for your informative talks. It was really a great starting point for those who really want to dwell into the field of finding flaws from source code. And source code analysis is an inevitable part of security assessment, and your talk has been a great point of direction. Thank you so much for being with us today. Up next, we have Sujit with us today, and for his talk on applied OSINT for fact checking. And now let's do some open source intelligence.
Hello, thank you for having me here. I'm really grateful to entire team of YASCON for giving me this opportunity. This is actually my second time presenting for OSINT. I mean, obviously after becoming an OSINT researcher. So, I mean, it's really special for me, and it's been a dream to actually present in YASCON. So I'm glad to having this opportunity. So a little bit about me. I'm an OSINT researcher and fact checker at Boom. Boom is an independent journalism company, the fact checking company. And I'm an OSINT researcher there. So I was previously an ethical hacker who turned into an online detective out of pure interest. And I'm a diehard fan of Sherlock Holmes. So these are the things that we'll be looking into in this particular talk. So I'll be actually geolocating a video and show you how OSINT is applied. So what is OSINT basically? So OSINT is the art of finding openly available information, converting it into actionable intels. So the word intel or intelligence is really important when you're doing OSINT, because until and unless you're not converting any information, or until and unless you're not using any information to create an intelligence or an actionable intelligence, then you're not doing OSINT. I mean, if you're finding information just for the sake of finding information, then that's not OSINT. So OSINT is basically passive, and there's a huge misconception between OSINT and stalking. So we have seen many people who, basically do stalking, and they represent it as OSINT. So that's a big issue, because OSINT is never offensive. Like, it doesn't get offensive. Like, there are certain lines in OSINT that we doesn't cross, right? Because stalking can be passive and active, depending upon how it's done. It can be physical, it can be online, right? And in the end of the day, it's an offense, right? And OSINT is, we do have people OSINT, but it's always passive. We don't poke the subject, we don't wake up the subject, or we don't like physically harm, or we do any kind of online activity that harms the subject when we are doing OSINT. So that's one of the things that we have to keep in mind. And if there is any budding OSINT researchers listening to this talk, I just want to quote Uncle Ben from Spider-Man: with greater power comes great responsibility. So that's one of the things that we have to keep in mind. So basically, what are you guys going to witness in this talk, right? So I'm actually doing an attempt, I'm actually attempting to change people's view on OSINT. I just want to show you guys how beautiful it is when it's applied, and how it feels to be an OSINT researcher, and we'll be geolocating a video using really small clues. That might cross people's mind, without any doubt. And those clues actually are really helpful. So what are the tools used? So basically, when you're in any field, like most importantly when you're in infosec field, so I wouldn't suggest to become tool dependent. So tool is actually the secondary part. The primary part is to understand the concept and understand how things are done basically at the ground level before going into the tools. So many of the people, what they normally do, or the mistake that they do, is that they run behind the tools, and they master the tool, and they feel that, okay, so I have mastered the entire field. So that's not it. So basically, whenever you are actually exploring, so first thing is to explore the field and understand, how things are done, and then you can choose for tools. And when it comes to OSINT, tools are always secondary, right? Because you might have an arsenal of 100, more than 100, maybe 1,000 tools, but if you don't know how and where and when it can be used, then that's useless, right? So during this geolocation that I'm going to present here, I just use normal tools like search engines, online maps, and a detective mind. So let's do some OSINT. So what is the context of the video that I'm geolocating here? So basically, the important thing is that I won't be playing the video, showing the video, because it can be distressful for people, right? Because in this video we can actually see a person trying to sell his children on road, and according to the geolocation that I did, the video is from Afghanistan. So I want to show you how I go to that conclusion that the video is from Afghanistan, and how I was able to geolocate the exact location. So first thing is clue number 1. So I was actually, so whenever I'm given a video to geolocate, so first thing I do is that I watch the video as slow as possible, frame by frame, and analyze the things that I see in the video. And I was able to find this particular brochure, you see. For no, I mean, for people, I mean, people might, just leave this particular thing, but I was like, okay, so this could be helpful. So I just cropped this particular image, and we can see that it's written biotech. So how I came to this conclusion that it's biotech is that I can only see bi and then we can see tech, right? So it was a calculated guess that some in the middle it should be bio, right? And we can see all the laboratory instruments in the brochure. So this will be some kind of test results on our, right? So I basically searched for biotech laboratory Afghanistan. Um, Again, that was a calculated hunch that the video might be from Afghanistan because the video was viral during the Afghanistan uprising, right? I mean, the issues in Afghanistan going on, right? So at that point of time, this particular video was viral. So but after doing the search, I was able to find this particular image. So in this, we can actually match the logo that we see, right? And we can see how the manner in which biotech is written. So these things match. So in this, we can see it's written biotech 1, right? So next thing what I did was I went to Google Maps and I searched for biotech 1 medical laboratory in Afghanistan. So I was able to pinpoint this particular location, and within the Google Maps, this particular image was uploaded. Again, we have the matching name written and the logo, right? So at this point, I was convinced that the video was indeed taken in Afghanistan, right? So I was having evidence to prove it. Now, second clue was this particular building. So what happens is that when you are actually trying to geolocate a video and we see a certain location, so there could be some landmark or some buildings that are peculiar to that location. And many times doing a reverse image search on these particular buildings, can lead us to this location. So I noticed this building and it had some peculiar design and the color and all. So I just cropped the image and I did a reverse image, and I got this particular image from an article which claimed about a blast in Jalalabad in Afghanistan, right? So again, I did a reverse image search on this. So it is called pivoting. Pivoting means you get an information and you pivot it to get more information. So on pivoting this particular image, I was able to confirm that it is indeed from Jalalabad in Afghanistan. So many times what happens is that the maps won't be that clear in certain areas, right? For example, map in London might have all the information like street view. We have, we can actually roam around, we can see the buildings and all. And I mean, the map won't be same as the map of London or New York to that of map of some remote area, and the area where the maps has not been developed fully, like not been updated or something, right? So what I basically do is that there are a lot of travel videos in YouTube that people upload visiting certain locations. So I searched for food travel videos. So I'm a like foodie person, so I searched for street food in Jalalabad. So I was able to find this particular video which shows the same building, right? So in this particular video, we have one frame which actually shows this particular Bang-e Milli Afghan. So it is called BMA. So on searching for BMA Jalalabad in Google, I was able to get this particular location, particular website, and going into this particular website, I was able to get the square name, right? And on what particular square this particular bank is located. So that's where our building of interest is also located. So on searching this particular square in Google Map, I was able to get this particular location, which is in the Jalalabad indeed. And so this is the building that we are looking for, right? And the angle in which the video was taken, so it might have been over somewhere from here and here, so this particular area, right? So yeah, that's how I was able to geolocate this video. So basically, this is how we do like fact checking. I mean, we apply OSINT to verify the locations and other information that we see that is visually available, right? So I hope this presentation was interesting and helpful. And thanks a lot. If you want to follow me, you can follow me on Twitter at recon_madness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sujit. It was indeed interesting, and OSINT is really an awesome area we need to dwell on. And the examples that you've shown, the real examples that you've shown, was also very, very nice to watch. Thank you so much for being with us this time. Looking forward for more talks next year. Up next, we have David Hunt and Chris Willis. I believe it will be very interesting. Ever team your phone? Let's check out.
Hello and welcome. My name is Christopher Willis and I'm a security researcher at Prelude. Today I'm going to be giving the talk Ever Hack Your Phone. So let's get started. So who am I? As I said earlier, my name is Christopher Willis and I'm a security researcher at Prelude. I got both my master's and my bachelor's from the University of South Florida. My primary research interests are in program analysis and program synthesis, adversarial AI, which just recently I developed several adversarial AI TTP adversary chains for our operator platform called Bigger, and just primarily offensive tool development type stuff. I professionally got my start in academia, where I first managed a security data center and then went on to manage cybersecurity research for the Florida State University system. I then worked in both small and large DoD contracting, where my primary customers were DARPA, AFRL, and US Cybercom. After that, I went and did research for the Department of Energy National Labs, where my primary research was in adversarial AI and 5G telecommunications. And today I work at Prelude. So if you haven't heard of Prelude, then you probably haven't heard of Prelude Operator. So Prelude Operator is an offensive security tool designed for security engineers and researchers to perform adversarial emulation. Our platform is mostly open source, with many of the TTPs, agents, plugins, and training available to you directly for free. We also offer a low-cost professional enterprise license that provide you even more advanced features. And we offer new TTP adversary chains every Tuesday for our professional license holders. If you haven't used Operator yet, I highly encourage you to go take a look and check it out. You can download it at prelude.org. And we have all major platforms, so you can download it for Mac, macOS, Linux, and Windows. So I first wanted to start off with a statistic. 80% of hacks occur through the endpoint, and specifically taking advantage of users. We spend tons of money each year to educate users on being more cybersecurity aware, and yet still 80% of all attacks come through the endpoint, and they take advantage of the same users that we spend tons of money trying to educate. So why is that? Well, in your business or enterprise, the two most utilized endpoint devices are primarily the workstation and the mobile device. And through this talk, we'll talk about both of those. So let's first talk about the workstation. Why is it important to red team user workstations? Well, first off, there's just tons of workstations that are available to play with for a red team. If you're a Fortune 500 company today, you probably have so many workstations that you have multiple IT teams in order to make sure that you administer all of those devices. And with working from home today in hybrid environments, some users and some organizations have chosen to have 2 different workstations per user. And so there's just so many workstations that are out there today in order to take advantage of. And so it's easy for a red teamer to try to go after a workstation. For an IT department, it's extremely difficult to strike the balance between openness and fully locking down a user. We've all been in that situation where there's something that we need to do, and yet it's too locked down in order to be able to do it. And then especially for small businesses, sometimes they either don't have the way to do security controls very well, or they don't have the IT team to be able to lock down a system well enough. And so they end up with a workstation that's too open, and it's easy for a red team to then take advantage of that. So most endpoint devices today have some type of EDR solution, but really it's just too hard to validate if an EDR actually works. I can tell you from our operator tool today that most of that will go through an EDR, and it's not difficult to have offensive security tools that are primarily designed around going to businesses and enterprises to effectively go around an EDR. And so it's very difficult to actually validate that you've spent all this money on this EDR, that it actually works. So a lot of blue teams and even red teams have taken to testing and doing testing detection through, say, emulation and virtualization. But a lot of times that doesn't provide real-world endpoints and user data required that really make it worthwhile. And so it will tell you if an attack will go through your system, but it doesn't really account for the user who might do something to get that onto the device itself. So it will provide if say the EDR will provide the detection, but it doesn't ever account for the user in particular. So why is it difficult to defend user workstations? Well, as we talked about earlier, there's just so many of them. There's just too many users, especially on big enterprise networks. And today we just have so many different workstations. Even the small devices. So not only do you have to worry about workstations, but you have to worry about, say, ICS devices and small devices like, say, a Raspberry Pi, for instance, or an NVIDIA Jetson, or a tablet device. There's just so many different things that are on enterprise-grade networks today, and each one of those have to be treated the same. So for workstations, there's a lot of risk in going after them. We all primarily do our work on workstations, and I can tell you, even if someone was to get into my workstation today and they were a red team, if they accidentally deleted anything from there by accident, then that could be a really big deal. And if you're a red team and you're in a financial institution and you try to get root privileges and you blue team a device, well, now that person has now potentially lost tons of money to the business. So there's a lot of risk in going after a workstation over, say, let's say a server, for instance. There's also a lot of personal liability. Most people today don't just use their business given device or workstation for just business purposes, and we all know this. And so there's a lot of personal liability that comes with potentially doing a red team attack on a workstation. Because we have so many different workstations available, and even for a small business, you may have 10 plus, 20 plus, 30 plus workstations, and that becomes a really expensive endeavor to try to go after. It's not just going after, say, a phishing attack, but actually taking full advantage of a workstation can take a lot of time and effort, and it ends up being really too expensive a lot of times. And then it's just really hard to quantify the results, right? One user could be more advanced than another user. One workstation from the user who decided they wanted Mac OS to the other user who wanted Windows might be completely different. There's just a lot of data there, and there's really no way to actually quantify all the different scenarios that's available. So with all these workstations and it being so expensive, we think at Prelude we have a solution to this, and it's called Protect. So Protect is a solution that is designed to continuously test the way people behave on computers. It works on all platforms, including Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. It does not require any advanced security knowledge to administer. This means that anybody could push down Protect adversarial chains to users and test how they would actually do through those scenarios. Protect runs safe adversarial attacks, so it's very low risk, and this means that you can test things like, say, how a user would deal with ransomware without actually having to put ransomware on the person's computer. Protect offensive attacks gauge how people will react to a floating scale from simple to advanced. So there's simple attacks, like, say, ransomware attacks, standard phishing attacks, to more advanced attacks like doing Privesc. So the Protect will basically gauge how people react to wide arrays of different adversarial attacks. If an attack is successful, a training module will be queued up for the user to be able to take it anytime. So you don't have to take it right then and there. And it allows the user to basically say, oh, I did something wrong, and now I need to go back and do that training at some point. And you can actually go in and change when that person can, like how many days that person has to be able to take the training. But what's even cooler is that the training modules are tailored to the materials based on how each individual reacted to the attack. So if the user knew that attack was, say, indeed phishing, then there's no training needed. So let's dive into Prelude Protect demo, and let's show you how it works. All right, so let's get started. So today I'm going to be showing you both Operator and Protect. So currently I'm in a Mac OS environment, but Operator and Protect work on Mac OS, Linux, and Windows. So what I have open right now is Operator. So Operator, when you first start it, you'll be dropped into the Operate tab. So Operate is a way of controlling agents that you have available on your target boxes. So up here at the top left, you'll see that we have where it says My Home Range. This you can designate your agents to be on a specific range so that you can do things like campaigns. So you can separate your agents out into specific ranges that you want available so that you can keep track of different target boxes. Down below that, we have adversaries. So what adversaries are basically taking our TTPs, our individual TTPs, chaining them together to create an adversary. So we have multiple different adversaries that we've already pre-built, and some of them require a professional license in order to use. So if you select, say, JXA Access, for instance, you can go here to edit, and you can see all the TTPs that will run when you do the JXA Access adversary chain. Down below that is the agent that's currently running. In this case, it's just my local host. And we can see that it's running by the green designated dot here. If we needed to search for any results that we've already done within our agent, we can search them up here at the search bar. And then up here at the top is all the different configuration options that we can configure within the Operate tab. So over here, we can download different agents depending on what we want, and it will download to our TIM folder. In this case, we're able to download things like Numa, which is our Golang implant. We also have Schism, which is our Python executor. We have a community-driven agent that's written in NIM. And then we have some professional license agents as well. Next to that, we can configure our encryption. Then we can configure our publishers. So if you want, say, further information on login.prelude.org, you would want to have it post both to local and Prelude. Then we configure our operator network settings. Then we can connect to certain redirectors. So what a redirector is basically having the agent connect to a redirector on the outside, so it's not connecting directly back to your operator. And then we have different configuration updates that we can do. To the agent itself. So if we wanted to have a certain like executor order, so if we wanted to have Python execute before shell commands, we can do that. And then we have what we call variables or facts, and this allows you to carry over information from running one TTP to the next. Then next to that, we have what we call interactive mode. So interactive mode allows you to connect directly to the target box and run specific commands. Then we can lock the agent, and then we can delete the agent if needed. So going back over here to the left, let's go to the train section. So our train section is obviously where we do training type stuff. So we can select a program here. So introduction is completely free and allows you to understand how operator works. We have a pink badge program, and our pink badge program spans over multiple weeks. And at the end, you get a pink badge certificate from us. And it's a completely free program. Then we have CTFs. So we have certain CTF challenges. Most of the challenges that are on here right now mostly deal with our cloud plugin. And then we have a professional license training, which is mapped to our to the MITRE attack framework. And so it gives users a better idea on how different tactics and techniques pertain to the MITRE attack framework. So moving down, we go to Connect. Connect is a way to provision virtual machines or redirectors to cloud providers. So we work with both AWS and Google Cloud Platform currently. And we make it really super simple to be able to stand up, say, a virtual machine or a redirector, and to get it working with an operator within a matter of minutes. Then we have the Editor tab. So the Editor tab is basically where you can manage all of your TTPs. So we we label our TTPs by tactics, techniques, and procedures from the MITRE attack framework. And we put everything into different tactics buckets to be able to find them. So, for example, if we go to discovery here, so this particular TTP is defined deletable directories. And so it works on both Mac OS and Linux. And if you like, you can, if you wanted to, you could add extra executors to this. So say if this is something we wanted to run within our target box, we would hit deploy, and then you would select your range, and then select your agent, and then deploy it to the target. So I can also make new TTPs. So if I hit the plus button here, I can put in the platform I want for my TTP, the executor, whether I want to do Python or PowerShell or Node, write my TTP here in the editor window, name it, put in the description, put down the author, any tags that might be worthwhile to put down, then which tactics and techniques that best represents that TTP, and then you would save it here over at the top. So once you have it saved, you can export these TTPs and then upload them to our community GitHub repository. So further down, you'll see that we have plugins. So we support multiple different plugins, both from the community and professional licenses. So some of our plugins include being able to change the theming of operator. So if you didn't like necessarily the black themes, you could change it to ones that the community has already developed, or you could develop your own. We also support things like the atomic red team attack procedures. So you can download the art plugin and then add tons of more TTPs to the editor window. So then we have docs. So we have a full range of docs within Operator that allows you to learn about adversaries, learn about TTPs, and learn some of the advanced features that we have within Operator. And then we have an account section. So that's a little bit about Operator. And so let's dive into Protect. So if I go up here to the top right, you can see that I have Prelude Protect running. And you'll see that there's a red dot up here. That means basically it's indicating to the user that you have something that you need to do. So when you sign into Protect for the first time, we always run this ransom node. And that just basically allows basically the user to learn about how Protect works, and it's a really easy challenge to be able to do. So let's click on it. So it basically saying that the hacker has dropped a ransom node onto your computer and it wants to know what the file name is. So we give a bit of context on this specific challenge that's been brought down to the user. And then we give a little bit of news or insight into why this is relevant to you. So normally people have a lot of stuff on their desktop, but for myself, I rarely keep anything on my desktop. So this challenge is quite easy, but definitely if somebody was to have tons of stuff on their desktop, this may not be as an easy of a challenge as it could be. So in this case, this TTP that's running in the background has created this instructions.txt file. So this is a completely benign adversary chain. So the user could click on this and open it up and see what it says. In this case, it says, please pay me to unlock all the files I've encrypted. So we know that this is the ransomware node. And the challenge is asking us to locate it and enter the name of the node. So we know that the name is called instructions.txt. So let's put that into our answers here. So it's indicated that we've successfully completed the challenge. So we can go back to our activity. And so every activity that you participate in will have will keep the information on here for you to basically have it as a reference for later on. And the green indicator light shows that we've completed that particular challenge. So now that we've completed that challenge, let's look how you would actually administer and push adversary chains down to protect users. So here is a snippet of login.prelude.org, which is how an IT administrator or IT security administrator would push down adversary chains and see how users interact with that. So in this case, here it shows what has been executed and how many executions have been presented on each individual target box during a certain part of time of day. And if we want to send new chains down to each individual user, we can go to chains. We can then select a chain. So I'm going to select ransomware. So once you select ransomware, it gives you an attack plan. So basically it tells the IT administrator what things are going to happen to that particular user's target box in order to execute the ransomware chain. So if I want to execute this onto my users within my enterprise, I can then schedule the chain to release between a certain time period, and then I would schedule that chain. So once I schedule that chain, it will then pop up here and would then present the user a new challenge. So I've shown you a little bit of both operator and protect. So now that we've talked about protect, let's talk about mobile, and specifically, why is it important for red teams to go after mobile devices? So mobile devices are becoming far more prevalent in the workspace. Bring your own device is extremely common nowadays, and employees are connecting mobile devices to company networks all the time. The problem with mobile devices is that mobile devices are extremely personable, and it's a huge liability. We hold our family photos on there. We have usually the ability to connect back to our cameras to our house. States can now put state identification cards on your mobile device. You hold potentially the keys to your car, the keys to your house, your credit and debit cards are on your phone. You do mobile banking on your devices. There's just a huge liability when it comes to potentially red teaming a personal mobile device, and that becomes a really big problem. And also, primary mobile devices are kind of hard to define, right? So when we talk mobile devices, we are specifically talking about mobile phones, so like smartphones, like an Android phone, an iOS device, or even a tablet, so like iPad OS or Android OS. But we're not talking about things like ICS devices or IoT devices, even things like Nintendo Switches, which are kind of like a tablet but also a gaming platform. So why is red teaming on mobile difficult? Well, one of the reasons is that there's just a lack of tools for mobile. And those lack of tools really comes to the fact that a lot of red teams and even offensive security researchers just don't have the ability to just open up a mobile device and look at all the subcomponents for testing. A lot of mobile devices, both on Android and iOS, tend to have black boxes somewhere. And so it becomes really hard to have a solution where you can create a mobile tools in order to do security testing on them. So any like significant out of the box solutions that allow you to do some type of red teaming or offensive security techniques on a mobile device tend to be extremely expensive, and they also usually rely on specific OS versions. If a capability for offensive red teaming requires that you have root privileges on a device, well, first off, you're modifying that device in order to get root privileges, most likely. But then you also have to have an exploit to be able to do the root privilege access, which then becomes a pretty expensive endeavor. So a lot of times, it's just not in the cards for red teams to be able to go after mobile devices just because of the sheer lack of tools. But really, it comes down to the tools lack because it's just really hard for offensive security researchers to be able to get access to all the black box material that's in mobile devices today. And then the last part is just mobile devices security is just rapidly evolving, right? We have updates that can be pushed out to mobile devices within days and sometimes hours. And new significant big updates to mobile phones come out every single year. Mobile devices also, when it comes to just OS variations and versions, we also can't just account for things like iOS and Android, but there is a significant portion of users that still use things outside iOS and Android. There are still users that still like using Windows Mobile, and there are still users that are there that use Linux OS. There's a wide variation of users and mobile OS versions that are available today. So one of the things I wanted to touch on was just pathways to agents on mobile devices. And this primarily is for Android devices, but this could also somewhat be applied to iOS devices. So when we write an agent or a remote access Trojan for, say, an Android device, there's a few ways that you can go about doing that, but I'm highlighting 3 here. So one of the ways you could do that is by writing the agent where you wrap around an application. So you write an agent that has capabilities, whether they're static or dynamically loaded onto the device, and you wrap an application around that. So say, for example, it's a game, but it also calls back to, say, a command and control where you can get various information from it. The other way of doing it is just writing a capability around, say, like an exploit that will root the device. And then once you root the device, you can allow the attacker to then be able to do like remote code execution. And that happens a lot today because it's a little bit easier to do in a lot of ways. The first way, you have to basically account that a lot of times the phone is rooted, or you're going to end up asking the user a lot of times for permissions. The last way you could do it, and this is not really a way of doing agents, but it is something that happens a lot, is paying legitimate mobile application developers to put compromised data, say like what would look like ad data, that will report back unique device information. So like, for example, be able to report back which operating system version that the user has, or which mobile carrier that they're using, what ads they click on, This gives you a good indication in prime areas, what you should develop for in order to create, say, a massive agent for a particular area. So let's dive into Prelude Operator and let's do a mobile demo. So let's talk Android. So when we first started down the path of trying to create an Android agent for our operator platform, we went down the same path as many Android developers in trying to create an application using Android Studio. Android Studio has a super nice interface. It also has a really nice emulator, and we thought this would be the right path to go down. So in making some quick decisions, we thought it would be good to try to create an application through here that would connect back to our operator platform using HTTP, just like a simple Linux style agent that we would create. So we created this simple interface that the user would hit the start button, it would say started, and then it would connect back to our operator platform. Well, unfortunately and fortunately for people who have Android and iOS devices, both Google and Apple take privacy and security extremely seriously. And throughout the years, both Google and Apple have made the decision to basically take the decision away from the application developer and more towards the user and what permissions that they want the application to have. And so when creating a simple agent that would connect back to our operator platform, it would require a lot of different permissions. And in particular, trying to get TTPs to run after the fact would be extremely difficult. So in trying to do this style of application, you would need to write your TTPs or dynamically load in your capabilities within the agent itself, and then either ask the user for permission. And in some cases, you would also need to be on a phone that was already rooted to be able to do significant capabilities like, say, get GPS location data, or get access to, say, the photos files, or be able to even infill or exfil certain files or applications. And so with the time allowment that we had, it just wasn't feasible to be able to do all of the permissions and writing of modules in order to do that in a reasonable amount of time. Also, the Android emulator is sort of limiting in that if you're writing a application within Android Studio that will work or is designed to work on the Google Play Store, the emulator is great. But if you go anywhere outside those bounds, the emulator doesn't work as well as you'd like it to. And so you can get root for the Android emulator. It just takes a lot of time and effort. And so a lot of security engineers and security developers who are creating, say, agent type capabilities for Android usually will revert to using something like Genymotion, which Genymotion is basically another Android emulator that makes it super easy to make snapshots and also do things like have root access. So with the time that we had, we sort of scrapped this idea and went on to do something different. So in scrapping our original idea, we first needed to come up with a solution to be able to run Android OS, to be able to test new capabilities that we would develop. And so another security researcher by the name of SickCodes on GitHub created a solution to be able to run Android OS through a Docker container. And so here on the right-hand side, I have a full running Android OS running within a Docker container using QEMU and KVM. And so this Android OS has full internet capabilities. I can run a Firefox web browser through it. I can download applications using the Google Play Store. I have full access to the settings, and I have the ability to run as a root user. And so in first going through this environment, my idea was to run one of our existing agents within this Android emulated environment. And so I first went through the emulator or the emulator's terminal capabilities. And so I was able to run as root. And so at that point, I tried to be able to run our Python agent called Schism through it. Unfortunately, while the terminal emulator here does have Python, it doesn't give us all the Python capabilities. So that just didn't work as I had wanted it to. I then found out about this other application called Termex. And so what this application does is it basically emulates a Linux type of environment within Android. And you don't need root capabilities in order to get it to run. So in looking at this capability, I was able to download Python through it and then download the pip requirements that I needed in order to run Schism. And so I have a full Schism agent running within this application and then can run my TTPs through our operator platform. So in going to our operator platform here on the left, I have some TTPs that I've set up through an adversary chain in order to get the details from our Android operating system. So if I hit the deploy button, it will run these 5 separate TTPs. In particular, we were looking for hidden files in a working directory, permissions of groups, active network connections, a list of listening ports that are currently open, and then also displaying all of the free space that we'd have on the device. And so it looks like all of our TTPs ran correctly. So the status is green here, showing that they were able to run and provide us information back. So here we can see all the listening ports that are open. We can see all of the current network connections. You can see the groups that we have available. Any hidden files that we have. And the certain disk directories that we have available. So this is one particular way in order to run our agent within the Android operating system. And so another way that we could provide or get more information is to be able to do an ADB link. So we can do a ADB connection using our terminal emulator in order to get more information back. And so that's something that we're currently trying to get working. So once we get that working, we'll be able to have access to get information like, say, location service data, and to be able to get information from basically ADB dump sys, which provides tons of information that we would want back from a user. So that's something that we're currently trying to get working. And so that's what we have available today, where we can run our Schism agent, which has been tailored slightly to run within Android, and provide a way in order to run TTPs. So now you've been able to see our Protect demo and also some capabilities that we've done in the mobile space. So we want to leave you with this. As we continue to develop the operator platform and protect, we are targeting workstation and mobile devices quite heavily. And we're trying to bring as much advanced security capabilities down to everyone. So if you want to learn more about Prelude, I highly encourage you to take a look at our website at prelude.org. We also have a blog that we post every Monday on called feed.prelude.org. Our security team, including myself, stream on Twitch. So it's twitch.tv/prelude.org. And currently we stream once a month, usually on the middle Wednesday of the month. We also, the security team also puts out a podcast called Overture. And we're on most major podcasting platforms, including Apple Podcasts and Spotify. And then we're also on YouTube, where we post our Twitch streams. If you didn't get to catch it live, we also post our podcast there. And then we post training videos and things like that. So if you'd like to learn more, I highly encourage you to visit our website. You can get all the links at our website as well. So with that, I'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch our talk today. If you'd like to contact us, you can contact David at Private Ducky on Twitter or dhunt@prelude.org. If you'd like to contact me, I'm at Xanthanus on Twitter, and my email is christopher.willis@prelude.org. Thanks again for watching our talk, and we hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you so much, David and Chris. That was indeed a great session. And so everyone listening to us, please do follow Prelude on their social media and also on their website for the latest news on how they are going to proceed with more exciting ideas to Prelude. Thank you for introducing us to Prelude Operator, Prelude Protect, and also how you can use Prelude in hacking and doing routine assessments for mobile. Thank you so much. Very informative session. See you next time. If you're not checked yet, please go and check it. And with this, we're moving on to our last talk for the day. Let's join Abhay Bhargav for his talk on access control as code. Let's dive in.
Thank you for having me at YASCON. Seems like a great event, so I'm looking forward to doing this talk at the event. First of all, let me talk a little bit about what the talk is and, of course, introduce myself. This talk is access control as code, and this is something that I have been working on, my team has been working on for the last year or so. It's been an area of focus for us to accelerate the cause of application security through decoupled application security control. So this has been a pretty big area of focus. And if you look at what's happening in the world as well, the world is moving towards this as well. So this is something that I believe will be an extremely important area in the days to come. So let's talk about this. As always, I have a couple of demos that I'm going to showcase. So let's get started. And I would like to get started with my presentation and the demos as well. So first of all, just a quick introduction of myself. My name is Abhay, and I run a company called V45. We're based in 4 countries right now, and of course, we have clients from across the globe. We do application security whole and soul. So we are at the cutting edge of application security. So things like cloud native security, DevSecOps, things like that, we are at the cutting edge of that, and we do a lot of work in that space. I also run a training platform called Appsec Engineer. So one of our big focus areas is training, and Appsec Engineer helps people, helps teams, helps security professionals become better application security professionals. We train on DevSecOps, Kubernetes, threat modeling, cloud security, and so on. This is a big focus area for us as well, and Appsec Engineer is a big part of what we do. Other than that, I do a lot of application security automation and research. My team and I, we focus on a lot of research. We build out a lot of new products in the open source space as well as proprietary products as well. I'm part of a bunch of open source communities, one called Threat Playbook, where I do a lot of threat modeling as code stuff. In fact, I'm writing out a new version right now. And we also do other stuff in the open source community that we contribute to quite a bit. In addition, I'm a trainer. I train at major events worldwide like Black Hat and DEF CON and so on. In fact, right now, I am training at the Black Hat event in Saudi. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how the next year pans out in terms of training and things like that. So this is me, just to give you an introduction of what I do and what I do it for. Other than that, of course, we have a lot of community initiatives. You can look at our channel called the Appsec Engineer channel on YouTube, and you'll find a lot of very interesting and useful stuff that you can learn from. We believe in learning. We're big on learning, so we want to give back to the community. And of course, I do write intermittently on my blog as well. So this is just me as an intro. Now today, I'm going to be keeping this short. I'm not going to spend too much time on this talk. I'm just going to be keeping this short, and I'm going to show you some demos, and I'm going to explain how this works. So first of all, there is a security at scale problem with APIs. So a lot of us today have realized that when you deploy an application today, most of the time it's an API. Right now, if it's an API, there is also a lot of potential security issues that come with it, right? Because not only do you have this one API, but you're trying to deploy it as microservices. So you're deploying it as microservices, and these microservices tend to be several in number, tend to be deployed several times a day, tend to be quite ubiquitous in terms of the way the services are set up. So we need something that can behave at scale, can work at scale, and can actually make sure that your security aspect of that API and microservices is top notch, rather than having to deal with it at each and every service level. So we'll talk about that. Then we'll talk about the concept of these decentralized or decoupled security frameworks. So I'll talk about a couple of these decoupled security frameworks today that can help you do this in a much more serious and significant way, which are going to be basically the Open Policy Agent and a framework called CASBIN. So we look at both these frameworks, and I'm going to talk about both these frameworks and show you how they can be used to really scale up your application security issues in a very serious way, right? How you can scale up your application security program for APIs and microservices in a very serious way. So if you look at API security, right? Now, API security, you have a ton of flaws. In fact, if you look at a very useful project for you to look at would be the OWASP API Security Top 10. Now, the OWASP API Security Top 10 gives you a lot of these flaws. It talks about a lot of these flaws. Broken object level authorization, which is basically your insecure direct object reference, right? If you're able to tamper with primary key values or ID values and gain access to other people's objects or other objects in the system that you're not authorized to access, that is basically broken object level authorization. So that is a very important flaw. Excessive data exposure. It's a flaw where your APIs is spitting out too much information, and that information might have some sensitive information related to it. So that is another flaw. Then you have function level authorization. Things like if I'm able to access an API endpoint with the wrong HTTP verb, like verb tampering or do something like that, I'll be able to perform an action that I'm not supposed to do, right? So that is also a very important flaw that happens quite a bit. And of course, broken authentication, right? So let's say there's no proper JWT validation, the validation of tokens or validation of authentication or identity has not been done properly by your API. Now, this, if you look at most of these flaws, they come into the category of authorization most of the time. Authentication and or authorization. Authorization being the bigger piece, perhaps, because authentication, at least to a certain extent, it's a solved problem, but authorization has generally been a big issue that we are all dealing with, right? Especially with APIs, authorization is a pretty huge issue. You see that it's inconsistent. A lot of time it's not very well implemented. A lot of time it's implemented in a way that does not scale. So you have several issues with authorization that we need to talk about and we need to address in a very meaningful way through some kind of security control. So this is something that we'll be looking at. So, and if you look at this has happened in recent events. If you see, you will see that these have happened across the board. You've seen major companies having issues with authorization. Most of it they call leaky API, but leaky API is nothing but broken object level access control or broken function level access control. Either way, it relates to authorization and access control as a focus area, and that becomes a pretty huge problem that we need to think about and that needs to get solved in a very serious way. Pilotin has had it. Several applications the world over have had these issues. Like Coursera, for instance, Coursera, which is a pretty huge edtech platform, has also had these issues. So it's not something that is isolated to small companies or companies that are not very security conversant, perhaps. But these are companies that are world class. Many of them are world class. So you see that they've had issues that relate to API authorization, right? Now, but if you look at the other side of the fence, if you look at how these APIs are deployed, you will see that a lot of these APIs are getting deployed as containers, right? So you see that Kubernetes is probably one of the most influential platforms for API deployment. You'll see containers getting deployed in Kubernetes. You have your ingress objects, you have your API gateways, and of course, with API gateways, you have multiple ways of routing the service. So you have containers, so you have each service, you have their microservices stack running as a bunch of services. You have your API gateway smart routing to all these different services, and you're largely running them on containers or Kubernetes or even serverless, right? So for instance, let's say you want to run them as a serverless stack. That is also getting pretty popular. In fact, we ourselves have leveraged the power of serverless over the last couple of years, and we've seen some immense delivery benefits to using serverless platforms like AWS, Lambda, and so on. So this is something that we are also seeing. So we're, on the one hand, we're seeing that these issues tend to dominate the API scope. And on the other hand, we tend to see that the way of deploying these APIs have become faster. The way we're delivering these APIs to prod has become much more optimized, and infrastructure is code driven and things like that, especially with API gateways and so on, right? So the idea here is that now you have all of these different microservices, right? So you have a bunch of microservices. Sometimes if you're a fintech company and things like that, I've seen some of our clients that are fintech companies, they've had 500, 1000 microservices. They're huge. Their microservices stacks are huge. It's not small by any stretch of the imagination, right? Now these, you have so many microservices. Now in each microservices, you have obviously that services business logic, but you have to figure out authorization, you have to figure out input validation, you have to figure out object access control, you have to figure out authentication, you have to figure out logging, you have to figure out all of these things. Now imagine having to implement that in every single function, every single API, every single API call, every single function, every single API endpoint. This is complex because you have to have it consistently mapped out across all your microservices. Different teams are handling different microservices. They are controlling the destiny of their microservice. So you will clearly understand from this basic thing that inconsistencies are likely to be massive, right? Inconsistencies are likely to be massive. And when inconsistencies are massive, security issues are also in the same order of magnitude. That is typically what we see, right? When inconsistencies are more, security is also worse in that order of magnitude, right? So that is something that we typically see. So our point, at least my our thesis or our focus of today, is essentially to talk about the fact that what if APIs and services were not security aware, right? So you'd probably be shocked by that statement because you're saying we need more security, and then you're saying they don't need to be security aware. How does that compute? How does that work? How does that make sense? Let's talk about this. Now, let's talk about the number one problem that we have with microservices, which is inconsistency. Now, if we can eliminate the inconsistency, by not having security code embedded in the core application functionality, but somewhere else, right? So it's not security aware. The application just does its thing. The application just does its business logic, but something else is managing security. Then that's what I mean, which is basically not security aware. Because remember, the application has to do the business logic. That's the focus of the application. By decoupling security, you are able to scale security because you're providing consistent security across the board, right? You're providing consistent security across the board. And that's really what's the big difference between security aware and not security aware, right? So that is something that you will see. So the idea here is to have specialized platforms and frameworks that can allow you to decouple the security from the core instead of embedding it in the application source code and making a mess of it and having all kinds of complexity around it. Imagine you have to change your authorization model after a couple of months, even a couple of months, right? Imagine you have to change it across 500 different microservices. You obviously realize that the magnitude of effort involved is huge. It's huge. It's not small by any means of the any stretch of the imagination, right? So the idea here is to have a more decoupled set of security controls that can be relied on without having security controls embedded directly in the source code. So that's basically what we're looking at. So that is the focus of this point, right? So the idea here is your APIs and microservices are a huge part of your offerings, and you have rapid releases. The reason you have APIs and microservices is because you're going to deploy rapidly. You probably deploy 10, 20, 30 times a day. And these things are constantly changing. Now, if you have security rules embedded in them, then you will have a lot of inconsistencies. If you have those inconsistencies, you have security issues. So that is the problem, right? So the need and motivation is that since these services are constantly coming in, new services are being introduced and removed, modified and things like that, you need something that is consistent. You need that single source of truth. Instead of going to each and every service and changing security rules, you want this one security layer or maybe a couple of security layers that help you kind of centralize, but somehow decentralize it away from the core API functionality or business logic. And that's really what we want to do. So what we're doing is we're having decentralized controls applied outside the application. It's still very context specific. It is still for the application, but it is done from outside the application or some other layer which is outside the core business logic of the application, right? The idea is to not hard code the security rules. The idea is to have these rules that are separate from the application but still enforcing it on the application in a very meaningful way, right? That's basically what we have. And we're leveraging things like eBPF, policy as code, and API gateway security features to be able to do this. Now, what are these controls? Let's talk a little bit about what these are. Now, if you look at this, you will see a little bit of what I'm talking about. The idea here is that you have all your APIs here, which is your which are your microservices or your APIs, and you have them all behind an API gateway, right? So most of the time your users are talking to the API gateway, and that allows you to your API gateway allows you to invoke access to these APIs, right? That's basically how the model works. So your API gateway acts as a a front for the whole thing, and it routes based on the kind of URLs, the kind of paths, the kind of headers that you have to the right APIs, to the right API endpoints, and so on and so forth. So the idea here is that there are controls that are kind of clustered in two places. The first set of controls that are clustered in the first place is your API gateway itself. So your API gateway pretty much since it is the the focal point for all the users interacting with it, your API gateway can interact with the IAM system that you have. Let's say you have an identity provider for authentication, authorization, it can interact with that. And you can also do your input validation rules, your CORs, your TLS rules, all of that stuff within the API gateway, and even have policy as code. So the idea here is that every single time a request comes in, the API evaluates it against a rule engine that has policies that say that, hey, if this user is trying to access this particular object and this particular object is not authorized access, don't allow this request to even go through to the API. Stop the request right here and close it, right? So the idea here is that the API gateway becomes the cluster point for a lot of security controls. The second cluster point would become the container itself, right? So the container, if you deploy certain security tools, it's able to collect logs and things like that from the container and push it to a centralized source or integrate with some secrets management tool for secrets and things like that. So it becomes a lot. So you have 2 points of clustering, but the idea here is that you are not including any embedded security rules in the API itself, right? You're not hard coding access control patterns. You're not hard coding JWT authorization patterns, because things change. You're changing them all the time. So you're not hard coding any of this in your security controls. You're just having them decoupled away from your application and not included in the core business logic of your application. Right. So one of the tools that allows you to do that, framework that allows you to do that, is the Open Policy Agent. Now, the Open Policy Agent is probably one of the most powerful policy management tools that I have seen. Right. It's really useful. It's really powerful. The way you can use it is crazy. The kind of applications that it has, the kind of use cases that it has, is really solid and really powerful stuff. So the idea here is that you define policy statements. Remember, this is not like a typical web application firewall where you're doing generic checks for SQL injection, stuff like that. Here you are doing very specific policy statements for your applications. You're writing out policy statements for your applications, and that is very relevant to your applications, right? So that's basically what it does. So OPA works like this. So what happens is that the request comes in from the user, and the request is converted to JSON. If it's already JSON, it just passes to Open Policy Agent. Now, Open Policy Agent evaluates JSON by default, right? So since it's a hierarchical data structure, Open Policy Agent evaluates JSON, and it checks it against its rule database. If the rule says it's allowed, then Open Policy Agent goes back with the decision of allow, and only then your API gateway will push the request through to your service. Otherwise, it will not, right? So it comes to the API gateway, your user request comes to the API gateway, it's evaluated against OPA's rules. If the rules are allowed, then it allows, otherwise no, it's going to throw it out, right? It might also have additional data for it to be able to make that decision, but by and large, this is how Open Policy Agent works, right? Now, OPA can be used for a bunch of use cases. We use it extensively in Kubernetes. It's very popular in the Kubernetes world. I use it a lot for API authorization and policy management, which is also extremely popular. There are some minor use cases around access control for operating systems as well, which is really powerful stuff, and for other things like Kafka topic authorization and so on. But largely, I've seen OPA, at least today, being used extensively for these two things: policy management and authorization, API authorization, right? So this is an example of an OPI policy. So in this case, you're seeing that if the HTTP path is /users, and if the method is post, then allow, or if the user is trying to get their profile, so it checks whether the user, so it's let's say /user/Alice, right? So if Alice is trying to access her profile on the system, let's say she makes a request to get www.example.com /user/Alice, then it would check whether the profile ID Alice is actually what the input ID that is matching with that profile ID. And if those two match, and if it's a GET request, and if it's on this particular path, only then it is allowed, right? So that you can actually have very, very granular access control rules with OPA, right? So just to give you an idea, I have a quick demo setup. This is on our Appsec Engineer platform. For those of you who are, this is how our labs work on the Appsec Engineer platform. It's quite cool. So this just gives you an idea of, so I'm just going to show you how it works. It's actually pretty nice because you have the lab and you have the way you can run the lab right here. So it's a pretty quick lab. I'll just give you an idea of how this actually works, right? So as you can see with Appsec Engineer, the entire experience is on the browser. You don't need to change anything. You don't need to install anything. It's all on the browser. So we should have the lab spun up pretty quickly, and we should be able to gain access to our server environment to be able to run our lab in a couple of seconds. I think it's done. Yeah, it's done. So access, and let's see how this works. So this is like the Visual Studio Code like environment that you have on the Appsec Engineer portal, right? So here we have one basic OPA example here. So here you'll see that you can write, I've written some API examples and some basics. So everything in OPA evaluates to a true-false statement, right? So you have a bunch of rules that you can check, and it would evaluate to that true-false statement, whether it will actually evaluate to true or not to true. If it's not to true, obviously it's not allowed. So you'll see that input.message is equal to world, right? So it will evaluate JSON. So the message should have the value world, right? So that's basically what it checks. it should check whether the user has the value Bhargav contains. You'll see that you can even use functions, starts with, split, things like that. You can even split string and then check whether part of a string starts with this, part of a string starts with that. You have all kinds of, it's kind of its own programming language, but it's not a full-fledged programming language. It can do a lot of these checks. But everything, remember, most of the time you're evaluating to Boolean with OPA. So that's one of the benefits of using it. So I'm going to just run. So I have some tests set up. I have some quick tests set up. So these are just some test scripts that I'm going to be running. So this will check whether the message, this will pass the JSON message called world. This will pass an input called user, which is abhay.bhargav. This will pass input called whether, this is again username abhay.bhargav. It will check whether OPA, in fact, even has advanced functionality like verifying a JWT token against a password and things like that. So it has a lot of interesting use cases. So I'm just going to quickly run the lab. As you can see, this is how you run the lab in Appsec Engineer. It's just a lot of it. You can just copy paste and things like that. So you can explore on your own as well. But if you want to just copy paste, you'll see that all these tests have passed because my so let's say I change this, right? Let's say I make a change. One of the tests should fail because OPA didn't evaluate that. So you'll see that this was the test and it failed because the last name didn't have Bhargav, right? So that's why it failed. So you can have very advanced validations in OPA because of this. Because of OPA, you can have very advanced style of validations and input validation. You can use this for input validation. You can use it for authorization. You can use it for policy management. You can check whether, okay, is the request coming in at this time? Is the time, okay, based on the request coming in, and based on the time, you can even say no, allowed or not allowed, right? You have all those kind of things that you can do. Very, very advanced stuff that you can do with OPA. Now, this is an example of an API. So /users post request, whether that JWT is actually the belonging to that particular user. It checks whether the JWT belongs to that particular user. The same thing here, it checks whether the JWT belongs to Alice, right? So it will, I'm not going to be able to go over the source code in detail, but just to give you an idea, this is just an example of how OPA rules are written. So it will check whether it's a post request to this particular profile ID, which is Alice, and checks whether the claims.user is equal to Alice, right? So that's basically what we're checking here. And here you'll see that where some JSON input is in here, some JSON input is in here. And when we run this, you should see that it should evaluate to true, which means that it's valid. All the inputs are valid. The policy, it's adhering to the policy, and it's good to go, right? So when you run this, you will see that both those tests pass. So that is how you can use OPA, right? Now, OPA is really powerful. The way you can use it is quite extensive, quite powerful. You can use it for Kubernetes. Like I said, we can use it for API authorization. In fact, I'm going to show you a demo very soon where you're going to be using OPA for full-fledged access control. You can actually run a full-fledged access control from within using OPA and another framework that I'm just going to be talking about very shortly. Now, so this is OPA, and this is how OPA works. Now, access control, now OPA does policy management, but what about access control? Because access control is a very dynamic thing, right? It essentially controls which user can access which object and do what against that particular object. That's basically your access control. And the problem with access control is that it is not very standardized, right? Most of the time you will see that access control is not very standardized. Authorization, which is, the basically code for access control, is not very standardized, right? Because each company has to do it, they do it differently. They might have it done as part of design, and then it gets embedded into this source code. It gets a little painful. It doesn't work as well because it's all embedded. Most of the time it becomes very difficult, and it's very design dependent. Since it's design dependent, it unless you've done it well early on in the cycle, it becomes very difficult to implement later on. It's much more complex as you're scaling up your application. So if you see access control, it's really about this, right? Whether the subject has access to the object to perform a particular action. Now, any variant of access control kind of boils down to these three concepts, right? Subject, object, action, right? So if you see even role-based access control, you have a subject or a group that is assigned to a role, and that role has access to an object to perform an action against that particular object. So basically, you will see that any variant of access control has subject-object action. You might attach a role to it, you might attach conditions to it, you might attach some other variant to it, but end of the day, it all boils down to these three core concepts, these three principles, right? So you'll see this is attribute-based access control, where subject can do actions against object with additional context. You can say that subject can do actions against this object based on whether they're coming from this IP address, or subject can do actions against this object whether if they're coming from time 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. After that, they're not allowed to do it, right? So you can have all of those kinds of very interesting things that you can do with access control. Now, access control, one of the things that I love about access control, and one of the libraries that I'm going to talk about, is a library called CASBIN. Now, CASBIN is an access control and authorization library. So what it does is that it allows you to create access control as code. So what it allows you to do is create access control as code definition. So you can codify your access control and store it as a model. You can store your access control statements in the database or wherever else you want to do it. And every single time you can evaluate it based on that, right? So if you look at what I'm doing here, you'll see that this is an access control model. So it clearly says that this is the request, request should always have these three attributes. The policy should have these three attributes, and it will check whether the subject of the request matches the subject of the policy, subject of the object of the request matches the object of the policy, the action of the request matches the action of the policy. Or if the subject is root, then it automatically allowed. So based on these conditions matching, only then the policy is, the access control is considered true, otherwise it's considered false. So if you see here, our request says Alice data 1 read, which is part of our policy statement. It says Alice data 1 read. Now if I try and do Alice data 1 delete, so if I do read, let's see what happens with read. It should evaluate as true. Yes, it's working. It's fine because Alice is allowed to, based on the subject object action and the matching policy, Alice data 1 read, yes, works. But if I try Alice data 1 delete, if I pass that kind of an object, an action, you'll see that this changes. It doesn't work because there is no policy statement that matches this particular action, right? If I change this to root, let's see what happens, because this works because it says subject is root. Root can do anything, right? Like a super user. So you can actually write out completely defined access control models in this sort of a spec like code, and it's really powerful for you to use. Now, so CASBIN essentially goes by these particular concepts, and that's really what we're doing, right? So it validates against these particular things, and you can integrate this with OPA and things like that. So the idea here is that you don't even have to have any of your access control rules embedded inside your code base, or you don't have to make this part of your code base. All you have to do is have OPA validate these rules against CASBIN or some other framework. We are going to be using CASBIN in this particular case, and it's done. You don't even need to have this in your application source code at all. Your application can be completely oblivious of authorization, completely oblivious of JWT validation, completely oblivious of all of those things, and everything is handled by the API gateway, OPA, and CASBIN, one of these frameworks, right? So this is real. So this is an example of what I'm talking about. So you have three APIs here. This is your API gateway. As soon as a request comes in, it checks against OPA. It checks if it's a request that has some kind of authorization required, then it will check against CASBIN as well. So OPA talks to CASBIN and handles everything internally, and then comes back to the API gateway and says, yes, you can go ahead, allow, or no, this is not valid, don't allow, right? So that's something that you can do. And finally, I'm going to have a demo to showcase how this works. So we've built out some very interesting use cases with this. In fact, let me just turn off the lab here. No point keeping it on. All right, so let's spin up our lab on ACL CASBIN, which is, so you'll see that this is how our Appsec Engineer platform works. All of the labs are self-explanatory. You have a detailed explanation and instructions. You just have to copy paste, literally have to copy paste with this particular approach. So it's really powerful the way you can run labs as part of the Appsec Engineer platform. Just waiting for the lab to spin up. Right, looks like our lab is spun up. I'm going to just go ahead and deploy our stack. This is a pretty large stack, so it's going to take a couple of minutes to deploy. So just waiting for the this is a bunch of Docker containers that are being spun up as a Docker Compose. So you'll see that we're building our API gateway now. Once we build our API gateway, we are going to run our open policy agent application. Then we are building our middleware application that will pass data back and forth between the API gateway and OPA. That's what we're doing here. And then finally, we are also going to be running our Go APIs, a bunch of APIs. Two of them are written in Go, and one of them is written in Node.js. So these are like a microservices stack. So this is what we are going to do. This is running all of those deployments. So it's running the application. Should take very little time. So you'll see that this is quite a huge stack because it's running a full-fledged API environment on our, it's simulating a real-world microservice completely, right? So this is what is happening. So you'll see that we're running our two Go APIs, and then our Node.js API should also be running pretty quickly. There is a MongoDB database that is running, so you'll see that it's not a small stack. It's a pretty complicated, large stack that we're dealing with here. It's very real-world simulation that we've done. So now we have our stack completely deployed. It did take a little bit of time to deploy it, but nevertheless, it's completely deployed now, and now we can start interacting with the stack. So you'll see that there are a huge number of containers that are running. You can see that there are a whole bunch of containers that are running for this to work. Now let's actually go ahead and try and start interacting with one of our APIs, which is the departments API, right? Now when I try and interact with that, you'll see that I'm not allowed because I don't have an authorization to use that. So my OPA has an authorization requirement that I need to use to be able to access that API. So let's look at the OPA rules for that, right? So it says that if you are planning to access the departments API, you need to have a JWT JSON Web Token that has the company name claim value, and that needs to be set to v45, and it needs to be a GET request. So you can define very granular rules, as you can see, with something like this. So let's actually create a token. Let's imagine that you're a user that's logging in, and we're going to create a token for this to work, right? So let's see what this token is. So when I do this, you will see echo $token. So let's see what this token is all about, right? Let's see whether it has the right claims and whether I can access the department API from here. So if I go to jwt.io and then paste the token, you'll see that it has a claim called company name, and the company name claim is set to v45, which is what we want for the departments API. So now we're going to access the departments API with this particular token, right? So you'll see that, yes, we're able to access the departments API by including this token. It validates whether the token has the company name claim, and if the company name claim is set to v45, only then it allows the user to be able to retrieve the departments of this particular company, right? So that's just an example of how this works. Now this is just the OPA thing, but let's look at a more complex access control system. So we have another CRM API here where you can sign up as a salesperson and you can create a card or a customer account for your account. And once you do that, only you can access the card or customer account. Nobody else should be able to access. So that's the access control model. So here we're using our Casbin example for this particular thing. So we've created another service called the auth service. We have said that this is our auth model where, subject, object, action, root, very similar to what you already saw. And this is going to be essentially the one that is enforcing so basically OPA is talking to this to be able to check whether the dynamic access control rule is actually valid or not valid. So none of this is happening inside the app. The app has no business logic to actually have any of this, right? So nothing to actually validate any security requirement or JWT or whatever it is. It's just the app with the business logic. Everything else is being done by the API gateway. So that's the benefit of something like this. So let's actually go ahead and run this as an example. We're going to actually sign up as a user to our CRM app. We've signed up. Some user, hello world is the password. We're going to sign up. We're going to log in. Okay. So we are going to log in. Once we log in, you'll get a token that we use. But I'm just going to do a quick shortcut. So this is the token you get, but I'm going to do a quick shortcut to store the token in a variable using JQ. So if you look at echo $TKN, you will see that this is the token that has been generated, right? So I'm going to use that token from now on. And here I'm going to create a card. So once I create a card as this user, only I should be able to access that card, right? Nobody else should be able to access that card. So that's my access control, my application's access control model. So I want to create a card, a Visa card, which says create card, Visa credit card number 4111, blah, 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 expiration, whatever, right? So I'm going to create this particular card. It's going to create that particular card. Now I'm going to sign up as another user and I'm going to try and access the card, that particular previous card. So I'm trying to do an IDAR, right? A classic insecure direct object reference. I'm trying to access that particular card to see whether I can do that. So I'm logging in as the other user and assigning it to a different variable called ATKN, attacker token. Now I'm going to try and get that card. Now if I try and get that card, you will see that I am not authorized to perform this action. It's not even hit the actual API. It's come to my API gateway. My API gateway has pushed it to OPA. My OPA has gone to this access control web service, and the access control has realized that no, there's no policy statement to say that this person is authorized to access. So sorry, denied. And it's denied. So none of this is hard coded in the application source code, right? So that's the big draw of using something like OPA and Casbin, because your application is completely oblivious to its decoupled. The security controls for your application is a single source of truth. They're decoupled from the application itself. As a result, you can scale, because imagine being able to do this for 500 different APIs. It's so much more powerful, so much more scalable. So that is the huge benefit of using decentralized decoupled frameworks from a security perspective. So that's one of the things that I believe that's going to be the future, because we're going to see a lot of microservice deployments. We're going to see more containerized deployments. We're going to see more functions as a service style deployments. And this is going to be the way we can scale from with our application security. So that's really what I believe is going to be the future. That's the end of my talk. Thank you so much. And I hope you had a useful experience listening to this. I hope you can take some of this and use it for your own research and so on. Thank you very much. I've had a great time speaking at this event. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Abhay, for your OPA and access control. It's really interesting to listen to, and we hope that we can make great use of it for the future designs. Thank you so much, Abhay. It was great to have you here. And with that, we came to the end of YASCON Talks. And now let's take a look back. Yesterday, we had our pre-conference workshops and the CTF competition, YAS CTF, and it was absolutely a wonderful day. And let's look at the winners of CTF. There were 470 participants and 10 flags to capture. And with 596 points, BIOS took the first place with 525 points, Hackers Crew took the second place, and 412 points, Akatsuki took the third place. And the fun fact is that BIOS was the champion last year as well, and they retained the title. So congratulations to BIOS, Hackers Crew, and Akatsuki. And they're also winning 1 lakh in cash from Prime Guardian, the first prize winners, BIOS. And the second prize winners will be getting 30K worth vouchers from TZM Security Academy. And also, the third prize will be getting 20,000 worth vouchers from TZM Security Academy. eHackify will also be sponsoring swags for all the 3 winners. And once again, I would like to thank our sponsors of the event, Buckroud for our CTF sponsor, TCM Security Academy providing vouchers for our CTF winners, eHackify for providing the swags, and Prime Guardian for sponsoring the first prize. And that's not it, guys. They also announced about the retweet badge giveaway. It's already on, and we have time till 11:59 p.m. tonight. So go and continue your tweeting. One of you might win a giveaway. And congratulations to all the winners. And also big thanks to our CTF event sponsor, Buckroud. And if you haven't checked out our YAS Jobs, the fresh and new portal for jobs for Infosec community, please go check it out. And the jobs there might be the one you're looking for. So go right now. Now we have a very special person with us, and to say thanks to all of you for being part of YASCON 2021. I would like to welcome Sri Swapnil Mahajan, IPS, Deputy Commissioner of Police, Kozhikode City.
Hello all, this is Swapnil Mahajan, IPS, Deputy Commissioner of Police, Kozhikode City. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver this address. Yet Another Security is a non-profit information security community formed by a guild of information security personals in Kerala. They are focused on creating a skill hub around information security, promoting women in information technology sector, and bridge the knowledge gap between students and the working professional in InfoSec field. They have been collaborating with our Kozhikode Cyberdome for a long time, and we are happy that they are a partner here. Cyberdome, as you all are aware, it's a public-private initiative to tackle the challenges of cyber security threat. As a policeman, as a police officer, I have experienced certain things. We are seeing that there is an increasing trend in cyber crimes, and this is going to be an upward trend in future as well. We are using mobile phones as our daily drivers. We are using it for purchasing things. We are using it for booking our tickets. We are using it for banking purposes. So most of our information is already there in that device. Anybody who gets access to it gets access to our life. So when it comes to cyber security, I believe that prevention is better than the cure, because investigating cyber crimes is becoming tedious and needs a lot of technical expertise. And as I understand, all of you have undergone through this 2 days summit, wherein you have learnt about cyber security and ethical hacking, these topics, which are very important in coming days. We as police face certain challenges in tackling cyber security. The crime is getting specialized, and so does the work also is getting specialized, and that's where we require the expertise of technical experts, and that is how the Cyberdome came in existence. So I hope all of you have enjoyed your sessions here. There were a lot of experts who have delivered the sessions, and I hope you are gaining something out of it. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And obviously, we're looking forward to more advancements and to have a greater place in the information security community. And with this, we have reached to the close of YASCON 2021. We have to give a huge shout out to all our sponsors, our community partners, and our very own community members. Without you, nothing would have happened. And specifically, I have to mention our gold sponsors, Buckrowd, Prime Guardian Cybersecurity Services, and TCM Security. Our bronze sponsor, Active Bytes, who's also our workshop sponsor, and our community partners, eHackify, Avast Seasides, Detectify, ASRG Kerala, DEFCON Kuwait, Cisco Gateway, and Kerala Police Cyberdome Core Unit. It has been an amazing day, and we have been working for this for a couple of last 4 months, and so happy that you all were able to gain something from the event. YASCON 2020 ended on a very high note, and it is the exact motivation and support that you have given us to come this far. And YASCON 2021 will not have been possible without the speakers itself. We had an amazing lineup of speakers who are the experts in the information security field, and they all delivered, matching their name and their expertise in this field. Thank you so much for all our speakers for cooperating with us, and your support for nonprofit communities like us is going to take this information security community and this field to great height, because we all can come together to make a change. Thank you so much, everyone. This is Arjun Shankar signing off, and let's meet for YASCON 2022. Thank you.